Thank God it's Monday and week 2 is starting here in Malta today. 7 days of cricket a week here on the island nation. And we were treated to some really entertaining stuff in the first week. Bit of a surprise pack at Malta, the defending champions, without a win after 4 games, and it's not going to get any easier for the men in green this morning. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Malta, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge week in European cricket. Well, there's no rest for the wicket, no rest for us as well at the European Cricket Network. We had 7 games of cricket yesterday. Well, just the 6 today. You'll have to settle for that, but it is going to be the start of week 2 here in Malta. And like I said, the defending champions, Malta, they are without a win after 4 matches. Bit of a surprise, but there's been some other teams that have been coming to the fore. One of them, the Southern Crusaders, they are right up the top with a 4-0 record. So a team without a win against a team that hasn't lost yet. It's Malta versus the Southern Crusaders in match 29. Tyrone Peters, nice to see him back. He has the coin in his hand, and let's see who wins the coin toss.
It's the game of the day. Malta Sports Club versus the Southern Crusaders. Southern Crusaders to call. What's your heads? What's your tails? Tails? Tails is a call. What is the head?
So it was David Athwal who is standing in at the toss for Malta. He won the toss and he said that he wants to have a bat first. So Malta are a bit of a rabble the other day, you got to say. And now they had the services of Bikram Arora and Varun Prasad. They're not in the lineup today, so that hurts their batting a little bit as well. It puts a bit more pressure, I think, on Noel Khosla at the top of the order, Fanyan Magal, Harun Magal as well. So for me, their batting lineup still looking a little bit thin without those 2 players. And they are searching for their first victory, aren't they? So I think maybe they just have to graft their way to a total and hope they can keep the Southern Crusaders quiet. Well, the Crusaders, they've been anything but quiet so far, led by Michael Gunatilaka, but it's good to see Basil George. He's in the lineup. Boom, boom, Basil, left-hander. Very, very good player to watch. Afi Khan as well. So you can see that Southern Crusaders, they've got some very good players. Ishan Yusuf in there as well. You know, the list goes on. So I think I have to say that the defending champions, they have to be underdogs in this doubleheader this morning. There's a very realistic possibility they could be 0-6 and staring down the barrel at the end of day 8. But I'm sure, you know, Malta, you don't win 3 trophies without a bit of fight, and I'm sure we'll see them putting up a good show. Let's talk about the conditions today in Malta. I can tell you plenty of sunshine, not a cloud in the sky at the moment. A little bit cooler though. It's only expected to be 11 degrees today as a maximum. Currently it's about 8. But at the moment, pretty pleasant out here, and I wouldn't really mind batting or bowling first. I think whoever executes better will win this game in match 29. Corey Ruckers, nice to see that he's back after a day off. Hopefully you're feeling refreshed, Corey. I can tell you the news from the toss in match 29 is that Malta, they've won the toss. They need some runs. They're going to have a bat. It's over to you. Let's get ready for the start of day 8.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Malta for the ECS series. And a beautifully sunny day here today as we take a quick recap of our Sunday's action. Malta, 92 for 6. Unfortunately, not enough runs on the board, and the Royal Strikers did the job. Once again, a very comprehensive display from the Royal Strikers chasing Sudarasan. He made 47 not out. He'll be happy with his day's work. And for Malta, back to the drawing board. Unfortunately, haven't hit the ground running in this competition. Took us into the second morning game. And Malta again, 48 for 10. And Jason Jerome, outstanding figures of 4 for 7. Aloysius, 3 for 2. And Thomas, 2 for 9. They set the victory up. It was easy for the batting innings to chase 48. But a disastrous batting display overall from Malta meant they lost both games on our Sunday morning, which was a shame for them. It took us to the afternoon period. Now I'm starting to understand why Vinny Sandhu told me it was an easy day. 56 for 5 off 10. Victoria Lions wobbles continue. The bowling figures fantastic for Jose Saman and Thomas. Extremely good economy rates. Kumar chased it down with 35 off 17. A simple win for the Masita Warriors in what was a bit of a blowout. And that took us through to the last game of the evening. And yeah, it was an easy day at the office because Victoria Lions, unfortunately, 58 for 7. Masita Warriors chase it down in 4.5. Tom Thomas, sensational, 3 for 5 with Louise, 2 for 7. Set the victory up. And it was all over. Here are the two lineups for this one, though. Marsa versus the Southern Crusaders. Tails of the tape, opposite ends of the table. Marsa 0 and 4, Southern Crusaders 4 and 0. Can Marsa get some rhythm in this competition? They've been shooting blank so far. Looking forward to seeing how this one goes. Basil George on the Southern Crusaders is a standout name. Look at those fantasy points already, 425. He's bowling more than we've seen before as well in this competition. So fantastic. And Afi Khan, what a sensational player he's been so far. Lots of talent. Marsa, they're going to need some of those other players to step up as we get back into the action on this Monday morning. Welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India via FanCode, and all our viewers in the subcontinent. I hope you're doing well. And welcome back everyone on YouTube and the YouTube chat. I hope you enjoyed yesterday and ready for a day of cricket again. 4 games here in Malta, 2 more in Gibraltar tonight, 6 live matches on the ECN network. Weather conditions pretty good for cricket. It's a little bit fresh this morning. It's sunny, which is always the first box ticked. So we're going to get 4 full games. No issues about the weather, even though it is February in Europe. But it is a little bit chilly. So can the fielders get those hands warm? One of those fresh mornings, not too much cloud cover. First over from Zishan Yusuf. First ball of our Monday. Here we go. And he'll have to do that again as it's a slow start for everybody. Afi Khan, the keeper, spills it as well. Start the day with a wide. Southern Crusaders look like one of the teams to beat for me. Very strong side. They won't want any hiccups this morning against Marsa though. Marsa, can they get themselves into this competition? In the air. Oh, just short of cover point. One bounce there to Basil George. Nice looking shot from Kozla and Mughal are the 2 openers. They'll be hoping for at least 100 plus as a batting unit. And a little bit of a way swing as Afi Khan can't catch the ball today. It's a slow start for the Monday morning. Oh, it's still pretty early here in Malta, just starting after 9 a.m., sorry. Always takes a few overs for the fielding team to get right into it. As that's pushed into the offside just for another dot. So steady start here for Kozla. A couple of dot balls. And the thing is with this T10 format, once you fall behind, you always feel like you need a boundary to get going. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw a big shot here. Won't have to play a big shot as Afi Khan seems like he's brought the old saucepans out, the old frying pans for keeping gloves today. That's 3 he's shelled. It's not very unlike him. Zishan just having a word to the umpire, saying sorry for bowling another wide. No runs off the bat just yet. That will be the first runs off the bat. It's a nice little flick off his legs. That will go for 4. Outfield looks very quick. Nice shot from Kozla. Wasn't the worst ball in the world, you'll see. A little bit too full. Angled in at the stumps and he flicks it gorgeously for 4 runs. Marsa, who seemed to be bowled out quite early yesterday. Definitely be hoping for something from this opening pair. Here comes the traditional field change after 1 shot. Deep square leg put back now. As that's hit down the ground this time. That might be back-to-back boundaries. Oh, you bet it will be. So a 4 through mid-wicket square leg and now a 4 all the way down to the sight screen. Slightly over pitched again. A nice looking shot No one's going to catch that, so back-to-back boundaries. 10 off the first 5 balls. Yusuf hasn't found much rhythm this over. This time pulled into a big pocket of space. I don't think it'll go for 4 though. They've just put the man back there. Good cricket running though. Every run counts, especially when you haven't had a great start to the competition. They'll get back for a simple 2. Takes us to the end of the first. It's 12-0. Expected score. Surprised to see that the supercomputer thinks it'll be a tie, considering one team's 4-0 and the other team's 0-4. You think there would be a little bit of a differential, but it's saying it's a golden ball game, so we'll have to wait and see. As it looks like Gulfraz Masi come and bowl the second over in this important power play. Deep square leg and deep mid-on are the 2 boundary riders, suggesting he's going to bowl a straight line. He doesn't bowl it straight. It's hit down the ground, and that's 6. Well, Mughal's come out the blocks. I don't know what he's had for breakfast. 6, first ball he faces. Nice looking shot too. Maybe they've talked about trying to hit a little bit straighter today. Good little start this for Master now. This time play and miss outside the off stump. So Masa out the blocks quickly. Both batsmen have boundaries under their belts. That'll make them feel a lot more comfortable. They really need one of these 2 to go on and play an innings of substance though today. Oh, they're so close to the off stump. So Mughal chancing his arm. As you can understand, in the power play, only 2 people allowed outside the ring. Most batsmen do look to throw their hands at the ball. Just missing the off stump there. Good response from Masi, the bowler. Hit down the ground. That's down to one of those sweepers at deep mid-on, so just a single. Sun Crusaders, they'll feel comfortable with anything around about 100. They've got a very strong batting lineup. Basil George, we spoke about. Hafiz Khan, they've both been making a lot of runs. One chopped down into the offside, so top ball. Definitely a nice morning to bat. I always think when it's a little bit fresh, nice to get out there as a batsman and get the body warmed up. A bit of adrenaline as you try and hit some boundaries. Just like that, pulls it, but unfortunately finds the man at deep backward square leg. So steady start, 20 after 2 overs, no loss. Masa, who haven't had the tournament they would have liked, and the table will show us here. Unfortunately for them, they came into this competition as one of the favourites, I think, and one to really stamp their authority. But we have a look at the difference in the tape. Masa 0-4, Sun Crusaders 4-0. It's a good opportunity to welcome back Vinny Sandu. Vinny, look at the table.
Good morning. Yeah, it's not pretty reading for the defending champions without a win. And to be honest, looking at these 2 lineups pound for pound, Masa underdogs on 4-man kind of personnel, but there's a lot of pressure, I think, on the players up the top. Kostler was a bit hit and miss the other day, kind of laboured through his innings. Signs of it in his second game, and he was hitting his shots a bit better. But you can see he's just a little bit tentative. You got Fanyan Magal at the other end, who can be very, very destructive, but he's also a little bit inconsistent, I think. Also, the captain, Harun Magal, for Masa becomes even more important with no Aurora, no Prasath in the lineup. So, yeah, could be a real test of where Masa are at. And what about the Crusaders? They are cruising. This is Senaratna who bowls and gets one past Kostler. So, yeah, Kostler just kind of has these breakout shots, but the in-betweens are the problem. He's using up a lot of dots, and he just doesn't really seem in his rhythm yet.
Yeah, they say as well, losing's a habit as well as winning's a habit. So you just feel like they need to get that first win over the line to get some rhythm in this competition again.
You said it. Said Ratner, pretty consistent performer. Gets this in a pretty good spot. Just gets worked way off the back foot for one. Got to say the Crusaders and quite a few other teams. And Crusaders, they've been around a while in ECN cricket, but I'm looking at teams like the Masita Warriors, like the Royal Strikers. These kinds of teams, they've just been building a good nucleus of players, and you know, it just there's more players that are match winners for them. And they might not be out and out superstars in their own right, but they're just solid. More options. Probably just missing, maybe going over the top. And tell you what, it didn't miss is Mughal. Ouch.
Yeah, he takes that one early, doesn't he? Just threw the shot way too early. You're right, Vin. They've hit a couple of nice boundaries, but they seem to chew up a lot of dot balls as well.
It's the in-betweens.
No singles.
Yeah. It's not really the way they bat. But, Mughal does like to kind of manufacture leg side shots from balls outside off. Can be a risky strategy. This time he's on the hook, gets a bit of a top edge, gets away from the fielder, and this will be the boundary. So Mughal moves into double figures. You see, he likes to swivel, not a lot of foot movement from Fanyan, but doesn't matter. Gets enough of it, 4 runs.
Yeah, you'll take it. Doesn't matter how you get it. Fine leg's usually in the ring, we see for a lot of teams in this format. So 4 to start.
I want to say good morning to everyone in the chat as well. Hello to Binge Watcher. Good morning to Julian Dawson. To Matt Aravides. Nice to have you watching from Perth as well. Still 1 ball left in this over. To Mohammed Raz, nice to see you. To Kai Bay, and asking if I'm back. I am back today. I was originally going to have it off, but decided I might have a break a bit later in the week. It's feeling good, and there was no Super Bowl last night, which is kind of a bit of a mix-up.
Yeah,
I forgot what week it was.
Yeah, you went a bit early on the Super Bowl. How was it? Who won?
Let's just say they're going to have to replay it. But I like this from Angry Wick. Good morning to you, Angry Wick. And this kind of is going to feed into a bit of hotel news coming up after this ball.
Yep,
he says that we are the Pitt and DiCaprio of commentary back together.
Wow.
Isn't that funny? Centre Ratner almost gets Mughal to chop onto his body onto the stumps, but instead it'll be a dot ball. Bit of an arm wrestle in the power play so far. 26 without loss after 3.
Who do you want to be? Pitt or...
It's a tough one, isn't it?
I'll be DiCaprio. I want to be Leo.
Only because you're a bit younger.
I just know what his dating prowess is.
You don't know what Brad Pitt's been up to. Look at his rap sheet. 12, 8 and 6 in the power play.
That's funny because we watched 2 movies last night together.
This is what I was going to say. So I know you weren't feeling too well over the weekend, so I know you had your stay off. So we've got the hotel rooms next to each other. And after work, I just knocked on your door to check on you, see how you're going. And you've been talking about this movie channel at the hotel. Actually, I think it's a Saudi Arabian channel.
Great channel.
And it just has movies on all the time.
So we watched...
With Arabic subtitles.
so we watched Moneyball with Brad Pitt.
Exactly.
And then we watched
Catch Me If You Can.
With Leo.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I went in and saw, I like this movie. It was about 10 minutes in, wasn't it?
Yeah, good movie.
And then I went and got my pillows, stuck in bed. And I know you weren't feeling that well, so I brought you a box of barbecue shapes, and I'll talk about that more after this ball from Gulfraz Masih. He's going to bowl his second, 8 in his first. Protection of 5 outfielders now as well. Binge Watcher's probably a good name to talk about at the moment. This is driven pretty well. Ryan Bastian's not going to get there. Costa, classical shot. Well, that'll be a confidence builder for him. I've said that a few times. I've said that pretty much every time he's hit a boundary. I don't have the confidence is sky high, but still, that's a good cricket stroke.
That's a beautiful shot. Nice shot of the morning. Outfield's looking quick. Has it been getting? It's getting quicker, is it? That's rapid across the turf.
I just think that balls hit along the ground skate quicker, but balls that come from the air, they plug.
Yep.
Because they kind of penetrate the top layer of grass, and yeah, balls that come from the air tend to plug a bit. This one's a bit shorter, angled in, worked away for 1. So, yeah, it was something a bit different. Actually reminded me of when I used to play cricket on tour when I was playing. And this is a little bit pre-devices. Now everyone kind of has their own entertainment. You can watch what you want. You're on your phone. You got your headphones on. But yeah, back in the old days, it wasn't uncommon to say, hey, look, I'm sticking on a movie. Come to my room and watch it. And one of our favourites when we were on cricket tour actually was a baseball movie. It was Major League.
I know that. Is that with...
Wesley Snipes.
What's his name?
Plenty of names in it.
Talk
to me.
the guy that's off 2.5 Men.
Charlie Sheen,
Yeah,
The Wild Thing.
What a movie.
Yeah, great movie. Rick Vaughan. Edges it, and that's what saves him, Kostler. No run. Yeah, so it was a bit of a throwback. It was nice. Yeah, and Catch Me If You Can is a movie with Leonardo DiCaprio and Brad Pitt. Leonardo DiCaprio is in that. The other movie, Moneyball, was Brad Pitt. And they're the two movies we watched last night. So, orthodox drive this time from Kostler. Yeah, so that was quite fun. Even though you're busy, you're always on the phone.
Yeah, I wasn't
stuff.
a very good movie partner last night.
If it was a movie theatre, I would have shushed you out of there.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Well, you did sort of shush me. You threw my pillows back at one stage, said, go back to your room, it's over.
I wasn't going to mention that bit. You've been gone so long.
Yeah, it's poor from me. I'll be better. Too many calls.
You had the whole day off. It's fair enough. Here's my seat. Last ball of his spell. And it won't be scored off, so pretty solid from Gulfraz. But still no wickets for Crusaders. They've restricted reasonably well, though. Mars at 33 without loss. Well, I suppose they'll be pretty thankful to have 10 wickets in hand after they were bowled out for 48 in their last showing. And Mars occasionally does fall apart for them. They were bowled out by Gozo CC for 31 last year, which was a bit of an egg on the face moment. But, yeah, here, at least they've got the wickets in hand. You've got batting to, I'd say, probably 6. No disrespect to David Athwell and below, but let's just see if they can put that competitive score on the board. Won't be easy, though, against the Crusaders lineup that's chock full of confidence. Here's the next over. We're centre Ratner. Again, this is the kind of ball that Costa, he likes playing with the straight back for the most part, and he's just not really quick enough to turn on that. Maybe hit it to the leg side. Yeah,
I think if you did some quick maths, there might have been 4 or 5 boundaries already and a couple of wides, but not many 1s or 2s. It's either boundary, dot, or that.
Shrians thinks that Kostler's a carbon copy of Aaron Finch. Maybe.
Sorry, Finchy.
Well, some of Finch's form, you might be saying, sorry, Noel.
Well, I think Finch has 20 ODI 100s, so let's not forget the glory days.
And Kostler's never played an ODI that he hasn't scored 100.
True.
McGrath at the other end, though, 12 off 9. Not really clicking yet. These two are important. They could come good at any time. Just will that time be sometime soon? And no. Short answer. Andy Nowdy raises his finger. Noel just tentatively prodding. I think this will be frustrating because it's one thing to get out, playing a shot, but again, he's just playing on the prod. Best case scenario is probably a 1 there. And Senator Ratner gets the first wicket of the day. You see there, no real foot movement. He just opens the face and just guides it through to Afi Khan, who's taken the symbols off. He's put the gloves on, and it is the end of the opening partnership. It's 34 for 1.
Yeah, that's the old traditional fishing, isn't it? It's a good ball, good length, sliding in. But he's just kept that bat hanging out there, sort of an in-between looking shot. He'll be disappointed to go, but his intent was all over the place, it must be said. Give someone else an opportunity in Master to come get on with it.
Yeah, it does. This looks like Niraj Khanna, who's coming out at number 3. So he has a bit more responsibility, I think, with no Bikram Aurora in the lineup. I mean, Aurora was the only batter to semi-fire for Master yesterday. He scored 30 off 10.
Okay.
Got a couple of good nuts. In the second game, he was out for a duck. No Prasath in the lineup either for Master. So, yeah, Niraj, I'm hoping he can make something of this. Defending champions on the back foot. What a turnaround. But plenty of cricket to go in this match. Khanna wastes no time, and he goes over cover, and he gets a boundary. Good confident start from the Master number 3.
Nice shot. You get a lot of width like that, you got to put your hands through it. He does exactly that, so it trickles over the rope. 1 bounce 4. Good way to start your innings.
Shrians has a bit of a suggestion, saying he says to watch Vikram. It's a Tamil movie, which is a blockbuster. Do I know Kamal Al-Hassan? I've heard the name. I must admit, I don't watch a lot of movies full stop. But yeah, I'll put that on my list. I've got a list now. I've got a movie list. Good movement from Senator Ratner.
It's good when you've built up a movie list because you can fill in a lot of gaps.
I don't normally have the concentration to, or not just that. I don't normally stay awake long enough to get through a movie. But yeah, lately I've been probably spending a bit more time in than out, trying to keep out of trouble.
Yeah, it's good from you.
Malta.
It's about time.
I do see. I have a rubber arm. It's easily twistable if someone's going out. But with this ball, Senator Ratner's got 2 to spend in his spell. Probably wide. This one doesn't come in. Just angles away, if anything. And Yeah, Marnus saying his favourite quote from Catch Me If You Can was when pretends to be the substitute teacher. Which was very entertaining, I must admit. It's a movie.
Anything with Leo is good.
I think I just missed it. It's when I started working nights and I didn't really get to watch a lot of movies. It's really well bowled. Gets that in swing this time. Still one to go. Carter's got the right intent, though. I think you can see that. McGahl at the other end hasn't faced too many. He's only faced 9 balls through the first half of this innings.
Yeah, steady start, isn't it? Sometimes you think these players are playing a little bit within themselves.
I want to say hello to Hamish Cole, who's watching for the first time. Hello. He's
Hamish
sent a message through Graham Doolan. Hello, Graham, as well to you and everyone else, in case I missed you. Hello to Marnus, of course. Last ball, the 5th. Short, hit well, and this will be 4, I think. Bastians can't get there, so Kana back-to-back boundaries. Needs to make something of this, though. I think it's no good making a flashy 10 or 15. I think they need one of these players, preferably both, to go on with it if they're going to get that 100 on the board. 5 overs into the day. It's 43 for 1. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And I'm here with Corey Ruckers. Nice to have you back. How was your day off?
long.
I like it. So the work days are long, the days off long. And has been mentioned in the chat. Are you aware that we did replace you in the second half of the day?
I did, yeah. You came and showed me, didn't you? You said, you're easily replaceable, sir. We found a 10-year-old.
Noah Tavilla, of course, Glenn Tavilla, the bringer of our barbecue shapes. He's been here. And Noah actually did a very good job. My favourite was when he was a misfield and he said, well, when you score 56, you can't be misfielding balls like that. And I said, well, this kid's wise beyond his years. Says when he grows up, people say he should be a lawyer. One day I'll be working for him, I think. Basil George gets a wide call against him first up. Boom, boom, Basil, one of the more exciting players in the competition.
Yeah, I like watching him with the bat. Bowling's pretty much military mediums, but he does swing it a long way.
Short and pounded, and that's going to be the first one of the day. Maximo! McGahl, he likes what he sees here from George, who just drags this one down. And you can tell the way McGahl bats. He's very quick to pounce on those.
Yeah, it's a Gundy ball, isn't it? He puts it away beautifully. Much needed boundary just to get the ball rolling again. 7 off 1 this over.
Ajita Adhikari asking, where's Rico? Do you guys miss him? Well, I'll tell you something. If you are watching in the evenings, you'd know that Rico is in Gibraltar at the moment. So we don't really have to miss him because we can tune in every night. This is a similar kind of shot, but he hasn't got it right. Catching opportunity and taken. That's a nice bit of work by Avishka. The Shusha, he's able to hold on to this. And this looks like an easy catch, but it's currently 9 degrees. And so it's probably not quite as easy as it looks. The 50 comes up for Massa, but they lose Fanyan McGahl for 18. 6 and out for him. It's 50 for 2.
Yeah, he picks the man out. It's a short ball again. Probably deserved to go over the rope. He sort of skews it off the bat. It's a nice catch. Right, 9 degrees is never easy to catch a kookaburra or a grizzly ball.
9 degrees of separation. And yeah, Ajita, just to touch on that, Rico will be joining us here in Malta for the start of week 3. So he'll be here in a week's time.
Nice.
Next week, I think I'll do Monday with Rico. I've got a bit of official business to take care of in the office. So I think you'll probably do 2 or 3 days with Rico in the middle of the week. And then I'll be back, I think, with you the day before the ECI. So we can talk a bit of ECI on Friday next week. If you want to know what I'm talking about, the ECI is an international tournament. It's going to be sandwiched in to the weekend, not this weekend, but next weekend. So a 3-way T10 international tournament featuring Malta, Spain and Austria. Here's Basil, fresh off a wicket, gets Suleiman to field at 1.
I missed yesterday.
Yeah.
What's the update with RoboWatch?
The update is...
Delivered?
Not delivered.
Ooh.
They said the earliest it could possibly be delivered would be the 16th of February, so that's still 10 days away.
Is it being built?
I have emailed the hotel, and they're expecting it now. We should get a run here, and they do. Suleiman off the mark. Yeah, so I will give you robo updates when they come to hand.
Is it a legitimate website? We know that yet? Or have we wasted everyone's money?
Potentially. I mean...
hey, that's how it goes. That's life.
I did get an order confirmation. The money seemed to come out as expected.
That's a good sign.
Nothing else to report at the moment. Good ball from Basil George.
Out of hits. Oh, he fumbles. It was a block and run sort of sequence and covers very tight. A little bit of a fumble. Gets away with the 1.
It's no, I'm just checking my email for the first time today, and there's no updates. And no news is good news at the moment, I think.
I hope so.
I'm hoping for some sort of shipping update at some point. He goes after this, but he gets the top edge. It's another catching opportunity, and it's taken. So the Crusaders holding their catches so far, and Basil with the double strike induces the false shot. Gopal Thakur takes the catch. And Marsa just losing their way. They had the wickets in hand, but now they're falling. At the end of 6, it's 52 for 3.
Yeah, it's just medium pace, but it's doing the trick. Maybe there's not enough pace on the ball for him to get the distance on it. Nice catch. Vinny just touched on it. It's only 9 degrees here at the moment, so it's fresh. Your hands wouldn't be ready. It's
right.
very difficult to get your hands ready in these conditions.
It seems here that the temperature on paper doesn't matter as much as how much wind there is. I think that when it's windy, it seems really chilly. At the moment, it seems pretty pleasant. Not a lot of wind. You see the ground here at Marsa, which is an area in Malta. So Malta is comprised of 3 main islands. You've got the main island of Malta, which is the biggest. You've got Gozo, which is up to the north.
I've been looking into Gozo a bit because maybe a little bit silly of me, but I didn't realise there was a little island. I just thought Malta was its own island.
Yeah.
Didn't realise there was more.
Yeah, there's 3 main islands. And you should, on a day off, I do recommend you go up there. Go up, get on the boat.
Do I get another day off?
I think you get a day off somewhere along the line. I think next Monday you've got off. When
Am I doing Tuesday, or are you off, are you now?
I'll probably get you do Tuesday for me.
Oh, nice.
This is not the most convincing appeal. This looks like Mahbub Rahman coming on.
This guy's been good, hasn't he? He bowls. I'd like to call him a genuine mystery spinner because you don't know what's coming out of his hand.
You're right. He bowls kind of half finger spinners, half wrist spinners. But he does it with accuracy. This is another decent delivery. Let's get his length right. And rarely see him going for runs.
Yeah, nice looking shot. Yeah, he bowls well, does Rahman. A little bit of off spin, a little bit of leg spin.
I wonder which one this is. That's the mystery. It's the orthodox delivery. That's Harun Magal, pardon me, who's out there now. He gets off the mark. The captain, I said he's called him the janitor because he always seems to be cleaning up the mess that sometimes the top order makes for him. Sometimes we see him opening. I don't reckon I think he's a decent option to open, actually.
Yeah.
Sticking to the
shot.
Away spinners. And, there we go.
That's disgusting.
That was good contact, wasn't it, from Masih?
He's basically through-balled that to the inner circle. This is a big boot.
If he put a little bit more into it, he probably could have got it back to the bowler. He didn't even have to use the hands. You're one-touch specialist. Sam's got a question. Hello, Sam. Welcome. Looking forward to seeing you before too long. Comes that after this ball.
Well bowled.
We're going to miss. He's asking, who are favourites in the ECI? What do you think?
I don't know. Is there a finals? I don't really know the format.
It's a triple. It's no finals. It's triple round robin. So
you don't win anything. It's just for future ranking points.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, obviously you have a winner of the series, but it's not based on a final. It's based on whoever's top of the table. End of the over. We'll come back to that in a second because it's 7 overs down, 55 for 3. First, I want to talk about what's going to happen in exactly 3 weeks today. You know what it'll be? We will be
in Cardamom.
Heading to. I think we'll be probably driving to the ground at this time because I think the first game's 11:30 on Monday morning there. 21 days to go. The Champions League of European Cricket, 30 national champions plus the European Cricket champions, Pakai Care Badalona from Spain, and it'll be the 3rd edition. You must see that, and it's going to be even more exciting because there'll be 2 robots potentially by then. Maybe not. We'll find out. Yeah, but for more on the ECL, you can go to europeancricket.com.
Who's the opening game again? You told me this. I've forgotten.
It is Hornchurch from England versus Darmstadt CC from Germany.
Great game.
England, Germany.
Old rivals.
Old rivals. And imagine Germany beating England in cricket. What a way to start. We already saw Italy beat England.
The German side will be good. It won't be easy for Hornchurch.
Spain obviously beating England last year.
Oh.
Bit of a finger tipper, I think.
Yeah, I think it is.
For Basil George. He shakes it like a Polaroid picture. Yeah, so I think Spain, Austria, Malta?
I think, well, if you went on what happened at the ECC, we played Austria. They were in our group, and I think we went 1-1 or 2-1. Yeah. We got over them in the prelim. Malta will be good at home. We're using the tour to, I think we've got 4 debutants, which is super exciting for them. So that's hit straight to me. Yeah, we got 4 debutants. I think the other teams will be experimenting. Please don't get angry at me on the commentary box or in the chat when I change the batting order a lot because I want everyone to have a good hit.
Yeah, you kind of have to a little bit as well.
Yeah, I remember that comment you said. He pulled his batting order out of the cereal box. I'll never forget that.
muscles this, you can see. They're trying to make something happen here, but hitting a lot of balls to outfielders.
I think Austria will come over quite strong as well because they've got their ICC qualifiers. Austria will play Ireland and Scotland in T20 cricket this year. So I think if they want to give some guys some match practice, doesn't matter if it's T10, what a great way to bring them over and play some cricket in the sun, as that is mood.
That's exactly what they needed, isn't it? Kind of get something a little bit short from Basil George, who's just dragged a couple down in this spell. Kind of not a lot of footwork, but it's got a good eye. Maximo, 6 more to Marsa.
Yeah, nice shot. Basil George has that tendency just to drag the odd one down.
Kai, just mentioning the ECL schedule. Yeah, it does start at 11:30 a.m. local, which is 4 p.m. in India, and then 2-hour time slots, 5 games a day in the ECL, 6 days a week, 3-day groups and 2 groups a week. Kind of takes this off the stumps and gets
I've
one.
got a quick question for you while we're talking ECI. Out of my 4 debutants, who are you excited to see the most?
Probably Syed Shafat Ali.
Yeah?
That's hard to say.
Not Big Baba Khan or Little Matty or Hamza?
All of them. All of them. He's the first one that popped into my head because I know he missed the finals with an injury last year, so I'm excited to see him get another go. But yeah, always excited to see the couple of Badalona Shaheen guys that you mentioned there, in Baba Khan and Matthew Rahman as well. Into the over here, 65 for 3. Yeah, for me, I think you have to be favourites considering you got out of the group last year, but Austria neck and neck with you. Malta, I think they probably don't have the depth that you guys have, meaning Spain or Austria, but they still have match winners in their side. I think you got someone like Basil George there. Oh, and in T10
if he
cricket,
clicks, yeah.
Same with Prasath. I think it's a little bit concerning that some of the national team players from Malta have looked out of sorts so far, but that's the other thing we probably haven't mentioned yet, as Mahbub Rahman comes on in the 9th, and he gets launched up and away over the leg side. Maximo Harun Magal, the janitor, and he pulls this one out of the closet. And Marsa need every run they can get, I think, at the moment.
That was absolutely drilled. He got every piece of that. Looked good off the grey nickels, didn't it?
Yeah, probably one thing we haven't talked about is I suppose some of the Malta guys, they'll have some T10 cricket as a lead-in, the ones that are playing in this series, which the Spanish and Austrian guys really won't have. In Austria, I don't think it's cricket playing weather at the moment.
Well, we've brought over some of our T20 players because we have a series versus Isle of Man the week after, 6 T20s, and we need some match practice because right now none of them have been playing, so they might come in a little bit rusty, but we'll try to blow those cobwebs out straight away.
Hamish watching from Adelaide. Nice to have you with us, Hamish.
City of Churches.
Yeah, beautiful city, Adelaide. This is hit pretty well. And the placement's there from Kana. He's batted pretty well, hasn't he? Moves into the 20s. So, Marsa still got their bats at the crease, and that's what they want as they make an unlikely charge, maybe towards 100. Looks a long way off at the moment. But, like I said, against this Crusaders lineup, they'll need every run they can get. Yeah, Adelaide gets a bad rap sometimes for being a bit boring.
They've got a good cricket ground these days. I'll give them that.
I like Adelaide. I'm saying there too. Nice city. Played a lot of cricket there.
Better than Tassie? Or
played there? I'll tell you in a second. This is up, and it's over the top, and it's 4 more. So the boundary's coming now. Kana's been strong through both sides of the wicket. So he kind of backs away and opens up that offside. Not an easy shot to play. You've got to get it just right, and he does. Cuatro carreras más.
I don't know if it's because the sun's been on it for a few days now. We haven't had much rain, but it does seem to me everything's quickening up. Even the pluggers seem to be skidding on a bit more now.
Yeah, that's true.
Just a bit more.
It's definitely drying out a bit day by day. Steps across. This is a pretty good shot. They should get 2 here.
I might go, you know.
It does. Well, good call. Yeah, Takua. He seemed to be running in quicksand there as he was trying to get across. There's no fine leg. Pretty safe shot because that ball pitches outside leg stump. Another boundary. Marsa. This is just what they needed. Kick in the tail at the end of the innings.
Good example of this outfield as well. He didn't get that out the screws and it still trickled away for 4.
Tasmania is a great place to go if you're looking for a cheap pair of 12-fingered gloves.
Is Tasmania the 3rd island of New Zealand? Because I don't want it. We don't claim it, do we?
I'm joking, actually. Have you been to Hobart or Tasmania?
Ba-bow.
I have been. It's nice.
Shot.
Is going to be down the ground and 4 more. So Rahman getting the treatment. We said doesn't happen very often. But yeah, right now you can see these aren't terrible deliveries, but Marsa taking them on and winning.
A little bit slot. A little bit in the slot. And good comprehensive batting. At the end of 9 overs, it's 88 for 3.
That over went the journey, didn't it? I'm just going to see it went for 23.
Wow.
So, yeah, Mahaboom Rahman, his first over went for 3, second over went for 23, so a magical ninth, all happening in the ninth. I said an unlikely run towards 100. Well, maybe they'll get there now, because this partnership has flourished, mostly because of the batting of Neeraj Khanna. I talked about him having more responsibility with no Aurora, no Prasath in the lineup, and at the moment, he's come to the party as Zishan Yusuf coming in for the last over. I'm going to try and get through the questions. It's a long day, so keep the questions coming, please. Yeah, Hobart's very nice. Spent a little bit of time there. You'll know, I know you sometimes like to play your blackjack. Oldest casino in Australia, West Point, opened in mid-70s, I think 1976.
In Hobart?
In Hobart, yeah.
Still not worth the trip.
I'd beg to differ. This one's elevated. And they'll probably settle for 1 considering how well Khanna's hitting them at the moment. That's exactly what they'll do. Mana's saying, you know, best batter and bowler in this competition respectively. Let's just go top of the head.
Like that we've seen so, in
far.
form, playing well?
Yep.
I'll let you go first.
I'll go Mehboob Ali because he's got 140 with 20 Maximos.
Not a bad shout. I think Basil George's, every innings I've seen him play so far, he's made runs. I don't think I've seen a failure, so I have to say him with Afi Khan, who's out there as well.
Yeah.
Bowling-wise, that I've seen that's really stood out, there's I'm sorry, I should know his name, the right-arm seam bowler for Malta Day, I think it is. He's one of the
Warriors?
Masita, he's an opening bowler.
Yeah, I was going to pick him. That's Jice Matthew. But ordinarily, I'd say probably Bill Khan is the premier bowler.
He's the premier bowler, we know, but
based on this series alone, I think Jice Matthew, he's been brilliant.
When's the test start with Australia-India? Is that today, tomorrow?
Sure. Soon. I lose track of what day it is at the moment with the 7 days a week cricket.
That must be soon.
Martha, can they bring up the ton? Khanna wants it, and he's going to get it. Maximo! What a knock this has been. I mean, Martha backs to the wall. And really everything against them this morning, but they are going to put their 100 on the ball, you feel. This takes them to 97 with a couple to go. It's something to test the Crusaders' batting lineup. Khanna, he's been outstanding.
One-man show, isn't it? He's really motored, and he's got to get his team to 100 at least. If they bowl well, they've got a shot here.
Got to go for 2 here. I think he's got the hot hand.
Yeah, go.
Probably get it. It'd be a long throw to gut him down. And he does. That's good running. Takes him to 99. So they will set 100. Just quickly burning through a couple of questions. Matt asked me what were my thoughts on the BBL 12 final. I did watch the highlights. Cooper Connolly, the guy is basically
Australian under-19s.
He's come good at the right time. I also saw my friend Jason Behrendorff, former teammate, get a couple of wickets in there. It just seemed like a great atmosphere. Anyway, right now, last ball, and it's gone. Well, that's how you do it. Zishan finishes with a one-hand catch. Statue of Liberty play to finish things off. So exactly 100 for the Southern Crusaders. You can see their Khanna looks pretty spent, actually. That's hard work for a Monday morning. How about this for a catch? But anyway, what do you think? Amasa, I think they're pretty happy to get to 99. I think at one stage they get nowhere near that. They were 65 off 8. But in the end, they do get there. Khanna goes for a very, very useful 44. And Southern Crusaders, time for them to do the job with the bat. Marsa will need to defend this. Otherwise, they'll have a low 5. 5 losses in a row. Harun Magal, the other batter who leaves the crease with Khanna after a pretty useful partnership. Costa came out, hit some nice shots, but I think the in-betweens were the problem. Funyan Magal, he always likes to swing for the fences, particularly likes that leg side. But I think Marsa, after a promising start, they kind of lost their way in the middle with 3 quick wickets. That was the first one to go. As Kostler nicks behind, just kind of fending at the ball. And I just think ultimately that over of 23 in the ninth gave Marsa something to bowl at.
Yeah, they have. They've given themselves a puncher's chance, you'd say. At one stage, you sort of thought after this wicket was well caught on the boundary that they could get rolled here again. And after yesterday's dismal performances with the bat, there was a genuine worry. But this innings here from Khanna, sensational. He came out, he played positively, he had a little bit of support from his partners, and in the end they've been able to get themselves to something that could be defendable. You can see they were trying their best to get him out, changes in the field and everything they could, and it took the very last ball. They got the wicket. Khanna had to go, but not before the damage was done. And overall, just falling short of 100, but it does mean the Southern Crusaders will need 3 figures to win this game. Take a quick look at the scorecard, shall we? Everyone's sort of chipping in. It's a little bit better from Marsa. 18 and 18 for the 2 openers. A 44 off 19 for Khanna. He'll be very happy with his day's work. He's put his team in a position that they could win their first game of this ECS. Shall we have a quick look at the bowling figures now? And everyone was trying to chip in as much as they could. A pretty good bowling performance, you'd say. Also, Economy rates were pretty well controlled. Pick of the bowl was Basil George. He's having a great tournament. Man of the series for me so far. 2 for 19. Good economy for Massey. Didn't take a wicket, but only 7.5 for your 2 overs. You'll take that every day. So 99 on the board after our first 10 overs. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the Marsa International Cricket Ground on the island nation of Malta on a beautiful sunny Monday morning. And it is cricket time. Well, if the day of the week ends in DAY, there's a fair chance there's cricket on ECN at the moment because it's 7 days a week. And we've rolled straight into week 2. And the defending champions, Marsa, coming off 4 consecutive losses to start the tournament. They don't want to make it 5 in a row. The defending 99, here we go, with Boom Boom Basil facing up. And he's going to start with a boom. He launches it out of the ground. Maximo. Not a great ball from Fanyan Magal first up. It just slides in. Basil, he's not going to take a backward step. And he was all over that like a rash. And 6 to start us off. Finny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And before you even got settled in your seat, Corey, we've got 6 runs.
Basil, he's back, isn't he? He just whacks it to all parts. You got to enjoy watching him play. If he bats 3-4 overs, game's over. That's how destructive he is.
He's already caused a search party to go out for that ball, which is it's gone too soon. They've lost it already. It's gone through the structures over there, and so
we're using the Grizzlies or the Kookaburras this series.
I think we've still got a few Kookaburras left over.
I'm looking forward to seeing how the Grizzly balls go.
Big thank you to Grizzly Bear.
Welcome on board.
Welcome on board. You know, they were very, very keen to get involved, so they get that opportunity to provide some equipment for us, in particular with the ECL coming up. Anyway, right now, Magal has got to get it outside off and quick. George is a danger. It's a good swing, though, that time. And because he pitches it up, he gives it an opportunity to swing. So maybe he didn't like the first ball, so he got rid of that. This one did certainly go sideways.
If he can get it right here, started on about 5th stump, swing it back into off stump. He's got to break through Basil George's defences.
Basil will give you a chance.
Yeah.
No way that he bats. Got to get the line and the length right, though. Oh, he does. This goes straight through everyone, including Johnny G. That's going to be 4 byes. And, wow, this is prodigious swing. Not an easy one for any wicket keeper. See, Johnny goes to his right, gets a glove on it, but can't make the stop.
Oh, little moments like that do not help. Should have been a dot ball. I thought there was an edge at first, but no, it's just a play and miss.
Yeah, you're right. If he gets it right, I don't care who you are, that's going to be really tough to play.
This is a bit of Sohail Tanvir bowling.
That's the kind of style action he's got. It's very, I suppose, whippy is the word I'd use. He's got to get one of those that hits the stumps.
Oh,
it's well bowled, and Basil, I think, knowing that there might be a ball with his name on it, so he just has to keep that one out and hope for a mistake. At the moment, he already got a mistake from Magal first up.
That's one thing we've seen all tournament so far. The ball swung quite a lot, especially for the men that get their wrist right.
Early as well.
It has swung a long way.
First over swing has been off the charts. Ryan Bastians looks pretty comfortable at the other end at the moment. Another bit of swing, but that's a really good cricket shot to go inside out against the movement. They're going to come for 2, and they're going to get away with it. Oh, yes, they will get away with it.
They could go 3 here if they want. It's deflected off the stumps, but they'll settle for 2.
Pretty good throw. He comes back and hits the stumps. I was a bit worried about Bastians. Maybe we'll get this on the replay. I think he was he'd run past the crease, but he never slid his bat. I don't think we've got a replay of the end of that, but
I think he's safe.
Yeah, a couple of steps past the crease, I think. Just eyeballing it. Last ball of the over coming up. Can Magal come up with a miracle delivery? That one slides in, and they turn down the leg by. So Crusaders get what they need off. Pretty interesting first over. The ball swinging around corners for Magal. It's 12 for no loss after 1. And don't forget, golden ball counter continues to tick. No golden balls in Gibraltar last night.
Nope.
And a bit of a rough night.
That's got to 119 quickly. I was only away for one day.
Take the day off. It'll happen. 119 matches without a golden ball. And I guess we're heading into the 120s today, unless
I feel actually
be a golden ball.
Today does feel like a golden ball sort of day. It's a Monday.
Marsa and the Southern Crusaders both have golden ball experience. Marsa won their golden ball against AUM.
Yep.
That was the game that took them to the final in 2021. And Southern Crusaders, they played a golden ball back in 2021, I think, in the mid-year series, where unfortunately they weren't able to score of it against the Knights. As Bilal Khan, who batted really well to tame the golden ball, but he couldn't make contact. Oh, this one is going to wrong foot Johnny G, and it's going to run away for 4. So yeah, Bastians gets an edgy 4 first up. You can see there the keeper, Johnny G. Oh, he's always having his 64th birthday, but he just gets taken the wrong way here.
Yeah.
You see, he's just on the wrong foot. And I think any keeper would have struggled to get that one.
To be honest, most 64-year-olds are sitting in a retirement home and relaxing with a cup of tea on a Monday morning. But Johnny G, so you have to feel for him a bit there. That's not an easy one.
Yeah.
I won't be playing cricket at
Very
64.
quickly. Well, you're not even playing cricket at 34.
Well said.
So, Ruslan Ashard getting the second over. Need to break this partnership. Bastians,
Shot.
yeah, he goes up and over point, and he's one guy we haven't quite seen the best of him yet. He came into the side for their last couple of matches. That's Ryan. As you can see from that, he's another weapon that they've got at their disposal.
One thing with Bastians, he has a forearm guard, sweat guard, doesn't he? And when you wear one of those, you're always
sweatband.
Yeah, sweatband.
I don't know how much protection it gives.
No, sorry, I wasn't meant to say guard, but sweatband. He's 5% better because he wears that. He looks like a cricketer.
Michael Clark always used to do that.
I put them up there with the floppy hat. If anyone has either of those two things, you've played a fair bit of cricket.
I see. Ashard, back-to-back boundaries, trying to rein it in. Beats the bat of Bastians this time.
Did you ever have any little niches when you played? Was there anything? I for years batted with the sweatband, black sweatband for years.
Firstly, I want to say hello to Neil, who's joined us, Hawkmoon, in the chat.
Good morning.
Said he's 57 and literally relaxing with a cup of tea right now. Sounds nice. I'll tell you one of the things I did, which is a bit controversial.
Talk to me.
One of the things I did. I liked wearing short sleeve shirts when I was keeping. You know why?
That's disgusting.
Number one, when you've got arms like this, you want to show them to the world. But it felt I kept cooler. I didn't have too many problems with getting my arms sunburnt and things like that. So I wouldn't normally wear a long sleeve t-shirt in life. So yeah, I like to wear short sleeves when I'm keeping. I don't see what the big kerfuffle is about. It seems like one of those things that people.
It's one of those niche things, isn't it?
Cool, like,
well, look at Johnny Grimmer there. He's got the long sleeves on as keeper.
Yeah.
I've just ordered 3 Spanish long sleeve shirts for my 3 keepers because I don't want it.
And I've got nothing against people that want to wear long sleeves. I'm just saying that I was more comfortable. I suppose you know what? I grew up as a bowler, and only changed. Maybe that's what it is. I only changed to keeping at
a later
at
age.
18.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not going to go throw out my wardrobe just because now I'm keeping them. Have to change position, right? This one's going nowhere. But
did you have anything else that was a bit of a niche thing for yourself?
So I actually like to wear the sweatbands under my gloves, a.k.a. remember Adam Perore from New Zealand?
Okay.
End of the second over. It's 22 for no loss. We'll go back to our trip down memory lane in a second. First, let's have a look at the present and have a look at the table, which I don't think Marcel want to show just yet. They're searching for their first points in the tournament. And you can see Crusaders there cruising. Gozo Zalmi, we'll see them later today as well against Sweet United. So think of that about a clash a little bit later on today.
Well, the thing is, you see the points then. 5th has 8 points. Marsa, if they don't win this, they're well behind the pack.
It's a bit of a gap opening up there in the middle, like you mentioned. Here's McGall. This time it swings the other way. So it's not easy to play. Yeah, so I found that having the sweatbands on, you wouldn't always be able to see them. Sometimes you would. Those big tennis ones, I just felt it gave my gloves, it meant they weren't loose against my arms. So they were really kind of solid and just gave me a bit more confidence.
Socks?
Yes. Be more specific.
Was there any, no, I don't think so.
I always wore those kind of cricket socks, we call them.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
They're the woolly, they're kind of the standard issue, fairly thick to protect you, obviously.
I think your sock game's important in cricket.
Yeah.
Good socks mean good cricket.
I did play cricket with one guy who had a superstition. He didn't wash his whites the whole season.
That's disgusting.
Where's Lind? I think no.
Rings a bell, actually.
Where's went the whole season, but they weren't. It's weird grey by the end of the season. But we were winning, so that was his thing. It did mean he almost had to have his own change room. I think in the end we just wanted to put him in the toilets. But it's
look at this for a bit of fielding, Vinny. Couldn't pick it up. Spits the dummy.
Imagine if he boots that. That would have gone a long way. What else have we got here? Yeah, Marna's saying the amount of improvement in the Malta ECS this year compared to the end of last year is insane. Yeah, well, it's all about constant improvement. Bastians drives straight him on, doesn't take the run. Neil saying, if we were to recommend visiting Malta, what would I advertise? I've got to say there's a few things you've got to see here. I think Medina, which is the kind of little old town on top of a hill. That's definitely worth seeing. Obviously, Valletta is the capital. Got to catch that for some of the restaurants and bars and some of the history. The fort there's very nice. We went there about a week ago, right?
Yeah, very nice.
But I've got to say, yeah, get up to Gozo. Gozo's the North Island. There's all sorts of tours you can do. So you actually have to drive, or I rode my scooter onto the boat. The boat takes you across. There's no bridge across there. So, yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful island. A lot of the players here take the boat every day to come play cricket. We have 3 Gozo teams in this tournament because we've got Gozo CC, who we have seen before. We've got Gozo Zalmi, which are a new team, doing very well in this tournament. And also Victoria Lions from Gozo.
Yeah, yet to be there myself, hopefully one day. But we do work 7 days a week.
Yeah. What did you do yesterday again? Yeah,
I'm not proud of my dinner last night. My dinner plans weren't good last night.
I was sure that I'd take a day off for you because you were so determined not to break your streak. There's no shame in taking the day off.
Special mention to my mother out there, and I know she's watching from Karratha. I hope you're enjoying Jules.
I'd say food and drink, which Neil's asking about as a follow-up question. Wait for this last ball from
you got to catch
Miguel.
it.
Well, it's going, and it's gone. Has just enough. Boom, boom. Doing a decent job in the power play, but it was a risky shot, wasn't it? Because he took on Faisal Morose, but good club selection. It leaves the arena Maximo to finish the power play. It's 32 without loss.
Oh, you'd be disappointed. His last ball gets hit for 6. He tries a slower ball. Probably wasn't the right option, and the overs go for 12, 10 and 10. Yeah, that hurts, that last ball. Really does.
Sting in the tail, 10, 23 and 11. Last 3 overs. Super important, getting Marsa up to this 99. Will it be enough? At the moment, if Basil stays there, and even the way Ryan Bastians is batting, maybe not. They've still got Afi Khan to come, for example. Zishan Yusuf's listed at 3. Go put the Kaur at 6. I mean, he's a guy that's made lots of runs for the Crusaders. So they're looking solid. But funny things can happen and things can fall apart very quickly.
Yeah.
Food and drink in Malta, I'd say, you got to try the rabbit. I'm going to admit, I haven't eaten a lot of rabbit, but it is the speciality here. They do it all sorts of different ways. And
the food here has been pretty good, I must admit. I mean, we're on a little island just off Italy.
I've got to say, I like pastizzi. That's the thing I like here.
Pastizzi.
Look that up. Down the leg side, Johnny.
Good take, Johnny.
Yes, he's still pretty nimble. Murrows gets it wrong first up. Normally a pretty reliable bowler.
No, that is one, I have to admit, one perk of the job when we're going around Europe and that. You get to try all the different cuisines and the foods and learn a little bit about the cultures while we're there.
That's one of the best things, I think, about this job. Full toss, it slings in, and this might go, it's just got a long way off the bat of Bastians. And when it's a full toss, you got a bit more energy on the ball, which just carries that off a thick inside edge.
This outfield's quickened up for me. A week ago, I know the outfield on the ground was still okay. That wouldn't go for 4.
In the height of summer, it is lightning. You can imagine this outfield. We came here in June 2021.
Yep.
I think the final was 42 degrees, and it was steaming. And they do water it a lot, though, every day, even in summer. They put a lot of water into it, but it burns off during the morning to keep it looking like this. And I think Bastians is liking what he's seeing from Morose, who hasn't got it quite right yet. And this has gone all the way. Maximo! Got to say, there's been some good shots played, but some of these wounds that Master are copping are self-inflicted. That's not a good delivery.
Yeah, it's not a great ball. Bit of a Gundy ball down the leg side, and he catches up with it, the big man. He's built like a fridge. If it comes out the middle of that bat, it's going to fly.
Neil asking, have I ever caught a rabbit? I haven't caught a rabbit.
No, not done much hunting myself.
Ain't nothing but a hound dog reference, I think.
Well done.
You an Elvis fan?
Blue suede shoes.
Well done.
Thank you.
I got to say, some of those songs stood the test of time.
No, it's going down leg.
I think it is with the angle. Has a good look at it, though. I don't mind him having a good look at it because
I'm right into my older music at the moment. It does stand the test of time.
Hit him on the crease. Probably hit him in line, but I think the angle had it going down leg side.
Bit of Johnny Cash.
Okay, yeah.
Big fan. Meatloaf.
I love Meatloaf.
I think everyone loves it. Who sings the Rock
Meatloaf.
Lobster? Because we play that every morning.
B-52s.
Oh.
Well, I got into them because of Love Shack.
Love Shack is a little old place where... Is this copyright?
Luckily, It's like a bit like Rico singing. When he sings, there's no chance of the algorithm picking it up. It's the same thing. Edged, and this will be 4 as well. So Master can't take a trick, can they, at the moment? Green machine malfunctioning. And really, the universe hasn't been kind to them either. This is just a little edge from Basil George, and it goes all the way for 4.
I don't know what Master have done to the Karma train, but they're not getting much come their way. And it's already 48 off 3.5.
Musawala on the back of Basil Moreau's his shirt.
Were you big, did you ever go to festivals or bands or live acts often?
Not a lot, and never been to a festival, partly because good old-fashioned cricket.
Here comes a tennis player not understanding the rules of a sight screen. Yep, come this way, buddy.
I love it that he's gone backwards a little bit, as if that will make a difference.
There we go. That's all
right.
No, keep
That's
coming.
Okay.
You can come this way. You can come past us.
Yeah, you can come here. It's okay. All right. Making new friends.
Making new the tennis. How you going?
How'd you hit him? Good.
There's a lot of tennis courts
See,
here.
now I'm a racket sport person. Like, I know how to have the conversations. Now I've been playing paddle tennis. You know,
Oh,
so
please, Vinny.
yeah, we vibed then. Here's Morose. Basil just happy to retain the strike. Brings up the 50 partnership. And, well, the writing's on the wall for Master at the moment after 4 overs. They're halfway there. It's 50 without loss.
Not looking good. It is a fresh morning here in Malta, but nothing fresh about the batting display. They are smoking it to all parts. Really impressive hitting. Vinny, you know something I've discovered as well, the optimum place for a heat pack.
I'm scared about what you're going to say next, but tell me.
It was pretty fresh this morning. I've got one out. Where do you reckon I've got it situated?
You mean like a hand warmer?
Yeah.
I'm going to keep it civil, and I'm going to say in your pockets of your jacket?
No. Back of the neck, under the snood. I am so warm right now. This is the greatest thing that's ever happened.
Where are you getting these anyway?
Jules, mother, came over to Holland. She said, I know you're always cold on air. Here's some heat packs.
I need some. I was actually going to order some, like in bulk over...
In Cardamom this year, we should get a heater for that little refrigerator of a commentary box.
Yeah. One of my fantasies is to have a little bar fridge, though, in the commentary box. I don't think they would normally have those.
Shot. Oh, what a catch! He's held it. Well, a shot from the blue. He dives left-handed. That's a pluck and a half, Vinny.
In these conditions, I mean, you couldn't really take a better catch than that, I think. This is absolutely drilled at Arslan Ashad. So spin coming in. I think Khan's having a great game. That's absolutely walloped. And he takes it as easy as you like. And potentially that's a bit of cricket that could turn things around. Still plenty of work to do for Marsa, but they do take a wicket. And Boom has to go for 21. Well, the boom came, but it was Arslan Ashad that caught the boom. And Crusaders, let's hit a little mini speed hump in this chase. What a catch.
Yeah, the replay actually didn't give that justice. Looking up live, that was hit pretty hard. Didn't expect him to hold that. We've seen some goobers, it must be said, in the last week and a half. Some simple ones have been dropped, but that's one of the catches of the tournament. Well done, and does it open up a door for Marsa?
Going back to the chat, Julian saying it does look like a beautifully flat outfield. That's true, although something you wouldn't expect. There's these little holes that develop because these little, I can't remember what they are, little bugs or worms or something dig these holes. That's why you see the little birds around and they eat the bugs, but they have these holes which can get quite, they're little potholes. They're constantly working on it, so they keep it in great condition. It's a great complex, multi-sport complex here.
How many different sports do we have here? Rugby, cricket,
plenty.
tennis, padel, golf,
squash,
6.
There's a swim pool.
There's a snooker table. That counts. There's a vending machine with a Snickers.
Yeah.
That's been.
How do you know that? What else have we got? Goat Wrangler has a comment saying he's new to watching this. How much practice do these players undertake? What sort of coaching do they have? Well, that's a very good question. I'll tell you in a second. Takua comes out at 3. And he's pretty careful at the beginning. Johnny, he does get on it fairly quickly, but can't prevent the single. Yes, that's the thing in Europe in general, I suppose, because people have full-time jobs and things like that. I mean, the training is very limited. The facilities are pretty limited. Here in Master Sports Club, there are some nets. So sometimes they might have a net, but not really often. I mean, most of the practice they'll do is out there in the middle.
Yeah, and it sort of does depend on the time of year. Right now, February, I don't think anyone's had anywhere near enough practice. Whereas if you're coming and doing this series in July, people are probably into club training, matches, and then they're probably at their best peak.
And as far as coaching goes, I mean, the infrastructure isn't there really in most of continental European cricket to have coaches at the club level. It's a big heave from Bastian.
No, at club level, no.
Yeah,
Club level, it's very, very... You might get your captain will lead the sessions and a vice captain, but you wouldn't have a coach for a club.
Very rare. I've seen it a handful of times, but you got to realise we've dealt with hundreds of clubs. So I can only remember it. A very select amount of times there's been a kind of out-and-out coach. Kana, having a good morning.
When you say hundreds of clubs, good thought process here. How many clubs do you reckon we've put on the air now?
We can ask the robot this, but yeah, I think
we're talking about 1,000?
Or
is that too many?
I don't know if we're up to 1,000. But remember, we kind of revisit the same clubs a lot of times.
I know.
So I think it's around about 500.
Okay.
Like that.
Yep.
Give or take. Maybe the robot or one of the crew.
Well, how many countries have we been to?
20 something.
So then what, you average out 10 a country or?
It depends.
Shot!
That one takes a slight Tortuga. And you don't see too many Tortugas here, but Bastian throws the hands at this. Have a look at this bounce. That bounce. Just when we were saying as flat as you like, that one might have hit a wormhole. And it'll be 4 runs to the Crusaders.
Good shot, though. He kept his body weight back to play a back foot square drive. What a shot.
Backed his hands there, Bastians. He's one guy's a bit of a unit when he gets going, as I think you can tell from that shot.
Yeah, he is a big boy, isn't he? Last ball of the 5th over. Well bowled.
He is swinging a miss. So, yeah, kind of pretty good over. Only goes for 7. And the score at the end of 5 is 57 for 1. And don't forget, there's a lot of cricket happening at the moment. And if you want to get in touch, if you've got any questions, you can always let us know on our social media. Because we've got our profiles there. You can have a look at them. And so you can get Corey at @Ruckers_28.
Yeah, get us on the old social media if you want to slip into our DMs at any stage today from wherever you are around the world. Happy to answer any questions, talk about the cricket or what's going on in life.
Yeah.
Mostly about the cricket, though. Start of the 6th.
Here we go. Game in the balance. 43 to get off the second half. And what a catch. Well, 2 very good catches. And guess who? Niraj Khanna. He's having the game of his life here. I think he might have even mistimed that jump slightly. He was on the way down, but still he had the go-go gadget arms, and he takes the catch. Morose has a wicket. Maybe a twist in this game, 57 for 2.
Well, what's going on here at the Master Sports Club early on a Monday? 2 outstanding catches. That was more of an Olympic-style catch. Got both knees up high. Maybe he has a history in gymnasium. But you got to take your chances when you don't have many runs on the board.
Yeah, if that was a gymnastics routine at the Olympics, I think he sticks the landing, he does everything right there. It's a perfect 10 for me. And the Crusaders still got to get these. 43 required off 29 now. So about 9 and over, but yeah, great catch. And if you're gonna win this game, you better take your chances. That's 2 very good ones that Master have taken.
Yeah, I think on another day both of those would have been spilled. So nice to see the catches held. And good to see a bit of rhythmic gymnastics, one of my favourite sports.
What do you like, the ribbon? The big ball?
No, the ball. The ball when they're rolling around and it's flying. That is one of the most talented sports there is.
Yeah.
And, can say, very impressive teams.
Yeah. And you look at sometimes some of our players make the ball catching look a bit difficult. These guys are doing it with backflips and somersaults.
Mostly women, isn't it?
Yeah. I'd like to have a go at that.
Oh, play and miss first.
Now he's got the right-hander to bowl at as well. I think he's a different proposition, Morose, because he just really gets that right to left angle going.
You got an Olympic sport that sticks out for you that you just enjoy? Because the Olympics every 4 years, obviously.
Yes, I've got several. Got to admit, I quite like. You know what I really like watching? Weightlifting.
Yeah.
I like watching weightlifting. I'll give you another one: beach volleyball. I think beach volleyball is a pretty good one. But yeah, since I was a kid, the weightlifting fascinated me a little bit, how they try and psych themselves up. And yeah, you almost feel like you're lifting it as well. Yeah, every top ball helps here. And that, boy, there we go. I actually think he's probably out of his crease here, but he's not. Deliberately trying to get in the way of the ball.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
He just turned his back. He had a shy at the stumps. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but in probably lucky it hit him because...
Could have been close.
Yeah, he was out of his crease.
I find it hard to go past the 100-metre running, of course.
Oh, yeah.
That's the world
that's
event.
Classic.
But I actually like the disc shooting.
Oh, yeah, the skeet
shooting.
Yeah. 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 That's... in the Winter Olympics, I think the biathlon's interesting. It's cross-country skiing and shooting. Is this out? Well, Johnny likes it, but umpire walks away. Doesn't feel like that's out. Afikana having a bit of a nervy start, hit 4 dots, and he's coming out in a situation, obviously, where they need to keep things moving.
Well, Morose has almost delivered a wicket maiden here, Vin. If this is a dot ball, this will be a wicket maiden.
It won't be a dot. It's timed really well, but straight at the fielder. So it spoils the maiden, but still, just the over Marsa wanted. And just like that, Crusaders find themselves behind the rate. 4 overs to go. It's 58 for 2 and 42 required off the last 4 overs.
Still sort of feel Southern Crusaders are in control of this one. You've got 2 very dangerous batsmen at the crease. They're going to need a couple more wickets to get right into it, Marsa.
Hello to Jay Corderay, asking, did I do commentary for CATV? Well, no, not really, because I'd left the country.
Not as good a product, anyway.
Well, I'm not going to... I never cast aspersions on
I do.
On other cricket. Yeah, I know you do. I know a few people that have. Yeah, I know a few people. Also probably played a few games that were commentated on CA, doing their
CATV. Yep.
Yeah.
When did the test start? You were meant to give me that in the break. A few days?
Somebody will tell me in the chat. Yeah, I don't think it's just yet.
I'm all for T10 cricket and test cricket these days. I have nothing in between.
Okay.
It's either 5 days of sitting down or 90 minutes of sitting down. You choose.
I do like watching a test. But test is something, again, I used to be able to sit and glue my eyes to the TV, but I think sign of the times, I'll kind of glance at it and wait for something to happen. I think because everyone's got phones now. What else we got? Graham asking, when teams travel to a different country, who pays for travel? ECN, for example, pays for travel for the ECL, which is the Champions League of European Cricket. And
ECIs.
And the ECIs. In any internationals or the ECL, so obviously that includes the ECC, ECN pays for all the travel, accommodation and catering. So it actually, ECN makes a huge loss. I don't mind saying that. ECN is pumping money into European cricket as an investment into the future of the game. But they say, the ECN management, they do it because they think it's important to grow the game. If we don't do it, the game won't grow. So, yeah, what an opportunity for players, though, to basically be treated that way. And
it makes them feel a little bit more professional, doesn't it? It gives them a platform to showcase skills. And we've seen Europe grow massively in the last 5 years because of the ECN.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, lack of, I suppose, a big level of sponsorship to offset the cost at the moment is a bit of a hurdle. But, well done to everyone for keeping the lights on. And, looking forward to the ECL, which is only 3 weeks away, like we said. So, I mean, just think of that. 31 teams, get them there.
Did you get the graph ready? Do we have the ECL graph yet?
Probably I'll find in a minute. This is a wide full toss. More work for the fielder.
Good fielding.
Been making these stops. They get away with just a single there. And now that rate's crept up to around about 2 a ball required.
Just holding on, I reckon, Marsa here. I wouldn't say they're ahead with 8 wickets in hand. They need to remove these 2. I know Afikhan hasn't got out the box too quickly, but he can explode.
About a coin toss for me at the moment. Oh, another full toss. He's not going to get away with this one. And Bastians puts it on the roof. Maximo! Yeah, Kana, most things he's touched have turned to gold. This one, didn't see what it was. It disappeared too quickly.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's a Gundy ball. Kana's bowled really well, and then he throws up a loopy full toss, and it gets dispatched. That's what I mean. They're only 1 or 2 hits actually away from winning this game comfortably, so I still feel like the batting unit's ahead in this chase.
React asking, where can he buy a mud a day homes trip? You're not sure. They're commercially available. I like the enthusiasm, though. This one would have been a wide. That's probably a good result for Marsa. It's only 1, but it's end of the over. It's 68 for 2 after 7. Just quickly, Corey, before we go back to you. These same 2 teams will be playing in the second match, and as you can see, not too much between them at the moment. Southern Crusaders trying to make it 5 in a row. Meanwhile, Marsa, they are still searching for their first win. They might get it here. Who knows? News from the toss. Marsa winning the toss, electing to bat first. Let's see if they tinker with the openers. I think Kana batted so well. I'd be keen to put him right to the top. And that's coming up in around about 40 minutes' time.
Yeah, back-to-back fixtures, as we like to do. See these players again. We always see some topsy-turvy results. Huge over this. I think this over decides the game for me. It's going to be Mughal with the ball. And it's slow, it's steady, it's in the air, it's one bounce four. Here we go, Bastianaz, he's taking the game on.
Well, when you need double-digit run rate, which is what they need at the moment, it's very hard to do it without at least one boundary and an over. I think one boundary and an over probably puts you close to the rate. Just 3 overs to go. Bastianaz becomes a big wicket. Afi Khan just not finding his timing yet, but Bastianaz has been there and he's striking very well.
Oh, bowled. That's a better pace. The first ball was too slow, so he could adjust when it was back of a length.
So Harun Magal's bowling, I think they've noticed in taking the pace off has been a bit more of an effective tactic. So, yeah, it could be golden ball tingle time here.
Yeah, optimistic, Vinny.
Full toss. They've gotten away with a couple of these. They've got plenty of protection square of the wicket on the leg side. Okay, Bastianaz just hit one over one last over, but...
Right now, for me, the batting team should win this 8 out of 10 times still. I mean, 8 wickets in hand. They have a long batting lineup as well.
But I just feel that something has to change for Afi Khan for that to hold.
It'll come good.
I'd say 6 out of 10. I honestly think there's just a bit of it's not happening at the moment for the batting side. Steps across, gets another full toss. Again, just one. So, yeah, Afi, so one's better than none.
Yeah, that's good for Mughal because he gets to bowl to the left-hander.
Tell you what will be important, the 9th over. And we say it all happens in the 9th. The 9th over probably decides this cricket match for me. The 9th over in the first innings went for 23. Important, and that is Mohammad Sulaiman.
Well, the fielding's backed up the bowling. It's the only reason they've actually stayed in this game. They've fielded really well.
Yeah, the 2 catches they took, if Basil George is still there, this game's probably over by now. 2 catches they took and the ground fielding. They haven't really clanged one. Even the ball's hit hard. The fielders have done the job. Last ball of the over coming up. Punches this square of the wicket. And, well, right on cue. There's a fumble, but it won't cost him a boundary, but it will cost him a second. And now they're going to take on a third, which is a bit dodgy. And this would have been out, but they will get 3. So, well, the scramble coming. Afi. He's been falling behind the strike rate, but he goes 1, 2, 3. He'll move to 7. A rare triple takes us to the end of the 8th over. And the score is 78 for 2. That means they need 22 off the last 2.
Yeah, disappointing to give a 3 there. They're holding on. I'll give them credit at the moment, Master. For a team that's 0 and 4, they haven't dropped their heads at any stage. They're still in it.
Yeah. So here we go, over number 9. Yeah, it's a big over because whatever you get this over, you don't need in the 10th and vice versa. So it does seem like we're headed for a last over finish unless this over does go magical. Arslan Ashad is in the hot seat. And yeah, said they hadn't really fumbled any on the boundary. I just kind of call that a fumble or not, but allowed them a second and the second allowed them to try for a third. Good game.
Yeah, good game.
Well done to all the teams, though, for time as well. We haven't seen one time penalty or anyone really going close on time. Good morning to Lee Tuck as well. Good to see you in the chat. Can Marsa break their bogey and get on the board? Game's on a knife edge. Afi Khan faces up and clanks it down the pitch. It'll just be 1. And now it's time for Ryan to shine. 21 required off 11.
Well, the big man's on strike. He's 38 off 21. He's done a lot of hard work. Right now, he needs to set himself, back himself, and see if he can get a shot away here. 21 off 11.
Every ball important. Hits it hard, but he's on the ground. Stop needs to be made, and there it was. Well, I've put the proper jinx on, haven't I? Because I said that they've been very, very solid on the ground, and that one's just straight through the legs of Sulaiman. Cost them 4, and it keeps Bastianaz on strike. Costly error.
Well, yeah, that's 3 extra runs. It should be 20 off 10 right now, and Khan should be on strike. Big error. That could be the moment of the game. And he's been moved out of deep mid-off after one error. Rough.
The robot's gotten onto you here in the chat. I'll come back to that in a second. Some admin you need to take care of. 10 balls to go in this cricket match. Maybe not. There's a half an appeal at the end. And well, if Arshad's not convinced, the umpire's probably not going to be either. So it's a good comeback. Just seemed back a little bit past the inside edge. So the robot has said, can someone please ask Corey to fill out his travel plan sheet for the ECL or else he's buying his own flights?
Really?
Something for you to do in the break.
My flight's already sorted to Alicante, robot. I'll do that in the break.
Probably think or two here, but Bastian's just kind of trots through for one.
When did we have to fill out a travel sheet?
Nah, you're going to use the whole you're not getting the emails excuse again?
That was a legitimate... It's probably been sent to my wrong email again, robot.
Reacts, saying go the man cad here.
Well, I see. I don't mind...
Be aware.
If it's not a man cad, go the run out.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's like it's an offensive term, man cad. It is just a run out. Always has been a run out. Steps across, can't find the boundary.
Good job. Well, this has been an impressive over. Besides the 3 extra runs through the legs,
yeah.
If this ball doesn't go for a boundary, they've done a magnificent job to take it this deep.
Hello, Siraj. Great to have you with us as well. And that's the thing, you can have all the wickets in hand in the world, but it just depends what's happening out there in the middle.
Huge ball this, Vin. Huge ball. The man on strikes on 43, not out.
Steps across, hits it.
He's got it through.
Finds a gap. They'll probably get 2. They might get 4.
Well done.
It's a really good stop.
That's the man that misfielded it.
Yeah. Well, throws it away.
He's got a run out.
Oh, what's happened here? He thought it was 4, but it's not. He's going to be run out. Chaos. Well, they'll want to have a look at the boundary stop, but I don't think it's 4 at all. And then we'll have to have a look at the main camera to see who's out. But it looks like Bastians is the man. I just think he thought it went for 4, but it didn't. And in fact, just have a look here.
So this is going to be 4 or run out.
Unless I'm missing something there.
No, that's good.
He's fine there. To me,
that's good. His foot's up. That's
in the
fielding.
air.
Well done. That's the man that made the misfield for 4 earlier in the over.
And look, they run. Ryan thinks it's 4, and he's just wandering back at his own peril. He's just wandered back into trouble. And we'll see. Maybe we see that camera 1 from the very start. At what point did they think it was 4? That's the thing. Shades of Pakistan versus Australia with that.
Did they
run out.
Did they complete 1 run?
Yeah.
Did he actually did he touch his bat down in the other end?
Yeah, I think so. Like maybe we can see that whole camera 1 again, please, Elvira, just to confirm.
Yeah, very interesting.
But that's a mess, isn't it?
That was like Azhar Ali against Australia and
Tim
Payne noticed.
So I'm pretty sure they completed 1. I don't know if we got that again on the replay, but
what a mix-up that is.
What a weird bit of cricket.
He's played a good shot. It was good fielding. It should have been 2 runs, but he stopped running.
And that was the last ball of the over as well. So
Afi Khan, that means, is on strike.
Just waiting for confirmation of how that was scored. It seems clear because he was already walking back. Oh yeah, but did he touch his bat or not?
That's the thing for me.
I don't know if we could. Maybe we can go to the footage.
It's a little bit late now.
Yeah, but I mean...
So I'm pretty sure that's 1 and run out.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Here we go. Last over, Vin.
All right, let's go. It has been scored as 86. They need 14. So 14. 1 and run out.
Here we go.
As we thought.
I reckon golden ball's on.
I think, and McGall, he was bowling last time there was a golden ball here in Malta.
Not out.
Just outside the line, maybe. No, he's out. Well, maybe umpire's call on the impact probably was a bit of a risky shot from Afi Khan, but Harun McGall gets his man. This will be an interesting replay. It was coming back. Where does it hit him? That's the question. It's seaming back.
That's outside the line. That's a lucky one for Marsa. They needed a little bit of luck, but that's outside the line, Vinny.
And that's my instinct as well. I mean, I suppose maybe if any of the balls in line, it'd be umpire's call on impact. It certainly was very close. But, wow, right now, Marsa fighting back into contention. Afi Khan had an unhappy time here in match 29. He departs. It's 86 for 4 and 2 wickets and 2 balls.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think the umpires missed the batsman skipping across early. He took a big step outside off stump, and then he's gone forward, so the ball struck him outside the line. But, hey, 2 new batsmen, 14 off 5. This is Marsa's game to lose now. They're in control.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. There's a small chance it was
Vinny, stop looking at the rain. It doesn't matter anymore.
was,
Focus on this.
in line, but yeah, no, he did touch his bat. I was curious. Anyway, all right, here we go. So 14 off 5. Avishka comes to the crease. Can somebody be a hero for the Crusaders? They're behind in this cricket match now. Here's McGall. Full toss, hit, straight to the fielder.
Oh,
Rose
he shells
drops
it.
it. They'll get one. I suppose what he does do is he saves the boundary, so he's disappointed. He's picked up. That could have been a team hat trick right there.
Should have caught that. They've actually put him very straight. It's a position we're seeing used more and more, and he hit it straight down his throat, and he shelled it. 13 off 4. 14. 13. Oh, is that no ball?
It's high. It's got to be a no ball.
Oh, no way.
And it's gone for 6. Maximo. We'll see it from side on. I know he charges, but this seemed very high.
No way.
Oh, he charges a step. Oh.
No-y. I think
Probably
that's a no-y.
is.
Who's the match referee?
Yeah, well, Tyrone's going to have to decide.
That's a no-y for me.
They have called these pretty consistently, but he does dance quite a bit. And
Do you want to show?
Harun's a slow bowler.
I think they're going to have
Maybe
another look.
Maybe
Have a look at that side on. That is so tight, or is he going to get away with it?
They might want to have one more look at it here.
I think this is match-defining decision.
Could be, because it's an extra delivery and an extra run, and will make the next ball a free hit. I mean,
It's been signalled. It's a no ball. Great. It's the right decision. It's near the waist height. It's a 7.
oh,
They're ahead.
Wow.
It's a free hit, Vincenzo.
Wow.
They needed 13 off 4. They need 6 off 4.
This is absolutely crazy stuff. Free hit, and they're going to hit and run. Why not?
Don't throw it. Oh, easy. So now they need, I've got it as 5 off 3. Am I correct?
5 off 3. You're exactly right. 5 runs off 3 balls. Golden ball could be on here. Harun McGall, he was bowling literally last time there was a golden ball here in Malta. Takes all the pace off. He takes it on, and it is game, set, match. Maximo. And Marsa, oh, well, they don't even realise the game's over yet. But this is going to be it. And the Crusaders don't realise either. There's all sorts of chaos going on. But
Game over.
that is all she wrote. And Marsa, well, they were ahead, but it was only for a fleeting moment, like someone that found the winning lottery ticket and then had it blown away down the drain. Marsa go 0-5. Drama here as the Crusaders win with 2 balls to spare.
It's not often one ball defines a game, but unfortunately the no ball 6 has just twisted it. It was 13 off 4. A bowling team usually wins that 9 out of 10 times, and a no ball 6 has changed the game completely.
Bucking the odds, and so 99 isn't enough. The Crusaders, I think they'll be relieved. They get one over the defending champions. They go 5 in a row now, and Marsa 5 in a row for all the wrong reasons.
Credit to Spring Productions and the match referee for actually calling that. I think I've been involved in a lot of games where we might have missed it, but to call that, it's a big decision. It's the right decision. It was a no ball, and that's changed the game completely.
The thing is, if there's doubt on that, the instruction is that it goes to the batter, because you shouldn't be bowling balls that high. And you look at everything now and you start to analyse everything. Sliding doors moment. Harun McGall was frustrated. Most of the fielding was really good, though. I mean, when they had the chance, Boom Boom Basil and Ryan Bastiance, the 2 left-handers, came out there to open the innings. Basil went to an absolute stunner of a catch from Arshad. And Marsa, they'll feel, you know, they played reasonably well, but it still wasn't enough to get the victory. That was the one that now comes back to bite you as well. This was just a crazy bit of cricket where they touched for 1, and Ryan thinks it's gone for 4, and he said, what? And it wasn't even close, really, to be honest. Johnny Grimmer, he was all over it, and when it came down to the last, it was a funny one, wasn't it? Because that one didn't go the batter's way. Later on, we'll see. This drop catch, and then also the next one did go the batter's way. So it's kind of swings and roundabouts with the marginal decisions in this last over as well.
This was the big one. The no ball 6 just completely flipped it. He's just got it all wrong.
Yeah, and
completely.
then Avishka, he actually comes out. They needed 5 to win.
You don't bowl a lollipop like that. I'm sorry. There is never a right time to bowl a juicy lollipop.
I mean,
that's what we
judging that by the result. He takes the pace off, I suppose. This is what's coming up. Match number 30, and it's coming up in around about 25 minutes' time. Southern Crusaders, they really need to get... Marsa really need to win. Southern Crusaders, they'll be pretty happy if they can keep the way they're going. They're 5 in a row. They want to make it 6. Let's have a look at the scorecard. 44 for Bastian, so he's run out in bizarre circumstances. Apart from that, Basil George with 21. Avishka came out and won the game. Both him and Yusuf only using 2 balls, but each getting 7 runs. Every run was crucial. And the Crusaders getting home with 2 balls to spare. Afi Khan just had a bit of an off day, didn't he? Ended up 9 off 13 before he was dismissed. But maybe that was a blessing in disguise when you look at how things panned out. Wickets for Faisal Moroz as well as Niraj Khanna and Magal. Although Magal has the best and the worst. Pretty consistent bowling performance really from Marsa. But in the end, it wasn't enough. They will be batting first though when we return for match 30. Time for a cup of tea and time to take a breath. We'll be back with more cricket. That's just the first of 6 matches you'll see today on ECN. Until then, it's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. Hope you're enjoying your new Monday morning. We'll be back soon with more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Malta. Loving the sunshine here. Tell you what, Mondays, some people don't like them. I don't mind them when the weather is like this. And now we're heading into the second leg of the double header between Malta Cricket Club, the hosts. They're taking on the Southern Crusaders. Let's see what happens at the toss. Tyrone Peters has the two captains.
Welcome to the second game of the day between the Southern Crusaders and the Malta Sports Club. Malta Sports Club to call. Get your heads, sir, not your tails.
Tails.
Tails is the call. Oopsie daisy. It's tail.
We will have a bat again.
You can have a bat.
So Noah Kostler, he was standing in for Harun Magal at the toss. He wins the toss and decides that he wants to bat. And look, at the top of the order, Noel's been a bit hit and miss, to be honest. Had some good shots. I think the in-betweens have been the problem. Just a few dot balls. He got out fending. Probably will see him at the top of the order again, you'd imagine. Although they might go for someone like Niraj Khanna straight away because he hit the ball very crisply in the first match where Malta did put 99 on the board. But yeah, but 100 as a target against these Southern Crusaders. You know, they do have a lot of batting talent in there. So, you know, all important games here, particularly for Malta, who find themselves at the wrong end of the ladder. The Crusaders, I think they'll be pretty determined to get these 2 points in match 30. Let's go over to Corey Ruckers as we get ready for the first ball. The news from the toss in match number 30 is that Malta, they've won the toss. They're going to have a bat.
Hello and welcome back everyone to sunny Malta, a little island in the Mediterranean where we've brought the cameras and the crew and the cricket, and we're filming more and more ECN Network T10 action. Game 2 today. Let's have a look. Crusaders versus Malta. Malta haven't won a game. They haven't had much luck go their way. They almost won the match this morning. The opposition needed 13 off 4. Next thing you know, no ball 6, and they lose. Southern Crusaders, they have won every game. So they'll be hoping to continue on their merry way. Will Malta be able to cause an upset? I'm not so sure. Here with myself, Corey Ruckers, and Vinny Sandhu here for this one. Mr. Maximo will be back with us in a moment as we wait for the countdown and the first ball of this match. Weather conditions 9 degrees, sunny, slight breeze left to right. Pretty good for cricket, especially those that have hand warmers. But no rain, and pretty lucky to be playing cricket live on the air in Europe at this time of year. Not many countries, I think, have a bit of sunshine at this time. I was just in the Netherlands and it was pouring rain. So very happy to be out here in Malta. As we wait for the last few moments before we start this one, welcome back all our viewers in India via FanCode and everyone on YouTube and via the YouTube chat. I think we've got a few special guests that are tuning in as well from all over in different parts of the world. We're almost ready for ball 1 in this one. It's going to be Gulfraz Masi with his right arm swing. Umpire says play. Here we go. First ball, game 2 on this sunny Monday. Laced straight to cover. And they'll take a dot ball. Malta in the earlier match, as I mentioned, got themselves to 100. Couldn't defend it. They were oh so close. Would have been an upset victory. Time pushed into the offside, so we'll start with 2 dot balls, and not a nice way to start as a batsman. Always puts a little bit of pressure on yourself. He'll be thinking boundary now, Will Kostler. And that could be out, and well, tell you what, was there a slight inside edge? We're going to have a closer look at this. There was a big appeal. I'm going to say umpire's call leg stump. I can understand why he's not given that out. So 3 dot balls to start now. Pressure mounting. And there's the pressure released. Edge for 4. It gets there. Doesn't matter how you get him, you just got to get him. It's a wide half volley. He catches up with it, but it is an edge that flies away. Most teams haven't started with the third man in this competition. So he gets away with that. Little bit of luck, but you create your own luck in every format of cricket. Marcy hasn't got as much swing in this game as he did in the earlier one today. Nice start for him, only 4 of his first 4 deliveries. hit hard down the ground. That's a better looking shot. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 4. Thanks for coming. Over pitch from Marcy, who's trying to get some swing. It swung straight off the middle of the bat. That's a better looking stroke. Marcy with 2 boundaries now to start this T10 fixture. They'll be disappointed from that loss earlier today. They'll need to pick up the pieces pretty quickly. This time off the pad, balloons up to Afi Khan, the keeper, who does the mopping up. And 2 boundaries off the first over. The score is 8 for none. As we take a look at the run rates per day, and well, you can see the average overall score so far in this ECS, 9.3, 93 runs per 10 overs. I think it's been a little bit under what I would have thought it would have been on a quick outfield, but maybe the weather's played some part of that. And as we welcome back good friend, co-commentator, Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, interesting numbers there, isn't it? With 93 pass score, only one day where it's been over 10 and over.
Surprising, actually. I would have thought it'd be a bit more.
Maybe the outfield having something to do with it?
Nah, the outfield's okay. The outfield's okay. I think the bowling's been a little bit better than the batting as Basil George starts the second, and he is respectfully played into the offside. Yeah, I just feel that the bowling level's been a little bit better than the batting level here in Malta. Yeah, a lot of batsmen have had glimpses and shown signs of playing an innings of substance, you could say, but they just haven't gone on with it.
Yeah, it's true. We've seen people getting out after making some good starts. Tell you who really needs a win, Marsa. I mean, shades of England 11 in the ECC Championship week. The defending champions lost their first 4 games then. Marsa have now lost their first 6. I suppose the only saving grace for Marsa is that there's 18 group matches here. So 18 round robin matches. Gives them a chance to turn things around.
18 T10s.
Yeah, I'll want to do it sooner rather than later. Basil opening up. Oh. Let's have a look at this again. If he hasn't hit this is really close. I think his swing's a bit, look.
It's going down for me, Vin.
Yeah, but it's worth a shout.
Nah.
I actually think that's hitting.
I think the one in the first over was a bit closer.
I think there's doubt, but I reckon that's hitting.
You're an over-appealer, though, at the best of times.
No, never. No, this one, no need to appeal for it. Just raise your arms, umpire. Maximo Mughal off the mark with 6.
Yeah, laced. Absolutely laced. It was a pretty unconventional looking shot. Just sort of stood still and went with the swivel pull. 6 runs. First Maximo of this game.
Yeah, Marsa. Who can be the one to turn them around? Is it Mughal? Again, if he gets on a heater, he's really hard to stop. I think Southern Crusaders chased 100 despite losing a couple of their key players. Basil George went to a stunning catch. The other one was Afi Khan, who just had a bit of an off innings. He's behind the stumps at the moment, Afi. This one I will give you is missing. Going down the leg
sure
side.
You don't want to appeal for that as well, Vinny? You're a keeper by trade.
Just saying that
Keepers are notorious for over-appealing.
I was less an over-appealer and more a strategic appealer. I think I sometimes had a bit of a theory. Third appeal's always out. We had 2 big appeals.
Yeah.
Third one, I knew it was a matter if it's even close.
I could tell you it's one thing about Dutch cricket. If you appeal loud enough in front of a Dutch umpire, they start to panic and then they'll just walk to square leg and talk to the other umpire.
Oh, really?
I've seen some of the most rogue decisions in the Netherlands.
Third appeal out is scientific. I think it's hitting the pads. See you later. And there's another thing which some of my tail end friends would say after this.
Catch it.
Which is a chance and is taken. So catching has been pretty good today for the most part. So Mughal swings to the leg side. That's his favourite shot. That's his bread and butter. But unfortunately, he has picked out the man. And it was a pretty decent catch out there. Avishka has got a good set of hands. So Vanya Mughal goes 6 and out. The score 16 for 1.
Just didn't get it. He clothed it. Unfortunately, a couple more metres would have been a 6. And he'll have to go. Marsa's worries continue in this tournament.
Riat saying Basil has all the time in the world, spelling it Thyme. So it's a little bit of a Herb joke.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, very clever.
There, go on. What's your theory on the 3 appeals?
3 appeals. Oh no, so 3 appeals is one of my theories. The other one is if number 11s get hit on the pads, they are always out.
Yeah, it's pretty rough to
and
be a number
part of
11.
that is umpires wanting to go home early. So if there's a 50-50, all my number 11 friends said, hey, if that was you guys, saying the top order, you'd never be out. I was like, yeah, you're number 11. You know,
Yeah.
you're just basically wasting time.
Honestly, you need to see the umpires in the Dutch league. Phenomenally bad.
I love a meaningless conference. What do you think they're saying to each other when they come together?
Oh no! So there'll be a court. There'll be a court behind at second slip, which is carried clearly at waist high, and then they'll go talk to square leg just out of pure panic.
Yeah.
There's a weird broken Dutch cricket. Yeah, it's hard to describe.
Thanks for the insight. Last ball, the over. Basil gets it back and prevents the run. Kana is having a good day. He is out there a bit quicker than I think he anticipated. It's 16 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, Basil picks up wickets for fun. Good to watch Pat later as well.
Jay Corduroy's got a bit of a blast from the past. He says, Vinny, views on fellow West Australian keeper Tim Zura.
That's an old name.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look at the table first. Crusaders, they can actually go to the top of the table with a win here. Sweet United will see them playing Gozo Zalmi this afternoon. So only one team will be undefeated, maybe none at the end of the day out of those two. So very interesting day of play. Gulfras Messi is going to continue here in the 3rd over. Last over of the power play. It's hit straight and it will just bounce in front of the line. It'll be 4 runs, but yeah, you got to say there's actually 2 fielders. There's one in the infield, one in the outfield, both similar angles. Good camera work there. Noel, maybe this is the innings where it all comes together for him. He gets 4 runs.
Yeah, it's almost like the double mid-on fielding position, but he still gets it away for 4. Nice shot.
So yeah, Tim Zura. Also, I saw a fair bit of him playing for Western Australia when I was growing up. He also, do you remember this? He was actually a decent leg spinner, and he went on the Ashes tour. I think it might have been '89. He went as the second keeper, and he used to just bowl leg spin when they played counties. He was cleaning up. He led the bowling averages on that tour for all the first-class games. And then he would sometimes then bowl leggies for Western Australia, and they would hand the keeping to Mike Valletta, who kept a little bit even for Australia, actually. And then so it got a bit crazy at one point.
Shot.
Cracked through the offside. Nice shot. Kostler, maybe a bit of rhythm for the first time creeping into his game. He moves to 16 with a blast of a cover drive.
That's a flat bat bully type of shot. Any width, you got to let the hands go. 4 runs.
So the scoreboard at the Wacker, the good old-fashioned scoreboard that you'd remember probably, had 1 to 10, then WK for wicketkeeper. And it threw the whole system into chaos when he took the pads off and started bowling, and they didn't know whether to put him bowled by wicketkeeper or not, and it was just confusion. And Kostler now picks this up pretty quickly, and this will be another boundary. So the last over the power play bearing fruit, and Noel, now it's nice to see things slowly coming together. I suppose he has spent a lot of time at the crease, so that's probably a good thing, even though it hasn't always been plain sailing for him. But 3 boundaries in the over.
Yeah, good batting. 3 different shots, one through mid-on, through the covers, and then this time through mid-wicket. Kostler, he's raced to 20 off 10.
3 boundaries and 4 balls in this over, and Kostler faces up again. Now he goes straight. This will take some stopping as well. A 4th boundary in the over. Noel Kostler, it just seems a little bit more relaxed now. I don't know what it is. Maybe the lack of pressure, because he has kind of lifted that burden off himself now. This is turning into a pretty good power play for Marsa.
Yeah, what I like is hit 4 boundaries to 4 different areas, so he's just playing the ball on merit.
Yeah.
There's quite a lot of keepers, though, that have taken the old gloves off and over. Donny did it. I think Matty Wade did it a bit.
Matty Wade did it. And
AB de Villiers did it.
So how they solved it is on the Wacker scoreboard, they actually made it just 1 to 11, not 1 to 10, and then WK for wicketkeeper. Last ball of the power play coming up. And this isn't a bad result because Kostler will retain the strike. 17 come off the over. And it's 33 for 1 after 3. Yeah, so Mike Valletta, who is the opening batsman, he would normally wicket keep if Tim Zura was bowling. But then sometimes it'd be towards the end of the innings and they'd say, okay, actually, because you have to bat soon, we don't want you keeping because it'll tire you out. So they get Damien Martin to keep. So they'd have 3 keepers in innings sometimes. Rare at first class level. And I was a converted bowler, so there was one time we actually had a grand final, and I hadn't bowled all season, and our opening bowler got injured literally the night before the grand final.
How did he get injured?
I don't know, but he was quick. He was wild thing. He's another guy that once hit a short leg, and he was known for bowling beamers accidentally, and it was scary. Right?
Yeah.
This is when I was up and coming, so I was down the grades a little bit. Basil George coming on to bowl over number 4. Pretty good ball. Kostler keeps it out. Yeah, so I I bowled in the grand final, and it was a bit crazy. And then after 1 hour, switched and went to keeping.
I like it.
It's a little bit village when you have that.
It feels village, but it does happen.
To be honest, it's no different to being an all-rounder, like a batter keeper.
Yeah.
It doesn't really happen in cricket.
Well, I hate to say this. Last year in VOC top class game,
Yeah.
I got my one call up for the year. Scotty Edwards decided not to don the gloves and said, give me the ball. And then none for 90 off 12 overs, came in, took 3 for 10. Bowling these left arm awfuls.
So I didn't even know he throws left-handed.
Oh, yeah, Flickingtons.
Yeah, got a run though, Niraj. He does, and he gets a single.
I think keepers have a golden touch when you give them the ball as well.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, the batsman doesn't want to get out to a wicket keeper, so he gets a little bit too tight and doesn't play freely.
It's just like when people wicket keep that aren't normally wicket keepers, they get a bit excited, I think, when there's an opportunity. And same goes if keepers ever do get a chance to bowl. Oh, that doesn't really bounce at all, but just misses leg stump.
Yeah, what shots he's playing? You've got to ask yourself, what's he trying to do
here?
here?
He goes to drive, but then last moment he realises it's just shot. I haven't really seen any keeping low on this pitch. Yeah, but so when you think about it, batting and bowling, they're not really related cricket skills at all. So I guess keeping and bowling. Why couldn't you do both? I suppose practically it's difficult. That's the thing.
Physically.
Oh, no. There's a total disaster here. Should be run out, and he's going to be gone. So Kostler finds some rhythm, and then just a complete communication breakdown, and he's going to be run out. It's a tough one because Khanna, he's been the batter of the day for Master, so he wants to stay that. He's new to the crease, but Kostler, this time,
Vinny.
Master, just when things are going right. You know, some people have a fear of success. Well, that's what's happening with Master at the moment.
This is Khanna's fault. He stayed glued in the crease. It wasn't his call. Kostler was running to the danger end, but he never left the crease.
Let's see how this goes.
Watch this. Look, he's not watching his partner. He's watching the ball. It's like under 12s cricket.
Can we wind that back a little bit more? Because I'd be curious to see how that happens.
Kostler's lost it at him as well, and I don't blame him.
Yeah.
There was definitely 2 there.
Yeah, Khanna.
Okay,
Yeah, you called it. I mean, it's a simple tip that I would give people. Watch your partner running between the wickets. It's actually more important than watching the ball. And there was a bit of the see no evil, hear no evil there. Khanna was off in the own world, and he just turned his back and said, geez, I hope those footsteps aren't getting closer.
Oh, no, not again. I'll scamper through for a single. Yeah, unfortunately, mistakes happen, mishaps happen, but that's a big one.
So now we're watching Marsa once again, slightly in disarray, but I mean they do have Khanna there. He's having a good day so far.
Yeah, he needs to go on with it now. He's put himself under the pump a little bit with that run out. And this time a steady looking drive down the ground for a single. Does take us to the end of the first 4 overs. You sort of feel like the Southern Crusaders are ahead. The score is 38 for 2. So 38 for 2. 6 overs to go still in this T10 match. Can they get themselves to 100? There's a bit of batting to come with the Shard and Mughal, the captain, at 5 and 6. Bit of a long tail though, if I'm honest. They really need someone, probably Khanna, the man who's been in form, involved in a mix-up. He needs to go on with it here if he can. Changing the bowling, it seems, as well. Might be time for a little bit of medium pace. Zishan Yusuf with the ball in hand. Wow, what a mix-up that was with the run-out. Does happen, though, in every format of cricket. I think Inzamam al-Haq might be the most run-out person ever in Test cricket. Something like 40 times or something crazy. Anyway, back to the action. And a wild play and miss and a pretty poor appeal. Definitely, he has got a smile on his face. I think he knows there wasn't an edge there. Just got caught up in the moment of beating the bat. Short ball again, and Hoyt, it must be said, down the ground. It's just a single. The story of Masters tournament, that run out. I think it sort of sums up what's been going on for them. They're a good side, the reigning champions, but currently they're 0-5. And I said earlier in the day, losing's a habit as much as winning's a habit. They just can't get out of this rut. As that's mistimed into the leg side now. And see a nice message from Manus in the chat. Corius or Ravi Panchal won player of the tournament or match award yesterday at Le Mans Club. He said they were playing a tough team from Ireland, and that should hold him in good stead for the Ironman Series. Yep, spoke to Ravi last night. He's happy. I believe he made a match-winning 50, and so did Adam Algar. So good to see some of the Spanish boys in form as that is hit straight to the fielder, and he shells it. Well, that should have been caught. That hit the hands pretty hard, and he spits the dummy, throws the hat, has a little cry to himself, but you can't do much. He should have caught that, went straight to him, and bang! Hardest hands in the world. Almost stood on the rope for 4, and he's been drawn out the position. He's had to run from deep mid-wicket. Here he comes across your screen. He's been pulled from deep mid-wicket to short third man. Oh, they don't let you hide anywhere, especially when the game's live on the air. Wouldn't want this ball to be edged to you now. He hits it to deep mid-wicket where he was standing. I always find that's a little bit harsh when you drop a catch and then you get made to run over the opposite side of the field. Not easy. Last ball of the 5th. Oh, it's a giant full toss. No ball's called. It's not out. Run him out. And he doesn't run him out. He thinks it's out. And now he realises and he's in his crease. And here comes the confusion on Zishan's face. It's a no ball if it's above waist height. And now he's realising he should have gone for the run out. Caught it there and thought he'd done a good job. But unfortunately, it's a no ball. It was called early. I could hear it through the effects mic. Could have got a run out though. Unfortunately, it's going to be a free hit. And the free hit's hit down to deep mid-wicket. Should just settle for the single this time. Which they do. So it does take us to the end of 5 overs. At the moment, Southern Crusaders, they're in control, I think. 45 for 2. As we take a look at what's coming up in 2023 and some international T10 cricket. Let's start on the left of our screen. Spain, Austria, Malta. We've spoken about quite a bit. Both 3 national teams playing in a T10I weekend pretty soon, actually. All the boys flying out. And over there, the women's. Netherlands, Italy, Sweden, and Gibraltar. Gibraltar are the hosts. Women T10Is for the very first time anywhere. Super exciting concept. 7 national teams over a week. I can't wait to bring you all of this action. No, Vinny will be flying to Gibraltar to bring us the action from there.
It's going to be super exciting, isn't it? And who knows? I haven't seen the fixtures yet. Every chance you might have the first ever ECI T10 match. So, yeah, stay tuned. So there's going to be Saturday and Sunday, not this weekend, next weekend. 9 matches there. And then it'll be 12 matches in the women's ECI. And the first time we've ever seen T10 international women's cricket. Another big step forward in the game here in Europe. Super excited for that.
I'm sure the girls are very excited. And the Netherlands going. I mean, that's quite a major nation playing in that. So very exciting for them.
Absolutely. Rahman got the treatment a little bit in his second over before. Went for 23.
They're a very talented team, the Dutch women's team. I know quite a few of them personally.
And they've probably got a bit more depth, perhaps, of that top-level cricket. I know that you've been really closely involved with some of those players. Bowled him. And so Rahman, he gets this one through Suleiman. Maybe keeps a little bit low again, but really, maybe just that Suleiman getting carried away. I think it would have bounced a bit more. And so Massa lose a 3rd wicket now. Suleiman goes for 5, and it's 47 for 3.
Oh, Massa. Unfortunately, they just haven't been able to put together a few good overs in succession without losing wickets. This time, it's dragged down a little bit, but it's quicker, flatter, and he bowls him.
Yeah.
So you're off to Gibraltar. What are you doing?
So I'm lucky enough, fortunate enough that I'll be able to do all the European Cricket Internationals. So
you're doing the men's and then flying off to the women's?
Yeah. So do Saturday and Sunday here. I'll be sad to leave Malta because obviously I will have done 3 weeks of this series here, but I just think it's a real opportunity to go and to be present for our first ever T10 International women's match. Here's the wrist spinner from Mahbub Rahman. Yeah, so I'll do Sunday afternoon, and then in the evening I actually go to Gibraltar via London, actually. Spend the night in Gatwick Airport.
Oh, how romantic.
In a little pod. I've got about 5 or 6. I think I get there 11 p.m. and I fly out at 7 a.m. straight to Gibraltar. So I'm excited to land at Gibraltar Airport. Do you know why?
Why?
We know that Gibraltar, it's only 5 kilometres long and about 1 kilometre wide. And the airport, it's basically right in the border with Spain. But what happens, it's right in the sea as well. And it's actually, people walk across the runway most of the day. Only 3 flights land there a day, I think. I'll tell you a bit more in a second. There's the wrist spinner again. Well bowled by Rahman. Into the 6th over. 49 for 3. Harun Magal's out there now. The janitor has to clean up a little bit of a mess again. Yeah, so literally it's like, like a pedestrian crossing at a road. It says, okay, hold on. Stop walking. There's a plane coming in.
Really?
Now, that's the only place in the world that I've ever been where people can walk along the runway and it's a street and they're like, hold on. One of the planes is coming in, and it's like beep, 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 like the boom gates go up, plane comes in, and it's right next to all this infrastructure. So there's like a football ground right next to the runway, and they were telling me that when the plane comes in, the ball starts blowing around. So like because of the wind of the jet landing.
That must be one of the most odd landings ever.
So I'm flying into Gib for the first time. Smacked away.
Have you ever had an odd landing anywhere before?
I've been pretty fortunate.
I flew down. We were going down to Africa, and we were meant to be going to Zimbabwe. And then the pilot goes, "Oh, we're stopping in Zambia."
Yeah.
And we put up to a petrol station off the plane. It's like putting a fuel thing in the tank. We're all on the flight from Zambia to Zimbabwe.
It's very casual. Straight down the ground. Should just be 1 if he does his job here. Basil does, as he does so often. Yeah, so Simon, hello to you. And he reminded me of another thing, due to the terrain and also for some kind of political reasons, planes need to do a sharp turn coming in. Best wishes from Simon, who did some commentary with us in Germany. I thought he meant best of luck with that sharp turn.
Well bowled.
Yeah, well bowled. Definitely wasn't a wide. Ratner getting a bowl now in the 7th. Yeah, so it looks like it'll be an interesting landing for me in Gibraltar. So it's a real sharp turn to get on the runway.
I hope you make it.
Actually, thank you. So do I. Actually heard that pilots actually have to do some special training to land there as well.
Really?
Yeah. So they must be pretty experienced if they're doing it. It's a heave and a half from Kana. I just wonder if that run-out's rattled him a little bit. He batted so well last time, but he's bogged down. He's 8 off 13 now. Yeah. And with a third of the innings to go, I feel like Master needs to do something soon. Around 76 pace at the moment.
Yeah, something's got to give. Can he get one away for a boundary?
Well, he tries, and it's going to be real touch and go. Fielder comes back, and it's going to be 6. Maximo. Well, Kana throws caution to the wind. Ryan Bastian did all he could. He bent himself back Matrix style, but Niraj gets just enough. 6 runs. Important runs for Masa.
Good lob wedge that. He's got that 50 metres and a half, and that's enough. 6 runs. Much needed.
Good comeback from Senvaratna. Gets chopped back into the ground. It's the end of 7 overs, and it is 57 for 3. Coming up tonight, we have more cricket coming your way. Rugby CC against Pirates. Well, just the 2 matches there tonight. Good news is it's pretty much straight after play here. So you get 6 straight here on ECN. And the Pirates will be looking to do a number on Rugby CC. Both those teams kind of hanging in the middle. And it's important to try and get the top 2 there in Gibraltar because it's a straight 1 versus 2 final and then a 3rd place playoff. And we do get to the end of the round robin matches. Anyway, here's Rahman. He's going to start with a ball which has turned around the corner for a single. Yeah, Rico full. He's standing by. And so he's enjoying his time in Gibraltar as well. It's a very unique place. I hope you get to go there one day.
I've never been personally. I'm sure there'll be a stage of my life.
Great facility.
Still plenty of countries I want to get to in Europe.
Another cool multi-sport facility there actually. In the air. This time it's pretty convincing from Kana, who's broken out of his funk, and he moves to 20 Maximo. 6 more runs to Masa.
Yeah, he says, get the funk out of my face, and he lovely lacing of the ball. 6 runs. That's 2 sixes in his last 2 deliveries.
Dave's asking, And Marsa had a bit of a team overhaul since becoming champions. I wouldn't say overhaul. They certainly have lost a couple of players over the last couple of years, which have been good for them, like Zishan Khan. It's gone to Gozo Zalmi, Fazil Rahman as well. To Gozo Zalmi.
Oh, he's missed it.
Well, Basil, I talked him up. I said when he does his job, which he normally does, and Basil's just had
a bit
of a blooper moment, hasn't he? And look, Marsa, they've with a few good shots and a bit of good luck, they've slowly got this innings back on track.
That's a proper Christmas gift. What a mistake that is.
Yeah, Kana will take it, and suddenly he's 24 of 17. What strike rate problems? Rahman, once again, right on the money. Not his fault. That goes for one. Yeah, so a lot of people say that ground in Gibraltar, got the night cricket at the moment, they say it looks like a video game. If you look at the highlights from Gibraltar, because the artificial turf.
You know what looks like a video game?
Our coin tosses.
Our coin tosses. Yeah, when the match referee and just two captains is exactly like Shane Warne 99. Or EA Sports early cricket games. You would just have the captain, two captains and a match referee, and it's filmed even the same. It's unbelievable.
England have won the toss and elected to bat. Remember when there used to be glitches in those games? Goes after it straight. Does he have enough? Basil trying to make up for it. Oh, he makes a meal of it. It goes for 4. He had to play on that. Had to slap it back Karate Kid style. Been set another boundary. So poor Mahbub Rahman, he's going to end up going for 16 in that over. And the score, 73 for 3 after 8. Just the over Marsa needed.
Yeah, unfortunately, Basil tapped that one back into his big jumper and it went over the rope for 4. Could have saved 2 boundaries in that over. And look at the power play. The Manhattan.
You can look at the power play if you want.
Oh, well, 8-17. But no, 16 runs, much needed.
Yeah, you can see how they just kind of lost their way in the middle overs until that moment. Simon's asking about tournaments in Germany this year. I can tell you it's a draft schedule when we're looking this far ahead. But let me just have a little bit of a peek for you. I'll see if I can get you some specific dates.
Marnus in the chat saying, imagine an EA ECN 24. That would be elite.
Oh, please.
The fun part about that is because we see cricketers of all levels and you give a player a rating, you might find some cricketers with some seriously poor ratings and some seriously high ones.
Yeah, exactly. I remember the glitches like, and he's gone, and 6, and out. Remember?
Shane Warne 99 was the greatest cricket game there ever was.
Oh! Full toss, and adios pelota. This one's out of here. They'll probably want to look at this from side on.
Look at it.
Because Harun got pinged for one of these earlier when he was bowling.
I think that's a no.
I think it's a no ball too. We'll see it from camera 3. But yeah, again, full toss. We'll slow this down as much as we can.
Or maybe not this time.
Maybe not.
I don't mind if it's given though, because I like the umpires to be aggressive with this.
Yeah, no, it's just 6.
Yeah.
I think it's fractionally below the waist. Again, if it's waist higher above, for me the waist is the where your belt would be, where your belt
Tell you
would
what,
be.
Tyrone Peters is match referee.
Well, wait for this next part of the sentence. But first, we'll watch 4 more runs from Magal. The janitor does it again. He moves Master up to 78, heaving across the line to the leg side.
Runs are coming. Nice shot. Slog sweepers. He gets 4. Well, what I was saying, Tyrone Peters as match referee has been spot on with the no ball calls, when to call them, when to not, and it's a bit more aggressive. I don't know what was going on at the ECC last year or ECLs or whoever, but they were never being called. And now we're clearing it up.
Say never, but
pretty poorly.
Speaking of clearing it up, here's the janitor, Harun Magal. And it has to be a one-hopper. Basil, if he was... Oh, Harun doesn't run because he doesn't like running. Have a look at this from camera 1. Harun takes a long time to get going, to get out of the blocks. He says, please go for 4, please go for 4.
What's he doing?
Well, he was praying that it was going to go for 4. In the end, he gets through for 1.
Is Tyrone match referee at the ECL?
I'm not sure. I think he'll be umpiring. Swing and a miss this time. All happening in the 9th. Simon, what dates? This is what I've got on the calendar at the moment. Dresden for 2 weeks starting the 14th of August and Krefeld for 2 weeks starting the 28th of August. That's on the calendar. Subject to change, though, because it's that far ahead. But, Simon, if you want to have something to pencil in, then hopefully that's useful information for you. 2 to come in this over.
Oh.
I'm going to say, look.
Oh, go on. Good running. You got to go. Oh, well. See you later.
Oh, that's actually pretty close, but I think he's just in. But Harun's got a habit of getting run out.
So you can go on the fumble there.
Yeah. But again, Kana, he's not looking at his partner. This is really close, you know. He flicks it on quickly to the stumps.
safe.
I think he's just in.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't even know if Paul the stump's there. Might have been the hand. Anyway, it won't be out. It won't be a run either. Yeah, Kana's just got to pick up one tip, and that is watch your partner. The ball's behind him. The partner's watching. It's his job to get down the other end. It'll be a dot. So into the over 85 for 3.
Look at that. 8 minutes left on the clock.
That's what I was going to say.
They have been sensational with time here in Malta.
And it just shows you.
It's almost as if they want to get out of here.
I just think quick game's good game. I think it's always makes sense if you're fielding to.
I've got a good question for you.
Okay. Oh, I know. Can I read your mind here? Because this is a random thing you're about to say.
But if you told, oh no, what is going on? Southern Crusaders. Well, if I'm a bowler, I'm walking off.
I took my eye off the play because I assumed he's going to feel this, but Takua. It's just a blooper moment. Well, maybe, Basil George is pretty popular, so that's one way to take the attention off Basil George for doing the same thing.
That's terrible.
Well, Marsa were very good, except for one notable one in their fielding innings earlier today, fielding those grounders. Zisha now gets the wrong. This is an interesting one as well from side on. It's definitely a wide.
Oh.
But how high is it?
Don't worry, we've got Tyrone Peters. He'll be looking at it.
Let's have a look. Well, this one will show it's a wide, but I'm more interested in, I reckon that's high. It's got at his body. Let's have a look. Have we got that from camera 3? Because the only difference.
Too late. The next ball's been bowled.
Yeah, maybe just below the buttocks.
4.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. The only difference would have been a free hit. Instead, it is 4. So Marsa, we're on track for a similar kind of score. That wasn't quite enough last time. It certainly was very competitive.
Yeah, they've just found a way to score runs at the back end here. So it's snuck away for 4.
Oh, box high full tosses have been pretty consistent, haven't they?
Hard to do that,
to bowl Crusaders.
To bowl box high full tosses consistently, but they've been good at it. 94 for 3, they could still get 105 in.
Yeah, or more. Who knows? McGill, 26 off 11. He joins Kana on that score. Now a slower ball.
So what I was going to say, which I think you've read my mind, if you told teams you only had 35 minutes to bowl the 10, would you reckon teams would start fitting it in?
I think they could.
Yeah, so that's, I reckon.
If they needed to. I thought you were going to say if you're like 4 minutes ahead, you get 5 runs. They have reverse penalty runs. Imagine that.
Actually, no, we probably shouldn't let teams bowl in 35 minutes because the robot would then make us do 6 games a day. I'm sure everyone in the office would be like, okay, everyone on the crew, 6 games a day.
Everyone just sneaks inside. So what have we got? 2 to come. Oh, I stop at 6. Yeah. Slow ball, well bowled. Strike 2. Kana's gone off the boil here, and McGill's come good, but he's not going to face another ball in this innings, I don't think, Harun.
Well, when we do the 24-hour marathon, we'll be...
We had 7. Do you know, not far off. Let's say we had 7 games. We had 14 hours straight of cricket. 4 here and 3 in Portugal.
Sit down in your chairs and enjoy. Anyway, last ball of this innings.
Yeah, third time lucky, or is it? Fielder comes in, grasses it. They'll probably go for 2. They've got no chance. It's bowled in, and it's going to be out. Well,
it's not going to be out.
It's going to be 1 in the end. So I love that. Bit of an average protection job there from the janitor. He said, I've worked hard for my 27 off 12. I'm not giving myself. I'm sick of getting run out. So they're going to finish 96 for 3. So they've got 3 less than they had to play with last time. Crusaders, though, they'll fancy this. But again, they're going to rely on some big hitters like Basil George at the top of the order. Bastians, of course, Afi Khan. We'll see what he brings. But, well, really, Marsa... there was a few self-inflicted moments here. I think Kostler played some really nice shots, and it really seemed like he was coming into some form. And, sometimes when you're hitting good shots, you also need a bit of luck. He didn't get luck. He got the cold shoulder, didn't he, from Kana? That was the end of him. And he felt it cost Master a few runs in the end. Yeah,
it cost him a few runs, but, well, you have to say, credit to Marsa. They had a little bit of luck in the field this innings. There was drop catches, misfields through the legs for 4. You create your own luck in this format. Southern Crusaders were their worst enemy themselves, I think. They bowled okay, but the fielding just let them down a little bit. Kana was the one that got away. These 6s in these middle overs and the lucky boundaries through the legs, a little bit of tunnel ball, did help them get up to a score that might be defendable. We'll have to wait and see. They're going to have to bowl and field out of their skins. Going to have to field opposite to the Crusaders anyway. This was the last ball, half a chance. Good effort by Gulfrays there to run in from deep extra cover. just the single. No run out off the last ball, which was sometimes we see when teams are just running aimlessly, trying to get every run possible for their team. Let's look at the scorecard. 26, 27, 27, 3 batsmen chipping in. Kosla, Kana, Mughal. Don't often see that 3 men in the over 25. So well done to them. 96 for 3. I still think it's probably 10 runs under par, but you never know in this crazy format of T10 cricket. We'll have a quick look at the bowling scorecard, shall we? And we have a 1 for a piece for George and Rahman, but the economy rate of Basil George at 6.5, sensational. Also Yusuf only going at 9s. You take that in this format of the game. So 96 for 3 after the first 10 overs. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for your exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello and welcome back, everyone around the world. We're back in Malta. T10 action coming your way here live on the ECN network. 6 games today, 7 yesterday. And plenty more action coming for you in 2023. ECIs, ECS, ECL, ECC, anything with an E, we produce it, especially if you love cricket. Welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in the subcontinent via FanCode. Everyone on YouTube and on the YouTube chat, welcome back. Halfway stage of this one. Let's see if the Crusaders can get the runs again. Here we go. Shot. Oh yeah, thanks for coming. That's probably the most relaxed shot off the legs for 6 you'll ever see. Sliding into the pads, bit of swing. Thanks for coming. Basil George is having a tournament and a half. My player of the series so far. He's just a class above a lot of the players here. You can tell that's a ball half volley on the leg stump, but to nonchalantly flick it like that for 6 is a gorgeous stroke, especially when you're not chasing too much. 97 is the target. So 97 runs required. These two teams played earlier this morning, and Crusaders were chasing a similar score, not 100 to win, and they got it in the last over. So Marsa, they're still in this game. That's a better looking delivery, slightly straighter, and they'll scamper through for a quick single. So a 6 and a 1 to start this one. Good swing back into the left-hander. He's got a funny old action, the bowler. That's Mughal on your screen there. A little bit of Waluigi about him, but he does swing the ball a long way. And gone. Not out. I've called that too early. I swear I thought I saw him walking off. He's given me a bit of a blind call there. Look at this. Big swing. Thought there was a little deflection. And the way he started walking was... he's done me all in on this Monday morning. I think I need another day off. Big play and miss then to start. Mooses it down the ground just for a single. So a 6, a single, a play and miss, and a single to start. These two, the left-handers. A little bit of Justin Langer and Matthew Hayden about these two lefties at the top. One's a man mountain, one's not so much. As Basil George reaches for that one, and if he hits, no, he'll make it anyway, so it'll just be a single. So some good running there. All the inner ring fielders are on the rope. Well, not on the rope, on the discs, I should say. So always a 1 if you get it off the bat. Pastanazzi, he doesn't muck around. He's going to try bomb this. And he doesn't. Hits it straight to mid-wicket, and he goes. Well, direct hit, and he would have been run out twice in 2 games. There probably wasn't a 1 that time. He hit it too well to the man on the inner ring. A direct hit would have been the first wicket. Unfortunately, he misses. And that takes us to the end of the first over. The score, 10 for none. Vinny.
It is 10 for none. 120 matches without a golden ball. Nice round number. Enough's enough.
Triple 20. Triple 20. Missed the board.
You go check out for 120.
Check out 120. You go triple 20, triple 16.
No, you go triple 20, single 20, double 20.
Yeah,
that's the easiest way to do it.
I always liked finishing. I was a bit peculiar. I always liked finishing on double 14.
Okay. Some people have preferences like that.
Yeah, I liked,
For some people that wonder what we're talking about, I'll tell you in a minute. But first, we're going to see an incredible bit of cricket. I mean, I thought that Johnny had that. And it is incredible because he's framed the ball, but the ball's gone. He's never even turned around. Someone tell Johnny the ball's not there. It's gone for 4.
You can put your arm down, Johnny. It hasn't gone in, unfortunately. Watch that. I think he's... in another lifetime, he's envisioning the catch right now.
Well, if he's about 4 inches taller, that probably sticks in the webbing, you know.
64 years young, we must say.
64. He turns 64 on the 16th of February in 10 days.
Happy birthday.
In advance. He's going to Greece for a week. Sounds nice.
Really?
Very nice take. Look at him.
Keeping.
Yeah, smells the grass.
So honestly, for 63, 64.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
There's no way. I'm even fathoming playing cricket on a Monday and keeping especially.
Well, you know there's over 60s cricket. There's international over 60s cricket.
He must be a shoo-in for over 60s cricket.
Yeah,
He must be one of the most
Malta, yeah.
one of the most nimble over 60s I've seen.
Goes straight down the ground, punished by Bastians, who gets 4. We mentioned he's living dangerously with the running between the wickets, but the hitting's been pretty good from Ryan this morning. That one rattled into the fence.
If I'm Bastianazzi, or however you say it, I'm not running if I'm him, because he always runs himself out. I'd just stand. If I don't get it out the screws, it's just a dot
ball. The one time he had to run, he was stopped in the middle of the pitch in the first game at a crucial time when he thought that a ball was 4. It wasn't.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that before on the network. But Azhar Ali about that when he played Australia.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
Well bowled.
And the other one was, remember Ian Bell got run out by Dhoni in England?
They called him back though.
Yeah, and the funny thing with that one was that the crowd. I remember watching this one of the rare times that I actually got to watch live, and the crowd were giving the Indian team heaps. The English crowd, after tea, they were booing. They came out, and then they realised that during the tea break they called the batter back.
Yeah.
So it was the awkward abuse to polite applause transition in about 2 seconds.
Well, that run out that happened to Bell, he should have stayed out. They shouldn't have called him back. It's unlike the English to have a sook and complain. They can't handle the man cab, which is a legitimate way of dismissal.
Run out.
Yep.
This is a wide that's chased, and he gets enough bat to get it over Mohamed Umair. So Basil living dangerously, but he'll get another boundary. It's a couple of wides that he's spoiled so far, but if you are going to hit a wide, hit a boundary, and that's what he does. Bit fortunate, but he gets 4 more. End of the over. And it's 23 without loss. Yeah, Julian saying the way that Johnny Grimmer throws himself around is an inspiration. Must be the Mediterranean weather and diet. Also, a very talented musician. And, we hear the European cricket song that Rico wrote. That's Johnny that's singing it. And question from Steve Cook. Have a look at the table, by the way. Guess what? Guess who's playing this afternoon? Sweet United and Gozo Zalmi. So 2 undefeated teams going head-to-head. Can't wait for that one. Steve Cook says, can a batter be stumped by any other player than the wicketkeeper? And the short answer is no. So
what's
legally,
the long answer?
Definitely no. Wait for this. So you could still be out because you're out of your crease and the wicket's put down by a fielder. Any other fielder becoming involved, it becomes a run out.
Really?
So I'll give you a little, you know how you like weird like loopholes of how you get around things? Like, you know how you're always saying, well, wait for this, because this is launched in the air. It's gone really, really high. It's a teaser. It's coming down, and it's 6. Maximo. No, Suleiman. And Kana saying, why didn't you jump outside the field of play? But I tell you what, good luck. He went about as far back as he could go. But, yeah, there was just no way.
Imagine copping a spray from your teammate when there's no way in the world you can catch it.
Maybe if he was running back sprinting. Now, Bastians goes behind square. There's no fielder out there, and this is becoming dangerous now for Marsa. Staring down the barrel of 6 losses on the trot. This opening partnership flourishing. 2 left-handers. I don't know about the Langer and Hayden comparison, but I tell you what, they do enjoy batting together. Now Basil gets 4.
You don't like the Langer-Hayden comparison?
No, I like it.
It's just body sizing.
Yeah, I think you're probably right there. Yeah, so... Suraj has a very good follow-up question. So let me tell you the loophole. You know how he's saying, if you can't get stumped, just go heaps outside your crease. You can just have anyone next to the keeper, and the keeper gets out the way, and he can run him out. And Suraj said, but is it only run out if a run's being attempted? That's a bit of a myth. That's not necessarily true. Sometimes that's the difference between someone being run out and stumped. But you can be run out any time the ball is live, and the wicket is put down. So basically, if you think about it, anytime the ball's live and you're out of your crease and the wicket's put down, with a couple of exceptions, like if you're trying to avoid injury and you've already made your ground and things, or if your bat's bounce, then you're liable to be run out. The only exception is if you're stumped, under the rules that you're stumped. If you're stumped, then you're stumped.
I've got a headache after all that.
Now, this is hanging in the air, but it'll be fair. So I'll give you an example. So if you are batting out of your crease and you just play a shot back to the bowler and you don't move, and you've never tried to take a run, you can still be run out. He could grab the ball and he could run you out. But you haven't tried to run. Make sense?
Yes.
Suraj's question was, but is it only run out if you're trying to run? And obviously normally we are trying to run. Speaking of this.
Oh, what a finish. What a goal that is.
He's slotted in the top bins.
Oh, Leo Messi. He just gets a through ball. He's running into the corner and bang.
It's good to get the spectators involved, and that one does end up actually in the grandstand.
What a finish that is. Left Duke.
End of the power play. 40 without loss. They got to do something quickly here, Master.
Yeah, and that something might be trying to take a wicket because it's getting away from them. Power play overs. Have a look at these big bold numbers. 10, 13, 17.
Let's have a look at the Manhattan. Yeah, it's building, isn't it? Yeah, so any other strange
there's
rule
plenty
foibles
of there's
thrown at me? I don't mind these.
I'm a huge fan of a loophole.
Yeah.
I'll loophole anything.
I know that. Yeah. Always looking for little gaps.
Still trying to figure out the commentary loopholes. That's the key now.
Oh, I think you've worked out a few of them.
My mic's not working. Oh, we've only got one mic today.
Yeah, I'm always looking for an angle.
That's what life is, angles, Vinny.
Yeah, at the moment, the fielding loophole of people fielding the ball outside the field of play and hitting it back in. I don't like that one. Anyway, Niraj Khanna, we've seen his football skills. Let's see if he can break this partnership. So spin coming on. I think I'll turn to that now.
Not a bad option. Right arm off spin to two left-handers. Working the angles, as we were just saying. I think Basil George might fancy this. What a player. He has been in some form. The shot off the first ball of this innings, wow.
Yeah, I can't wait to see him in the ECIs. I'm sure we'll see him in the ECIs.
Oh, boy.
And then the other thing I suppose to think about for the Malta national team, we were talking about the fact that they have some cricket. Most of them have some cricket leading in. Missing. Because what happens, it hits him on the full, so you've got to assume that's kind of going to bounce and continue on the angle that it's going already.
Sliding down leg side.
Yeah. So
probably hasn't even hit him in line.
No, probably right.
Good decision.
Yeah, so the other thing is, always availability is the thing in European cricket because people having jobs and need to take leave for internationals and stuff like that.
Oh, that's a no-y.
Has to be a no-y. Carnival will probably catch it.
Now, they run.
Yeah, they're saying, hey, do you want to run? They see this from side on. They probably want to have a word. It's already been called, I think.
It's already been called.
Yeah.
I find it funny that the bowler really thinks this is out straight away. That's a giant no ball.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's a massive no ball.
Yeah.
He celebrated like he's taken a wicket in the World Cup.
You got to sell it sometimes, don't you? He wants to celebrate his goal. There'll be a free hit coming up.
Oh, that's a shocker. Look at this. Takes the catch and too cool for school.
Bastian's for once was actually alert that once that ball missed the stumps, they could have taken an overthrow.
You want the free hit.
Basil says, actually, I choose the free hit option.
Gets
that's
another
one. Well, this could be another one, you know. They haven't called this straight away, but this will be an interesting replay from side on.
I'll tell you what, they are fantastic at hitting the full tosses at waist height.
Maybe slightly below. He's crouching.
That's a no-y.
Nah, it's probably a no-y again, you know.
So and it's been called.
Called him all day. That's 2 in a row.
I tell you what, Tyrone Peters should be the match referee at the ECC and ECL.
Some people think
he doesn't miss a trick.
Some people think that might be harsh.
That's
but
a great call.
It is consistent, and if there's any doubt, it goes to the batter. So he's on his last warning now. And, well, third time, and it's Bastians that gets the fruits. Maximo puts that one into the car park.
You have to wonder if going the flighted delivery on middle stump is the option to a man that's 6'6" and built like a brick house. That is huge.
So what I was going to say, now we've got a chance to chat while that ball's coming back.
Yeah.
Is that, so the Spain and Austria guy, obviously juggling things like getting leave off work, getting availability. The Malta guys, it's Saturday and Sunday for them, and most of them won't have work issues. So they more or less get to pick their best team, you'd imagine.
Unfair then.
In the air, hanging, and dropped.
Oh, no.
And, well, if you want to have a little window into Masters time so far in this ECS, you see it there. Umair puts down that, and Bastians gets dropped on 20.
Well, Vin, you did say they're playing 18 matches, so potentially they're trying to time their run with a few early losses.
Well, they'll have to dig themselves out of the hole first. Now,
good keeping.
That's really good keeping by Johnny G. That's good footwork down the leg side.
Just hasn't been their tournament so far. Really hasn't.
So Martin's in the chat has had some news, which I'll reveal in a minute. And he said, supposedly there's been a big earthquake in Turkey, 7.8 magnitude.
Really?
So, yeah, thoughts going out to all of those affected. I know that Turkey are part of the ECN family, and yeah, that's awful news. And,
we had a 5.3 here last week.
Yeah, it's been a lot of earthquakes here lately as well.
Oh, no.
This one isn't too high, and it's gone. Well, how about that? Well, if you persist with the plan, it'll work. I think they want to have a little look, but for me, this one is fine. He crouches. He probably hits it about knee high. But
yeah, that's okay.
For me, because he's on the sweep. What a catch, though. And he takes it side on.
I can't believe the moon ball's finally done the trick.
Clean as a whistle, Bastians. Can't believe it. It's two bizarre dismissals for him today, but the only partnership reaches 53, but it'll go no further. It's 53 for 1.
Yeah, 53 for 1. Is it a little bit too little too late for Marsa? That's what you got to ask yourself.
And Leon Thomas, who's come into the...
Leon?
Yeah, Leon Thomas has come into the lineup, and that was a difficult catch because it never really got that far off the ground. Almost like a slips catch side on as far as the trajectory of the ball. And did very well to hold it. So they need a minor miracle to pull this back.
Yeah.
But this is kind of what happened last time. Crusaders got off to a decent start, but they pulled it back in the middle overs.
If they get Basil out now, you still give them a half a chance maybe. If Basil keeps going on his merry way, this game will be over in no time.
This is Go Putakua, and it comes out. Again, he's a good hitter of a cricket ball. We see him move the needle too much in the first game this morning. Shard, he will take the ball in over number 5. And the run rate required 7.33 with Basil there. He normally scores quicker than that. Short. Slightly missed time by Basil George this time.
Yeah, they actually harried him up a little bit. Seemed a touch late on that. Surprised maybe.
So you've got Takua that's come out to bat at 3. You've got Afi Khan at 4. And who they go to then? They've got Gunatilaka listed at 5. They've also got options like a Vishka. You've got Zishan Yusuf as well. And they've got a fairly long batting order. That just gives you confidence. It means it's less likely that these are going to go off the rails. But sometimes it's not just the... it's not running out of batters. It's the fact that some of your top order batters just don't click in a 100 type chase, like we saw in the first game where they made pretty hard work of it. So yeah, when do you call it? When it's not really your day with the bat, like we saw with Afi Khan earlier. Actually, when he got out, they kind of had a final burst that got them across the line. Dug in. It's been called a wide. It's a tough one. The umpires to judge, has this gone over the stumps or is it missed leg stump? Probably has missed leg. It's a tough call, but those are the rules.
Yep.
Darshad, probably pretty impressed at his muscles getting it up and hurrying the batter, but he sends a message. It'll be the one for the over and a wide. Way to leg side. I think we might have had a question about the ECIs, about the T10 internationals coming up.
Yep.
In which case, maybe at the end of the over we'll put that up and show everybody what's coming up.
Do you have the fixture list? Are we first?
I don't have the fixtures yet. I'm going to ask for it. It hasn't gone on the website as yet. I believe there'll be 5 games on the Saturday and 4 on the Sunday. Dug out, well fielded, clean as a whistle. Basil George still there on 30.
Yeah, he actually timed this quite well, so it's a good piece of fielding. He jars it out, but got enough bat on it. Good stop.
And Crusaders, team playing with confidence at the moment, aren't they? This one is going to be down the leg side.
Look where he's ended up there. He bowled around the wicket and he's ended up
I've
off
seen
the
this
pitch on the leg side.
Sometimes the bowlers follow the line of the ball. So, yeah, I think that's what he does here. He bowls it, and see, he's having...
We have to create something that they can get in trouble for this.
I've been saying this for 2 years. No one's ready to pull the trigger. Keanu actually had the best idea for this, I told you. He says elevated, and it's out of the ground. Pure timing from Boom Boom Basil Maximal as he moves to 36.
What a shot. What a shot this is. Sit back and enjoy. Oh, yeah. You got every piece of that. That's a big 6 as well over the offside.
Yeah,
he's in some form.
Once again, he's saying, it's pretty clear what Andy Nardi's saying. Yeah, I'd just no ball him. If you run off the wrong side of the pitch, no warnings, no nothing. The no ball is the warning. I think it's just the right amount of penalty to make it stop immediately.
Oh, what a seed that is. Well, he comes around the wicket. Doesn't matter about the follow through. I actually think he's got that to maybe hold its line a tad. But what a delivery. It was going to take something special to get rid of Basil George, and he's got him.
Yeah, you're right. So Arshad, he's copped a bit of treatment from Basil, but he gets the last laugh, doesn't he? And I often say this, to get good players out, you need to bowl good balls. And
did it straighten a tad?
I don't know. I think he just plays inside it. And it's surprising that beats the outside edge, because if anything, I think it came in a little bit. But, I mean, he hits the top of off stump, and that's what most bowlers are trying to do when they're trying to take wicket. 63 for 2 after 5. Maybe we can look at the internationals. The ECI cricket coming up. There's men's and women's international cricket coming up. And it will start here, Saturday the 19th of February, and that runs for 2 days. It'll be 9 matches in total. Spain, Austria, and Malta the hosts. And then the women's starting the very next day. The Netherlands, Italy, Sweden, Gibraltar hosting that. I'll be covering all of those matches on behalf of ECN. Really looking forward to ECI cricket. That's T10 international cricket. Not the first T10 international cricket we've seen, because we have had the ECC twice, but it's the first T10 international cricket outside of that European Cricket Championship.
Outside of Spain as well.
Yes, true. Well said. Khanna's back for over number 6. Bowls one that bounces, and Thakur spoils a wide.
Yeah, he did spoil a wide there. Just had to put a bit of bat on that. Actual hit the ball to get the one.
What about this afternoon? It's going to be great when we see Sweet United and Gozo's Army going head to head.
Hope it warms up a bit.
Two of the most impressive teams. I suppose Crusaders have something to say about as well, because they're still undefeated, and it looks like it will continue that way, although don't count them out just yet. Anytime there's more runs required than balls left, I think there's some sort of chance for the fielding team. They can take a couple of wickets if they can create a few dots. Launched in the air, hanging. It's going to be a tough one. It's just between the two fielders. Frustration for Marsa. Harun Magal was the man in the circle, and now he's going to change positions. But yeah, Suleiman didn't really have time to come in. Magal didn't have enough time to get there, and a bit of a lucky one for the Crusaders.
Yeah, a bit of a lucky one. Lands in a big pocket of space. Marsa, not much has gone their way, to be fair, as well. Can Khanna get it in the right spot, get a wicket for his team.
This one's worked away to the leg side. Well, Sam Williams, he's come up with the goods, I think. He has sent me, if I'm right, this is the fixtures for the ECI.
Oh.
You're seeing it here in real time. And, good news for you, the first game is Malta, Spain.
Okay.
Okay, you play Malta and Spain. Actually played twice on day 1. Games 1 and 4. Hit down the ground and out of here. Maximo Thakur gets it right. So 2 fairly new batters at the crease, but they're not going to waste any time. The Crusaders, they love T10 cricket. The bowler was hopeful that the field could get there, but it was well over his head. 6 runs.
Yeah, okay. Give it. So what?
So you're playing 1, 3, 4 on the first day.
What time's the first
1, 2,
game?
and 4. Well, you're going to love this, because you're a fan of early mornings. So he's going to get the 5 games in. The first game starts at 8 o'clock in the morning.
We concede. That means warm-ups at 7. Oh, boy.
Not getting hotel breakfast. Wow,
He's
Johnny
got it.
likes it. And he think he's been stumped here. We'll see it from side on. Johnny, he got to take 3 steps back to the stumps. It's really good wicket keeping to get there in the first place to quite a full wide delivery. But the man that turned 64 in 10 days' time, he's come up with the wicket. And look at this. He's hoping that foot is back. I don't think Thakur knows whether he's back or not, and Johnny knows, and that's a fantastic bit of wicket keeping for a man that's in his 7th decade. I mean, that is a wonderful early birthday present for Johnny Grimmer.
Yeah, brilliant stumping from the young man. He was 11 years old when there was the moon landing. 50 years later, he's taking stumpings on the network. He's doing everything right, and the batsman, well, a bit of doziness, I think. Thought he was back in the crease. He wasn't. And you can't get past the old wily fox of Johnny Grimmer. And look at that, nice take. He sees the opportunity and he takes it with one hand.
Yeah, great work, good awareness. And I like the way he didn't really rush, get back to the stumps. I think he saw that the batter couldn't slide back if he wanted to. It was like a game of Twister gone wrong. He had nowhere to go.
Good old Johnny Grimmer. You got to love it. He's not going to get that one though. Good paw. Oh, couldn't get a run out, could he?
He's done some pretty cool things in the past, some backflick run-outs and all sorts of things. That was a really good bit of keeper.
He would have transitioned from black and white TV to colour TV, so he spots everything.
So the thing I liked about that take is, you know what he did first? He took the ball cleanly. I think often when the ball's wide outside the off stump, keepers will just kind of keep their head there and trying to sweep with their hands. But then you increase the chance you'll drop the ball. He just takes it cleanly and then has a bit of time to get back to the stumps.
Oh, what a bit of foot fielding that is.
David Athwell, I haven't seen him with the ball yet today. Yeah, so maybe we'll clip that and send it to Scotty Edwards, your housemate. I think he'd be impressed with that.
I think he would, actually. Needs a bit of work on his keeping at the bench.
You could always just read,
it is a
read
Monday.
the screen.
It is a Monday.
It's the clues out there. It's not like a test where you have to memorise it. So where are we at? 23 off 24. Oh, they're going to need a lot of help. That's a good piece of cricket, though, from Johnny Grimmer. And, yeah, snuck inside the wide line, so it wasn't even a wide. Man, Newbeard saying reminded me of a young Ian Healy, that.
Never rated Ian Healy.
Loves his cricket, though. No, Ian Healy's a fantastic wicketkeeper.
God, fantastic keeper. Couldn't bat. Gilly. Give me Gilly any day.
I mean, I think, Healy did some good things. He was the first man to score multiple test centuries for Australia as a keeper.
Good batting.
Well, have a pop. Why not? Probably because you don't want to give away the extra run. Healy, I think he had...
What was his test
He had
average?
big problems with his... but you got to realise that in Test cricket, I think your primary job's to be a good wicket keeper. And if you get runs, that's a bonus. People criticise Payne.
Not anymore.
I guess he spans eras, and Gilchrist kind of started that in a serious way. I think that to keep to Shane Warne, Healy just very rarely made mistakes with the gloves. And with his batting, he often would have... I read about his batting. He'd often have to, depending on what fingers were broken or half broken, he had to kind of change his grip and change a few things. And only missed the one test through injury in Healy. I'm going to hand to him. Very good cricketer. And when you've got good bowlers like McGrath and Warne and
Rifle.
all these kinds of things, Rifle,
Fleming,
Craig McDermott, these kind of guys, you got to have someone that can take the dismissals.
Big Mervyn Hughes.
Yeah. So I think you got to kind of separate those roles. Chopped away. There will be a single. And so he was actually talking to Johnny Grimmer before the game about some autobiographies that I suggest that he should read. The Adam Gilchrist one's really good. I think it's called True Colours. Long, but definitely worth the read. My favourite keeper's autobiography book is Jack Russell Unleashed.
Yep.
Former England keeper. He was an eccentric guy. Full toss has been the order of the day so far. This one isn't high enough to be called, but will be a single. Yeah, I don't get too much of a chance to spend a lot of time reading, but I found the keepers' biographies and autobiographies pretty interesting because everyone has their own perspective of little things and the mental side of it. Good question. Give me a bit more to think about it.
Will do.
It'll be saved by the 7 over preview of the next game, maybe.
Keep it PG.
What should we call? Let me know in the comments. This is going to be whipped away, and this is going to be 4. So Afi Khan, he'll be like that. He just cashes in a ball that's slightly ill-directed from Fanyan Magal, and the Crusaders creep towards this target.
Yeah, they do. It's a loose ball. It gets put away. It's a handy 4 runs. As we take a look at the lineups for the afternoon session, both these teams undefeated. Some talented names: Mahbub Ali, Vibor Yadav, the 2 men at the top. They really stick out, don't they?
Yeah, they do. We'll see Zishan Khan leading Gozo Zalmi in this game. Mahbub Ali, Lala, he's been crazy, hasn't he? But Vibor Yadav, bit of a shoot-off at the top. Let's see what they do with Waka Afridi. We didn't see bowling the other day for Sweet United. I think they're just managing him a little bit.
I don't play Dream 11, but looking at Mahbub Ali at 7.5, get him in.
Bargain. If you break that down as a per kilo score as well.
Yeah, what would you call your autobiography? Go.
What? I mean, what's it in? It's probably mostly my commentary now. I've commentated more games I've ever played. I don't know. The Journey.
Ugh.
I don't know. You gave me no... I didn't
be-
even know I was writing an autobiography.
Mine would be gone in 60 seconds.
Someone tell me what my autobiography... Yeah, that was a pretty lame...
The
lame one for
Journey.
me.
Ugh. No one's buying that. We sold 1 copy ever. Nice shot. Oh, that's a gorgeous shot. Little short arm jab. He's going to get 4. Well, it wasn't that short, but he made something of it. What a shot.
Yeah, great shot. McGall seems to have gone up a notch here.
That wasn't a bad ball.
He's gone to the medium pace, but yeah, it wasn't a bad ball, and he just muscled it, didn't he? I like that. Neil has got a good one, keeping it real.
Ooh.
That's way better than what I said.
What did you say? The journey.
The journey.
That's probably the dorkiest thing you've ever said on the air.
You put me under pressure. I had nothing.
You're usually good under pressures. That's cut away, and that's going to be just a 1 this time. You're good under pressure usually, but that was a poor answer. I'm upset.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm going to have to take the afternoon off now after that.
Keeping the ins and outs. I like that as well. A few people asking about the ECL. Starts on the 27th of February.
Do we have
3 weeks' time?
Graph ready?
It's getting there.
How do we not have that ready?
This is in the air and well taken by Fanyan McGall down the ground. So trying to pull something out of the fire. As McGall's combined for this, Fanyan takes the catch at long off. Not a bad shot. He actually hit it too well, didn't he? Because it carries all the way. And it's a pretty good catch on the run. The score's 88 for 4.
Good to see a good catch. He was on the run, which means your eyes are shaking, and he still holds on to it. Nice take.
Playing it for keeps. I think someone used that as their autobiography as well. What have we got? Questions still coming in, Binge Watcher. Starting time of ECL. So when the ECL comes around, the games will start at 10:30 a.m. GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe.
So is that
which is 4 p.m. in India. Hold on, I can keep going. Wait for this ball from McGall. Just pushed away.
Good batting. That's in a gap. That could go.
Vishka's a smart player. He'll come back for 2. So it starts 11:30 European time, which means on the west coast of Australia, it's 6:30 p.m. On the east coast, don't think the clocks have gone back yet, so it'll be 9:30 or 8:30 or 9:30 in the evening. Hopefully that helps people out. Well, it'll be a wide. Johnny cops on the ankle. It'll be 2 wides. So I think this game.
So what's the times for us? ECL first game will be 11:30.
11:30 for us. Yep.
So it's a night event again.
It's a night event again.
11:30, 1:30, 3:30, 5:30, 7:30.
Yep. It was a big success. Hello to Josh, who's watching from USA. Nice to have you.
You know what that means, Vin? Sleep-ins.
I think you mean empanada o'clock.
Also that.
That's called buys, but it was a huge wide.
Oh, we'll take it.
Hold on a second. They're saying, isn't that a wide? Yeah, he's right as well. I don't know what's happened there.
I'll take it.
I think everyone loses a bit of concentration, I think, at the end of their matches sometimes.
Well, nothing lost there with concentration. Nice shot from Afi Khan. A low full toss. He lofts it over tight cover. It goes for 4, and they're 1 run away from another victory.
Yeah, well, what it does, it gives us a look at one more ball, I think. Yeah. Neil thinks yours should be called Silly Kid Off.
Garbage. Heard better names in my sleep.
I don't think I have time to write an autobiography at the moment. Need a ghostwriter. 8 overs down. 96-96. Scores are tied. And you can see there really no bad overs there for Southern Crusaders. Just that 1 of 8. Everything else is double digits. So they've been really consistent with their scoring. Oh,
I love that the ECL's a night event again. 11:30 first ball. What's your favourite game of the ECL? What time do you like? Is the night game your favourite? Or the dusk game? Or middle of the day? If you had to choose one of the 5.
Probably the night game. I think it's quite special. Especially if you get a few people there. Think about the ECC final, for example. Hello to Robert. I like your suggestion as well. Overs between the wickets. There's a few different ones. All right, here we go. Any score wins it, and this will do it. It will go to the boundary, and they bring up their 100 with that as well. So Marsa, they got in winning positions a couple of times today, but ultimately they walk away empty-handed. The hosts now 0-6. Southern Crusaders 6-0. Could have had more contrasting starts to their ECS in 2023. Graham Doolan asking what time in Adelaide. I think probably 8 or 9 p.m, Graham. But look, right here, right now, it's soul-searching time for Marsa. We had a few highlights in these innings, but really, Basil nonchalantly flicked the first ball for 6, and really, this chase never seemed in doubt, did it?
No, when Basil's on, Basil is on, and he was on. So, unfortunately for Marsa, another loss. They had their opportunities, they had little chances, but the arguing between each other and the football skills didn't pull them over the line this time. Caught off a no ball here. just errors creeping into Marsa's game, and unfortunately they haven't been able to get a win here this morning and still haven't got a win in the competition. I think from all the highlights you're seeing, it tells you all this was the first dismissal, a big juicy full toss caught, and it wasn't through a lack of trying, it just wasn't meant to be for Marsa.
Yeah, no Aurora, no Prasad in lineup today, but that was a good moment, wasn't it, for Arshad against Basil George with the ball that was right on target. This was the other highlight, I think, and Johnny G, just technically that was very good wicket keeping. It was good fundamentals. See how he takes a big step or steps across to get the ball first, and then basically runs back, takes the bails. But the highlights were few and far between, as the Crusaders would ultimately do this with 11 balls to spare.
Yeah, 11 balls to spare in the end. Well, that's all she wrote, Vinny. An interesting morning session, but Southern Crusaders win twice.
Yeah, so a disappointment for all the Marsa supporters. Coming up this afternoon, can't wait for this though. Gozo Zalmi taking on Sweet United. And so Gozo Zalmi, they'll have to field first because Sweetie, they won the toss. They wanted to bat. I think both teams wanted to. So what a shootout. Look at the top batters for each team. Mehboob Ali on the left, Bibor Yadav on the right. Imran Amir's been a bit off. Maybe we'll see him in the middle order. I'll try someone else at the top of the order. We'll see. Right here, Basil George, 36 top scores for the Crusaders with support from Bastian's 21. 17 not out from Afikan, hit them a lot better in that game. And Vishka was there to finish things off as an even 100 for the Crusaders. They are cruising now, 6-0. One of two teams to hold that record. The other one, Sweet United, we'll see very, very shortly. As far as the bowling went, well, Niraj Khanna, he was a bit of a mixed bag to say the least. He ended up with 2 for 24, including the second wicket because of that great piece of work behind the stumps from Johnny Grimmer. Hassan Arshad with a wicket, Harry Magal with a wicket, and Fania Magal, not the worst. None for 18 when you're bowling to Boom Boom and Ryan Bastians. You know, it's not easy, so pretty good figures, but once again, Marsa just not quite putting enough runs on the board. We'll take a break. We'll be back in 30 minutes to take you into the afternoon session. Clash of the Titans, because two undefeated teams will show in the next match, and only one will go into the last game undefeated, because one of them will have to lose the next match. We'll see you very shortly. Right here in Malta, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers, and we'll be back very shortly with more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Malta. We're halfway through the day here on day 8, but still 4 matches to go on ECN today, because after our last 2 matches here, we'll have 2 matches from Gibraltar tonight, where Rugby CC are going to take on the Pirates. Rico Full will be standing by there, but right here, right now, it's time for what I think is going to be a blockbuster clash between 2 teams that are undefeated so far in the competition. It's Gozo Zalmi, they're taking on Sweetie United. Starting with match 31, let's see what happens at the all-important coin toss. Tyrone Peters is with the 2 teams.
The first game of the afternoon between Gozo Zalmi and Sweetie. Sweetie to call. Here's your heads, here's your tails.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It is a tail.
Back first.
So Sweetie United, their captain Anil Kadir has won the toss, and he's elected to bat. No surprises there. I think whichever captain won, they wanted to put scoreboard pressure on. They wanted to bat first. So Sweetie, the men in orange, will get that opportunity. And we know that they've got Vibor Yadav. He has made some big runs. He's a very important player for them. He's a great pickup for them. He's not the only one though. Kasim Mohammed, I think his fielding has been outstanding. It looked like Ricky Ponting the other day. He got 2 amazing run-outs. One hand pick-up, swoop and throw, hitting 1 stump. But also his batting's very good, isn't it? I suppose Waka Afridi is the question mark, and we didn't see too much of him the other day, and so it'll be interesting to see how that situation pans out. But Bilal Kadir as well, he's been getting amongst the wickets. Very good cricket team, Sweet United, probably one of the most improved cricket teams here in Malta. But Gozo Zalmi, they've been turning heads, haven't they? All eyes will be on Lala in the second half of this game. Last time out, we saw him hit 20 Maximos, a new record for most sixes in an innings in his huge score of 140, the second highest score we've ever seen from a batter in an individual innings on ECN. So I think I'm watching him, and also, of course, Bilal with the ball. I think he'll be really important first up in just a few moments to see if he can get those early wickets. Let's go over to Corey Ruckers. I know you can't wait for this top of the table clash. Let's get ready for the first ball. The news from the toss in match 31 is that Sweetie United, they won the toss. No surprises. They're going to have a hit.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back, everyone around the world. We're here for the big clash between Gozo Zalmi and Sweetie United, 2 undefeated teams, both with a point to prove to say who is the more alpha of these 2 club teams here in Malta, and going to push forward to being top of the table. Let's take a quick look at the lineups, and very talented players throughout. Fazil Rahman in the middle order there for Gozo Zalmi. Look out for him, and Bilal Kadir also in the middle there for Sweetie United. 2 very talented lineups, plenty of match winners, a tough match to call. Let us know who you think's going to get up in this one. I think it's going to be a real doozy of an afternoon, because these 2 teams will be playing each other twice, which should be sensational for all the viewers involved and for all the players involved. There's nothing better than playing a highly competitive game of cricket. Welcome back our viewers around the world, especially those in India via FanCode, all our subcontinent viewers. Everyone on YouTube and everyone on the YouTube chat, welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch, wherever you might be, a dinner, breakfast, not too sure. This will be an interesting afternoon. It's good weather conditions, 2 very good teams. Who's going to come out on top? Talented players everywhere. Will it be a high-scoring affair or low-scoring thriller? Or will it be a blowout? You never know. But we are excited to bring you this live action. Game 3 here today on this cool Monday morning. It's only probably about 10 or 11 degrees out there. Where we're commentating in the cube, in the tent, feels about 2 degrees. We are rugged up. But it should be spicy out in the middle, as this will be a very interesting contest. Going to see 2 talented players. Vibor Yadav, the batsman. He'll be facing Bilal Khan, a left-arm swing bowler. So fire with fire. Usually when you have fire versus fire, it's a good contest. That ball will be shaping back into those stumps. How will he play it? Will he play it with respect, or will he be ultra-aggressive? We'll have to wait and see. Sweetie United won the toss. They elected to bat. I like that decision. We're almost set for the first ball. Umpire says play. Here we go. It's a low full toss that didn't really swing, which is surprising. Bilal Khan always bowls very full early and does get the ball to swing a long way, but that went on straight with the arm. Anil Kadir, the other opening batsman, has to be wary of that ball shaping back in. We see Bilal Khan get a lot of LBWs and a lot of bowls through the gate. Well, that definitely won't swing, as that's a decent short ball. Good pace, good run up. He's got some wheels, this man. And he beats the bat pretty comfortably there. I wasn't expecting a short ball first up. It's good thinking from the bowler. That is the one bouncer for the over. Bilal Khan does play for the national Malta team. Oh, wow. How that hasn't hit the stumps. 4 byes. Ejaz can't stop it. That swung so late. Oh, yeah. It swings extremely late and swings past the leg stump. That easily could have been bowled, as we were just touching on. That's how he gets most of his dismissals. Late swing, and the keeper couldn't catch up with it. So 4 byes will be the first boundary of this game. Look at Kadir here. He wasn't backing away. He was trying to hit that to the moon. Tightens him up for room. This is in the air. This should be the first wicket of the match. It is. Nice, safe catch. And, well, Bilal Khan, he takes the chocolates early. He tightens him up for room. He wanted to clear that front leg and whack it over the leg side. He couldn't. The first one will go down. A good catch in these conditions. Just followed him enough. And it's a pretty loose shot, it must be said. Not much shape about it, but a good catch in the end. A little bobble and a fist pump as the first one goes down. And the score, I have it at 5 for 1 now. Bilal Khan doing Bilal Khan things. He has a happy knack of picking up wickets in the first over. Very talented. Could easily have had 2 in 2. Oh, as I see my co-commentator come moseying into what should be described as the ice cube with 2 cappuccinos. Thank you, Vinny. I don't know, people think the life of a commentator is gorgeous, but I tell you what, sometimes it's cold. 2 balls left in this first over. Oh, no swing this time. Little underneath edge, so that'll be a dot ball. Vibor Yadav telling his teammate, what are you doing? You've got to put that away. Oh, swinging in. Well played. He catches up with it. It's good batting. And they had the man forward of square, which is a tactical error from the captain. Someone swinging it like this, he should be behind square. So he's going to get 4 for his trouble. Just caught up with the delivery. Great effort out there on the rope, but it'll go away for the first boundary off the bat for Mohammed. Score after 1 is 9 for 1. Gozo's Army from the supercomputer. They are the favourites just. Interesting. It's going to be very tight, you'd think. Such good lineups. Hard to predict and hard to tell who's going to get up in this one. Looks like the big man, Lala Mehboob Ali, fan favourite. Hit 140 the other day. He'll have the new ball. And he hurries Yadav up, and Vibor Yadav, that got big on him. That really did get big on him. That could have easily have ballooned up to a fielder. He gets lucky there. Nice ball from Mehboob Ali. This will be a good contest there. Some good cricketers out on the field. Evenly matched teams. And he gets through again. And well, the keeper, Ijaz Ahmed's having a tough time of collecting the ball. There's some big cheers from the sideline as well. The crowd's going crazy. And that's just a traditional play and miss. Viboy Yadav hasn't got one out in the middle just yet. He's a key component to this Zwicky United team. He's had a pretty decent tournament. But right now he's moving around just a little bit too much, and I think the extra bounce of Mahbub Ali shocked him a little bit here. Maybe he can step inside it and pull the ball. Just backing away a little bit, trying to get something going. It's a good start here for Gozo Zalmi. They seem pretty switched on out there. Fuller, nice looking shot, picks out Bilal Khan, direct hit. No, he makes it, good running. And the keeper, Ijaz Ahmed, throws in one of his irrelevant dives to stop the ball. Really relevant. Nice looking shot from Yadav. Just the one. I like that running. Nice and straight lines, not running around the bowler. Kasim Mohammed on strike now. Great start for Gozo. They've got control of this power play. Shot. Yeah, good shot. Gets enough on it. Short ball. And that's what I was saying. If you maybe sit a little bit deeper and just ride the bounce, you can go with it. He does exactly that. That's a gorgeous shot for 6. And there is a man at deep square. He just had enough wood to get it over him. First Maximo of this game. Vinny Sanders was super excited about that one. Change in the field. Third man comes up. Mid-on goes back. That usually tells me this could be a slow ball. I don't know if it was. Another ball on a good length. Just the single. So, interesting start to this game. 2 evenly matched teams. Pretty even honours on the field as well. It's 17 for 1 after 2 as we welcome back into the Ice Cube, Vinny Sandu.
Well, I took your advice and went and got us 2 cappuccinos. How are you enjoying that one? Oh, Corey's too busy having a sip. Look at these 2 teams. They are 2 of the 3 undefeated teams. The other one is Southern Crusaders, who now are at the top of the table. Yeah, but for me, Sweet United Gozo Zalmi. It's the contest I've been looking forward to today. One of these teams will lose their unblemished record after this game. And gotta say, early wicket, pretty handy for Gozo Zalmi. I don't know, for some reason, I don't know, on a hunch, I had Gozo Zalmi a Skerrick in front.
No, I think this is a dead split.
Yeah.
Real 50-50.
That's just my own personal leaning, but Sweetie. Yeah, probably one of the most improved sides. And a decent result here for a little push. It's not off the middle of the bat. But Kazim Mohammed, also known as the new Ricky Ponting after his 2 direct hit runouts, he is able to get a boundary. No fine leg. That's why that one goes all the way.
What I can tell you for Gozo's Army, they never have the field right for Bilal Khan. They've got 3 people at backward point. He swings it in. So that ball there is an inside edge that goes straight to 45 for just a single or a dot. But because he's got the 1 extra on the offside, it goes for 4.
You're right. And the thing is, you want to encourage him to be able to go at the stumps.
Well, he does naturally. Yeah. So it's a tactical error.
This is a field for someone bowling wide outside the off stump, just inside the tram line. As well as that cutter. Hasn't really been hooping for him in this game, though, so far. Something I noticed from ball 1 that I saw from the coffee shop.
Ijaz Ahmed's had a mare with the gloves so far. He can't catch a cold.
Yeah, I think Ijaz sometimes he does the fancy things, but he needs to just kind of get back to basics. Watch the ball all the way into the gloves and not snatch at it. If I had to give him one basic bit of advice, it's like, I would say, you know, when the ball's in your gloves, you should still have your eyes tracked on it. And maybe even exaggerate that. I often say, you know, read the writing on the ball when it's in your gloves. That way you're watching it all the way. And I think at the moment, he just is taking his eyes off it at the last second. Here's Billy. Another cutter, and this is going to be 4. And this is a sign for me when he starts rolling his fingers, he's not confident the ball's going to swing. That's a good put away from Yadav.
Yeah, nice shot. Low full toss. You got to put it away, and he does exactly that.
So, yeah, Bilal, he's a wicket taker, has 1 already. But I think he'll be a little bit disappointed at how it's come out. This innings at least. Got the wicket of Kadir, who was sent out to open the innings and skip up, going for a 3rd ball dunk. Well held catch as well by Shamrais. Oh, close, really close. Touch and go, and is gone. Yeah, got to say, it was hard for me to believe this would swing past the leg stump. It pitches on. It hits him in line. The only question was it doing too much. I got to say, that, as a bowler, you'd be disappointed if this wasn't given. As a big wicket, Yadav has to go. There it is. Pitches on. Oh. Probably didn't do himself any favours, Yadav, because he does kind of skip towards the off stump after it hits him.
I think that's one of those ones where, honestly, it could just be clipping. I can understand why it's given out. He falls across a little bit.
One more time from front on. Look, yeah, probably live it seemed a bit more conclusive than
I don't know. That might be missing for me.
Yeah, maybe just. But like I say, Yadav, because he gets a long way across, I think in real time, I certainly had the feeling it hit him on middle and leg live. When I look at the replay, it was not middle and leg. But
didn't look himself this morning, Yadav.
Yeah.
Just didn't get one out the middle. And when you don't get one out the middle, sometimes you just fall behind the 8 ball, and that's what's happened there.
26 for 2 now, Sweet United. Yeah, maybe he's a bit fortunate on reflection. Wouldn't call that a howler from the umpire, though. You know, that was his opinion that he formed from watching it live, and it was very, very tight. And Bilal, he does get one to hoop, doesn't he? And gets the result. A couple of balls to come for him. Amir's the new bat. And he gets knocked over first ball. Well, this one's definitely hitting. And Bilal comes good when it counts. He's on a hat-trick with 1 ball remaining in his spell. And Sweet United now 26 for 3.
You have to love a left-arm seam bowler who opens the attack and swings it back in. Sensational delivery. This one through the gate. I said on air, he gets LBWs and he gets bowls. That's a crazy loose shot first ball against a guy that has 2 balls left in his spell. Oh, it's a cavalier drive.
Drive on in, isn't it? Big gap. And so Bilal, out of nowhere, and this ball wasn't really talking for him at all. Out of nowhere, he's got 2 in a row right, moving off the straight. 26 for 3. We still haven't had a hat-trick in season 2023. You just go back to the LBW. I think you really have to put yourself in the umpire's shoes. I want everyone to visualise. You get one look at that in real time, and you've got to make a decision. And I don't like umpires that go too heavy in favour of the batter, that they need to be 150% sure. You know, you go with what you feel. It was an opinion which I think was an understandable opinion. Even I thought it hit him a little bit more in front of the stumps. There's probably no consolation to Yadav. Anyway,
hat-trick ball, Vinny.
Ajmal, will he be the first hat-trick victim of 2023? Crowd's into it. And it's a Danny Hudacek special. That's a wide on a hat-trick, Paul.
He's just getting it to talk again, that ball. Shame he didn't get that on the line. He's every chance to get a hat-trick in. They've got a slip in. I'd be having 2 slips and a 3rd man here.
And now's probably the time with a left-hander on strike. You could have a similar feel to what we saw earlier.
I can't see Ajmal trying to hit him for a boundary off his last ball. You're just trying to survive it.
They bring the fine leg up deep square back. Ooh. Can't imagine he's going to dig it in short. Maybe it's just about a double bluff and thinking maybe he will.
Don't mind that thinking, but while the ball's swinging, get it full, get it straight. Here we go.
3 for 15 for Bilal Khan. I don't even think he's bowled to his potential in this game. Oh, well, he likes it. Oh, I'm not sold on it personally.
That is a seed.
Well, get used to this because Bilal Khan, he's a bit of a force in this series. This one really curves. So it's just a shame that by the time he started getting the movement, he's out of deliveries.
If you're a cricket purist, right now you're going to go play replay on that delivery. That's a peach. What a spell.
You've just got to be happy that you didn't nick that. That was such a good ball. But they do survive, and at the end of 3 overs, it's 27 for 3.
Good cricket. Tell you what, it's taken us a week, but we've finally got a real cricket match.
Yeah, I know you like it. And it's one I've been looking forward to as well. 9, 8 and 10, 27 in the power play.
Yeah, you've got 2 teams that haven't lost a game with sensational talent, and they're on show here. Right now, goes Ozami, they're ahead.
They sure are. 3 wickets in the power play. But, yeah, Ajmal, he's surviving. Back to Kazim Mohammed. First ball, the 4th. Blocked out. Zishan likes it. Well, they're going to have a look at this one from side on. It was a bit of a mess, to be honest. Let's have a look. He comes in and throws it. He's well in. It's a very optimistic. I think it hits hits the stumps with his glove anyway. But yeah, umpire probably unsighted there because of the keeper's body, so you can understand that. This is Lala Mebubali, now holder of the second highest individual batter's score.
Well, the record he does have.
Yeah.
He is the holder of the most sixes in an innings.
Crazy.
And when we have a format where it's all about sixes, nice record to have.
It sure is. 26ers beating the previous record. Your housemate, Scotty Edwards, 18.
Good.
In the ECL final back in 2019.
Good riddance.
Well, let's see. Let's see if the umpire thinks he's hit it, because they've gone through for a run. Ejaz once again forgets his most important thing is to catch the ball, and there's no signal.
Ejaz is just having a shocker with his hands in this game. He's too messy sometimes. He fiddles around.
Well, he moves too much. You know, here his gloves aren't together. He's got to get those gloves together, make good early position, and really that's a simple catch at this level even.
Oh, will that change the tail of the tape? That's the question.
Ajmal's been pretty lucky so far, to say the least. And he has survived.
It's off the mark.
He has. Goes after it and gets it. Maximo! Oh, the fielder just crept in a little bit off the boundary there. I don't know if he would have had an opportunity anyway, but Kazim Mohammed lets his bat do the talking. 6 runs.
There's definitely something that I'll be speaking to the Spanish boys about. I've seen too many players creep in from the boundary. Start behind the boundary. There's no barricades or anything. Just start walking in from behind the boundary if you want to walk, or have your foot on the rope.
Or walking in might be a bit old-fashioned now.
It is old-fashioned, especially on the rope in a 50-metre boundary.
Some will just start with their heels on the rope, get a feel for the rope. This one is handled, but it will be a dot ball. I was in the bar, actually, and some of the Maltese cricket community saying it's a bit unfair that Corey gets to coach when he's been looking tongue-in-cheek, watching all the Maltese.
Who said that?
Yes, nameless sources. You've been sitting watching the cricket. You get to watch 3 weeks and then make your plans. Yeah, it's not a good ball. It's a Gundy ball, really. That might have gone all the way, you know. Maybe not. 4 runs. Kazim Mohammed, well, he's the counter-attack, isn't he? Sweet United, okay, lost 3 wickets, but they bat pretty deep. Yeah, was just kind of angled in towards his hip. Good hands to get through it.
Who said that, Vinny?
Just you know, some of the fraternity.
I can
tongue-in-cheek.
I can safely tell them that I have 0 notes so far.
And I would also say, don't worry, I put their fears to bed. I said Corey's not paying attention at all. He's not in coach mode just yet.
No.
Last ball of the over for Lala. It's an uppercut, and it's going to be more runs. 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. Kazim Mohammed shining light, and this is what you do when you've got a long order. Don't worry about the wickets. Keep playing your shots. He moves to 31, and after 4 overs, it's 43 for 3.
What a brilliant counter-attack from Kazim Mohammed. 39 for 3, 43 for 3. Boundaries everywhere, wickets everywhere. This is a good game of T10.
I will tell you a bit of goss, though.
Oh, I love goss.
I gave you a bit of goss then. I'll give you a bit of goss back. See, Wakara Freedy still to bat. He just doesn't seem quite himself. I thought he would have batted in the top 5. Bilal Qadir is a pretty good 7.
What's your gossip?
Bilal Khan won't be taking part in the internationals as he's taking a break from international cricket.
Why is that?
You have to ask him.
Just wants a bit of a...
Too young to have a break, I think. But I mean...
Oh, is that more like mentally fatigued? Because that can happen.
Not quite sure of the reasons. But
have Malta named... Have the other teams named squads?
You want me to have a little peek for you?
Oh, yeah, go on.
All right.
Oh, that's a shame to hear, but at least it's good to see him enjoying his club cricket.
Yeah, I would love to see him out there.
Has he been dropped?
He hasn't been dropped. I think he's marked himself unavailable. Anyway, this is the start of a new over. Ajmal, he's ridden his luck all the way to the boundary now. This is Fazil Rahman coming in. It was a bit of a warm-up ball, not quite full pace from Fazil. Driven through the cover gap for 4.
Well, if I know one thing about Fazil, after serving up a half volley, he might be digging this one into the pitch. What a shot for 4, though. What a game of T10 this is. Topsy-turvy.
You said it.
You book your flights to Gibraltar, Vinny. I'll focus on this.
This is to Portugal, and I know exactly which one I'm taking.
Well blocked into the offside, and they'll scamper through for a single. This is a really good contest at the moment. Both teams showing some class. Kazim Mohammed, not easy to be 31 off 11 when wickets have been falling around you.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. But goes Ozalmi. Solid start. The 3 wickets handy, but I mean they're on 111 pace at the moment, so it shows you that the run rate's what matters.
Good batting. Just the one off the hip that time. So, yeah, the Bilal Khan out. That is a shame.
Yeah, because he's a genuine weapon with the new ball. I hope that he rethinks his availability. And
What's the story?
I don't really know too much, except I think he's played a fair bit of cricket over the last couple of years. But I'd love to see him back for the ECC, for example.
Malta have been one of the more busy international teams. They have played a remarkable number of T20s and obviously T10s with us on the ECN network. So, yeah, I can understand sometimes some players are a little bit fatigued, a little bit jaded.
For sure. But this guy impresses me, Fazil Rahman. It's a bit of the Sean Tate about Rahman. He loads up and really hurls it down there when he's getting it right. Not a big run up, but you can see what I mean, right? He kind of comes in and gives it everything.
Some traits there. I do see what you mean. Yep.
Good game, though. Good game we've been waiting for.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen two very, very good teams going up against each other. We've seen some lopsided games, it must be said, in the first week. So this one, we're expecting it to be pretty close.
Coming up to the halfway point of this innings. Oh, full toss. Baseballs it out of the ground. Maximo! Kazim Mohammed. Well, I think this is okay for height. Yeah, for me it's just below. And maybe it's a bit slower from side on. Nice shot, though.
He's not the tallest of men.
That's true. Let's have a look. Yeah, for me that's just below the waist.
Sometimes you can tell in the bat swing, and because he goes with a straighter sort of bat.
Hits it pretty well. Yeah, I think that one's okay. Yeah, well done to the officials. You know, they're really good. They're making the decisions quickly. And they've decided that one's fine, so we'll get on with the game. 6 runs signalled. Only the 6 runs signalled. And Rahman a bit lucky to get away with that, really. Fraction higher, and he would have been up for a free hit as well.
What an innings.
Yeah. And is he done yet? Kazim Mohammed, this is what he can do to you. A lot of players that can hurt you for Sweetie. Yeah, this time he digs it in. Overcorrection. Maximo! Well, Kazim has been amazing through the first half of this innings. He has 44 runs. And the score at the end of 5 overs, 62 for 3. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm in, I could call it the igloo because, I mean, what is it right now? It's 11 degrees, which is the maximum. It's a bit of a chilly day
It is not in this. It feels like 2.
Out there, I think they're a bit warmer than us. Hope you're enjoying the action. So much cricket coming up on the European Cricket Network, especially over the next couple of months. It's 2 of our busier months of the year with the first ECIs. We've got the ECL coming up. We've got night cricket. We've got day cricket. If you want to know more, you can always go to our website, europeancricket.com. Big thank you to everyone for tuning in on a Monday, the start of week 2. Although you wouldn't know here, we haven't really taken any time off. No days off here at the moment. 21 days to go to the ECL. That's the Champions League of European Cricket. 30 national champions and the European champions. Pakake Badalona. And you're right. I'm just booking my flight. Chris in the office asked me which flight I would like. I want to see what your opinion is. Oh, Skied. Is anyone going to get near this? This is Anwar, who's coming in. He can't get there. So a bit of fortune for Ajmal. He might be using up all his team's luck at the moment. But he survives and he moves to 8.
Yeah, he chances his arm and still a single. That does get Kazim Mohammed on strike.
I've got 3 options to go from Malaga to Lisbon because our next tournament's in Portugal.
Yeah.
This is after the ECL.
What is it? Helicopter, boat, plane?
No, not the Vinicopter. Working on that. Here is Salman Bafridi in over number 6. I think this time Kazim Mohammed happy just to get a look at Afridi. So they're all Sunday flights. 7 a.m. in the morning.
Ba-bow.
10:25 a.m. in the morning.
Ba-bow.
3:25 in the afternoon.
Ding, 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 winner.
I've had to make some hard decisions in my life. They are not. That's not a hard one. That's out. Absolutely gone. He decided to try and slog sweep this. Ajmal, his luck runs out. Hits him on the back leg. And it probably hits him above the pad, but he was crouching tiger and hidden batsman because he's going to go. He's the 4th wicket to fall. 64 for 4. And Afridi, Salwa Afridi that is, gets a bit of momentum back for Gozo Zalmi.
See you later. That's plum. That is plumbest of plums you could plumb. Out.
You called it.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the old days when they used to say before ball tracking, oh, that couldn't be out because he's round the wicket and it would be impossible. Well, now we know it's not true. It hits him right back in the crease and there's no way that was missing.
So why couldn't you catch the early flight?
Because I don't want to. Imagine that. Well, 3:25, that's an ideal flight time. Let's say you get to the airport 1:25, probably leave the hotel at 1.
Get home at 5 a.m.
Didn't say that. Easy sleep in, grab some breakfast, take your time packing, maybe a car. I don't have time for carvery.
You know, is that on the Sunday? That's
on the
after
Sunday.
the reserve day. So you
After
should be
reserve
packed
day.
already because we're not going to need the reserve
True,
day.
packed or not packed. 1 p.m.'s an ideal time to leave the hotel, between 12 and 1 on a travel day.
You are the guru.
You know what isn't a good time to leave the hotel?
7 a.m.
4:40 in the morning. Chris, if you're watching, pull your head in. I can't believe you. I can't believe you show me those options. I had to answer on behalf of myself and Rico and Marzi and Diana, who are all travelling.
Well, you should have put the others on the other flight. That would have been even funnier.
That would have been hilarious.
Everyone else wants to get there early.
Yeah. Actually, Rico, he nerds it up a bit, wanting to get there early.
Yeah,
I told him to sort himself out. All right. We don't get too many sleep-ins on the tour, so if you do get a day off and you have to get up at 5 a.m. in the plane, it's not great. Actually, I think he hits this.
I think it might be your glove.
He hits his glove. It'll be a run.
Yeah, good umpiring.
Yeah, good stuff. Kazim Muhammad moves to 46.
It's a one-man show. It's Kasim Muhammad versus Gozo Zalmi at the moment. He's doing his best job. Yeah, good contest. Very good.
Yeah, I was just going to say a quick hello.
Hello.
And to Matt Aravides saying, is it a bad time to mention it's 21.6 degrees right now?
Yes.
16 overnight. And he's in Perth. It's 8:30 p.m. Goes after it. Good miss hit.
No,
it's not out.
It's actually good weather conditions here. We're just situated under a tree, under a cube in the shade.
This is perfect when it was 42 degrees here. I just want to say a quick hello to Max Cook as well. Where are you watching from, Max? Let us know. End of the over, 67 for 4. Waka Afridi out there. He is a dangerous batter, but yeah, we haven't seen too much of him actually. But hopefully he's fully fit and maybe we'll see him with the ball as well. Well, Andy House, he's coming to Malta, part of the Blue Crew. He has a 3:40 a.m. departure from his house on Saturday to get to Malta. We look forward to seeing you, Andy.
That is a horrific one. 3:40 a.m.
I know what your 3:40 a.m. departure strategy would be.
Actually, when I leave Malta, I'm flying out at 7, so that's an early one.
I know what your 7 a.m. departure strategy will be. Here is Rahman. His second over, sprayed down the leg side, fumbled by Ejaz.
Ejaz honestly is holding 2 thimbles out there. He hasn't gloved a thing.
Just needs to watch the ball a bit closely.
It's
you know
feet.
What? Easier said than done, but he has to relax a bit. I think when you've been following me for you, that's the opposite of what happens. Missing. But we'll get through for a leg by. Yeah, so it's one thing to say just relax, but obviously if haven't been gloving the ball very cleanly, it's normally the opposite. You get a bit tense. So yeah, it's a bit of a mind over matter thing. Maybe some breathing exercises, something like that, just to calm the heart rate and just accept the ball. Accept the ball in your gloves. That's its rightful place. Slashed away, and this is a really good shot. Good back speed. It's going to go for 4. Kazim Muhammad, he's been the instigator of this Sweet United comeback, and he moves within 1 run of a half century.
Yeah, well, for me right now, we're witnessing the innings of the tournament. He's come in against a good team, a good bowling attack, and he's counter-attacking beautifully.
This one was down the leg side,
Well
but
done.
yeah,
Yep.
Kazim Muhammad, he'll make his 50. It's been a really important innings. They needed someone to step up, and Kazim does. 50 off 18 balls. And without him, this innings could be in a right mess, but he's got his team right back in the game.
That's what T10's about. It can be one person steps up and you get into a competitive situation. He's that man. 277 strike rate. He's favoured the leg side, especially fine leg. He steps inside the ball and picks it up really well.
That shows me he's used the pace really well.
Yeah.
Those runs behind the wicket. And now this is worked away by Afridi out of the ground. Maximo! Rahman getting it slightly wrong here. Doesn't have the radar. And you've got good batters there that are prepared to pounce on mistakes. 6 more.
This sort of has a feeling of an ECC or an ECL match. It's when you've got a good bowling attack, but the batting is deep and 278, so the wickets column becomes obsolete. They're 80 with 20 balls left. They're looking at 120.
And I think at Rahman's pace, often he probably will get away with errors when the batters aren't as adept at handling the pace.
Yeah.
But you can see there gets it slightly wrong, and that's really what a good batter would do to that ball. It helps on its way for 6.
I don't think Freedy's worried about the pace because he's wearing a hat.
I think you're probably right. Let's see what Rahman does. He's got 2 balls to spend. Good shoot game. There he goes leg side, but he's found the fielder and he's gone. So, well, maybe a bit fortunate for Rahman, who slid it into the pads again. Waka Afridi coming off for 6, but the next ball he finds Talib Shamraz, and his fielding's been really good so far into the lineup. 2 catches for him, and Sweet United, they lose another wicket. It is 80 for 5.
Yeah, good catch from Talib Shamraz, who's out there. Takes the catch. A very topsy-turvy innings. This is so much like the ECC, where you see good batting lineups against good bowling attacks. Wickets might be falling, but the run rate's okay.
Just thinking of the 7 a.m. flight strategy. I remember in Hungary last year, some of the crew did have that kind of a flight, and they stayed out all night. Just thinking that would be easier. There's this kind of theory it'll be easier. Rarely so, even if you can get 2-3 hours sleep.
Did it once last year after a King's Day in the Netherlands, straight to Spain. Yeah. Didn't pull up well.
Not a great effort. Last ball for Rahman. Here goes the bouncer. Hari Krishnan is the new batter. A single kind of refused there. I can understand that because Kazim Mohammed will grab the strike. 7 overs down. The score is 80 for 5. Just quickly, we'll just address a little bit about what's happening in the world of the European Cricket Network. Like we said, we're 3 weeks away from the ECL. But before that, we've got international cricket coming up as well. The whole week before that, I won't say it's a warm-up because I think it's an event in its own right, but we'll have, 8 days of international cricket leading up to that as well. So it's all going to kick off shortly. We're just 12 days away from the first ECI as well. Yeah, Neil has a question for me, which I'll come to in a second. Here's Sohaib Afridi. Oh, this would have been a wide. He almost nurdles it onto his stumps. Gets away with it. The bowler and the batter getting away with something there. So he asked me back in 2021, what do I pack on tour, and have there been any changes? Interesting question. I'll try and think about that for a second. Goes after this, and I think he's got enough, or has he? He does. Maximo on a length, a challenge kind of a length from the bowler, and Kazim Mohammed, he gets the distance. 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. He really is playing a lone hand. What an innings this is. He's 56 off 20 himself. Well done to him. Can he keep going?
Single-handedly batted his team back into contention here. Freedy needs to find the block hole. Doesn't, and he's going to be punished again. Not a good ball, and I think that one's gone the journey as well. Maximo, back-to-back. Kazim Mohammed swings his way into the 60s.
Well, you know what Gozo were falling for? It's the old trick that when they get hit, they then try bowl at the stumps and it goes leg side.
Yeah.
None of them have bowled outside off to Kazim Mohammed. They are making him play everything on the leg side. It doesn't work. A lot of bowlers panic. You get hit, so they go, I'm going to bowl faster at the stumps. It doesn't work like that.
But still, for me, the length's all wrong. They're giving him length to work with. I haven't really seen a good Yorker executed to Kazim. Again, just misses. He hits it well, and that's another boundary. And that's the thing, when a guy's in, if you miss the length even by a little bit, he's still going to hit you. And you see here, this isn't a York, it's a half volley.
It's a slot ball. Step hit. He's just trying to bowl quick at the stumps, and he's missing his margins, and he's getting pasted at the moment.
Yeah, and you talked about the way this kind of feels like a Kartama match. I mean, that's the kind of length that we do see punished at Kartama with guys that are solid with the stick. Same again, same kind of length, but he might get lucky this time. Well, it's a bit of a challenge length, and Lala, he holds firm at deep mid-wicket, so Kazim Mohammed, he'll be kicking himself there. I think that's another ball that could have gone. Instead, clickety-click, 66. Kazim Mohammed has to go, but what an innings it's been. He hit 6 sixes, 6 fours, 66. All the sixes, and 96 for 6. Wow, lucky I don't have a lisp, but Sweet United, I can be very thankful that number 3's done very, very well there.
What did you say? Yeah, he's batted well. He's batted very well. He'll be disappointed he didn't get the elevation on that one. That easily could have been another 6, but what a special innings. And now it's up to the tail to wag a bit.
A bit of she sells seashells by the seashore about that as well, wasn't there? More questions coming in the chat. Just going back to what Neil said. I actually try and pack less these days. Easier said than done. I'm a bit over my limit at the moment, and that's mostly because I tend to keep picking up more shirts and things like that. But I've tried to take out a lot of my casual clothes this year. You know why?
Why?
Because there's not as many days off. So that's my strategy. So that's how I've got a bit of weight back. Sohaib Afridi continues. Karamat, the new batter, so they have kind of penetrated down to the bottom order now. It's 8 overs down, pardon me. It's 97 for 6. Yeah, so what I've done as well, sometimes, and especially when I go to Kartama, I do sometimes try and get my cricket bag brought over. So I've got my keeping gloves and my bat.
Where's that now?
It's just at my European place. But what I will say is I don't know if I'll be able to play any cricket because with 6 days on, 1 day off, I do have a date at the Carvery, which is the all-you-can-eat buffet a couple of times. A couple of wickets, but also heavy scoring overs in the last 2. So that's probably the only real difference. A bit less casual clothes, a bit more work clothes. Some can double. Like some of my shirts I wear. You can get away with those out on the town. And an Anwar comes on to bowl. Interestingly for me, he's not listed as captain today. Zishan Khan listed as captain. Maybe there's been a coup we don't know about, or maybe it's just because Zishan was here for the toss.
Watch this space. We'll have to find that out over on the break, maybe. A little inside story.
Neil's asking, do I still have golden shoes? Yeah, that's the other thing. I keep gaining shoes, and they're probably $1 kilo each, right? So stay tuned, Neil. Oh, a little helicopter. It's high. It's not long enough. Bilal comes around. He drops it. Really gets there fairly easily. He was gliding towards the ball. So Krishnan, this is a shot that he played really well last year. I mean, he's coming down lower in the order. He's probably 2 spots lower than he was last year because of some of their pickups. But you see how he really whips his wrist through that ball.
Yeah, he should be dismissed. It's a big opportunity missed. An extra run given away.
Stay tuned, Neil. That's all I'll say about Wardrobe. That one hits him, and they run anyway, even though they've got no idea where it's gone. Well,
no.
I don't think this is out. I want to see it from camera 1.
No, so this one's okay for me because he was literally running in his line. It was sort of instantaneous.
And I don't think there's anything deliberate about him touching the ball, you see, because he actually just looks up at his partner. So there was one, I can understand why Gozo Zalmi are appealing, because they were the team that copped the obstructing the field. But the difference there is that the batter genuinely didn't know Karamat where the ball was. In the air,
again.
And 6, and Bilal's completely misjudged this. He skipped in 3 or 4 metres, but it carries off the bat. Maximo handsy runs for Sweet United. That brings up the 100, and Krishnan cashes in.
There is no excuse for a fielder to be 4 metres in on a 50-metre boundary in a T10 game. It's just silly cricket. He's come charging
You're not stopping
in.
at 2 or anything like that.
No, exactly.
Like used to.
Sit back. Yeah, I can see him now. He's starting behind the rope.
Go full toss. That's a better spot to miss, I say.
Sonic.
Yeah, that's a good. They're both good ones. I'll tell you mine, and it's super simple. And I still like it now. Hacked off the stumps. I think of 2. I don't think it's there. Karamat thinking about a strategic 2, but he would have run out his partner. So it's the end of 9. It's 108 for 6. So Sweet United, they're slightly above par score. I think in this game, though, par might be something more like 115, 120 when you consider some of the batters they got at their disposal. For me, Pong.
Good game.
I love Pong. It's so simple. So, yeah, Pong.
Okay.
There was a variation of that because we got these graphics calculators, I'm showing my age now, that we were allowed to use in maths in year 11 and 12, so towards the end of high school. And there was a game based on that, and we could get on the calculator. I think I spent most of my last year of school playing that game in class secretly, looking like I was typing in equations. Stay in school, kids. Shakir Afridi, their new bowler. He's going to bowl his only over and over, number 10. It's not going to have a very good start. Karamat gets a bit about on this, gets it past the fielder. And the run's coming at the end of the innings for Sweetie.
Well, big tactical error here. They had 5 in the ring. Third man's been back. Mid-wicket was in the ring there. So to have 5 in the ring in the 10th over is a big no-no. And they've had a couple of tactical errors, and I think it's going to cost them a fair few runs. Now he's keeping third man back. So they've switched on after it's happened.
Yeah, just a bit of a tactical error.
Can't happen, Vin.
No wonder they keep passing their captaincy hat. It goes to Zalmi ranks. Here's Shakir. Not a bad ball. I like that they've pitched the long on and long off pretty straight. And so they're basically saying to their batter, you're not going to be able to hit between us. You're going to have to hit around us. And I think it kind of, a bit like your Southern Crossfield, takes that straight hit away.
I call it the Chris Munoz Mills field now.
Okay.
The straight one. So he's tall, he's Spanish and good looking.
Doesn't really roll off the tongue, though.
The CMM. Oh, yeah.
That's well bowled.
Run, run. Run. Good match
Yeah,
awareness.
Very smart.
And if he misses, get more runs.
Get.
Yeah, see that? I don't mind what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
Good match awareness.
I think both these guys are capable of batting. So in another situation, if you had a real established batter on strike, you probably wouldn't take this. But I think at this stage, you're just taking every run possible.
I love the amount of backing up. I love the match awareness. Every run counts.
You know, it's like tennis when they say make your opponent hit one more shot. If by taking another run, you make them make another throw, and that can in itself create some more runs. 3 to come then. 114. Can they get the 120? Oh, good slower bouncer. Jazz. Well,
He might not run now as it came off the batsman.
Do you know what's funny though? Is that they probably would have got a run if it didn't hit the batter.
Yeah.
But I think that out of courtesy,
that's fair enough.
Yeah, they don't run.
But this is good. I don't see teams enough run to the keeper. I mean, these keepers do not practice throwing at the stumps, things like that. Just go.
Jazz, his glove almost went as far as the ball that time when he tried to throw the glove on. 115 with 2 to come. Afridi's come back well. Now you got to run hard, but I don't see them getting more than one. Lala does the fielding, fires it in. They'll take it on. It'll be run out, but I think exactly what you're saying. They've got the wickets to play with, so they're forcing Gozo Zalmi to make the play. Unselfish stuff from Krishna, and he'll go for 9. It's 116 for 7.
I just like what Swiki United are doing at the back end here. The little 1%ers, they all add up. So they've gotten themselves to a good score after Bilal Khan took those early wickets, and it's been an impressive 10 overs.
Martis put a link into the European Cricketers song. That's one to check out. I know that Rico wrote that here in Malta and performed by Johnny Grimmer. Very well produced as well. I think when we get a chance, we'll definitely be maybe making an updated version.
Is this a cross-handed bandit?
Yeah, I think it is. Here we go. Cross-hander, Umar Khan, and he's gone for a duck. Yeah, Umar, we actually saw him batting last year a little bit. Doesn't often get a hit down the order. And, gets a fair bit of it, but he's going to have to go. So 116 for 7. Look, for me, it feels like a bit of a pass score when you look at these two teams. I think that they're a bit more adept at hitting the boundaries. And 117 will be the target for Gozo Zalmi. Remember, both these teams trying to keep their unbeaten record alive. That's something to take away from this 10 overs for both teams as we rolled around into the afternoon session. I want to say Kazim Mohammed was brilliant with his half century in this innings. But, well, game in the balance here as Bilal, we didn't quite get it right early. I felt he was a bit all over the place, but well, when it came down to it, he got the results, didn't he? That was the first week. It was just a mistimed top edge, and Shamrais took the catch. And Kazim Mohammed came out and he really counter-attacked, didn't he? But at the other end, there was trouble. Wickets in back-to-back balls. That one probably on a closer look may just have been sliding, but the umpire felt differently live. And then Amir, a golden duck, his miserable run continues. Having said that, Kazim Mohammed, he got things back on track. And without him, I think they would have struggled to get to a score anywhere near this 116.
Yeah, for me, Kazim Mohammed was the man of the hour, and his innings was a lone hand in what can be best described as good level cricket. He made himself a 50, he hit the ball to all parts, and he was the point of difference to get his team up to potentially a match-winning score. Gozo Zalmi, they fielded okay, a couple of little errors. They held on to most of their catches. There were some issues with running in off the rope a little bit too aggressively, as you can sort of see there, and a couple more here. Kazim Mohammed ended up being caught by Lala at deep mid-wicket. Couldn't get that one out the middle. A few missed opportunities at the back end. But some good running and some good inventiveness has helped Swiki United get up to a pretty competitive score of 116 for 8. At the very back end, there was some good running between the two batsmen, trying everything they can to get the score up. But in the end, 8 wickets were taken, 116 runs were scored, and some pretty entertaining cricket. We'll have a quick look at the scorecard, shall we? And one man, 66 off 23. This is why this T10 format's always exciting, because it can take one man to help your team get to a good score, and that Kazim Mohammed innings was the best innings I've seen this tournament so far. We have a quick look at the bowling scorecard, shall we? And it was shared around by all of the Gozo Zalmi bowlers. The pick of the bowlers was the opening bowler, Bilal Khan, 3 for 15. Sensational figures from him. Shakir Afridi might be a little bit upset. He only got 1 over at the back end. Everyone else, not too bad. Sawab Afridi picked up 2 for his troubles in the middle. But overall, I think Swiki United have their noses in front in this clash. So, that takes us to the halfway stage of this T10 fixture. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello and welcome back, everyone around the world, especially those in India via FanCode in the subcontinent, everyone on YouTube. And on the YouTube chat, we're here at the halfway stage between Gozo's Army versus Swiki United. Two undefeated teams, one will be defeated in the next 40-odd minutes. Tough game to call. It's been topsy-turvy. Swiki United elected to bat first. They hit 116 for 8 after losing 3 early wickets. Good counter-attack from Kasim Mohammed. Now they've got all the work to do with the ball, as Gozo's Army have made their way out to the middle. Looking forward to this chase. Hope you are as well. Live on the ECN network on this chilly Monday in Malta. The sun's shining out in the field, but I can tell you in the commentary box about 2 degrees. 8 layers are on. This should promise to be a very exciting run chase. Not easy. 117. We haven't seen anything big chased in this tournament just yet. Will we see it now? If there is a team to do it, Gozo's Army must be one of the hot favourites to do it. So we're almost ready. Ball 1 in the run chase. Khan facing, Afridi bowling. Slight adjustment to the field. Deep mid on. Deep third man, the 2 boundary riders. First ball in the run chase. Here we go. What a wild swing and a big play and miss. A little bit of outswing there for Afridi. He's got the slip in, which is surprising. Confident, don't mind that. And he's making a change potentially to the field straight away as well. Sometimes I think you bowl a good ball, just keep it nice and easy. Yeah, making the change. So, an early change, they're bringing mid-wicket across into another person behind point. So now you've only got 2 people on the leg side. You've got a cover point, backward point, third man slip. You've got about 5 men behind the bat on the offside. So you do not want to bowl straight. Not often you'll see a 7-2 field in a T10 game. And he gets hit on the leg side. So to one of the men back there. And that is good fielding by Vibor Yadav. But sometimes you got to wonder, you don't need to change too much when you beat the bats. A little bit risky what they're doing now, and now they're reverting back to the other field. So good time wasting. There's Mahbub Ali on strike. Hit 140 the other day. Just casual 140, 26s in that total. Highest ever innings with the most 6s. He's now on the 2nd all-time highest score behind Govinda Bajwa. His first ball today. And he's been pinned. Yeah, good bowling, angling it in. Not much shape on that one. And that got him pretty good as well. Freddie's a little bit quicker than he looks, I think, on screen. Just a bit zippy. One of those bowlers that gets it to do enough off the deck. Wow, what a shot that is from Lala. Oh, yeah. Let's get hit in the leg 1 ball, charge swing the next. Maybe a little bit of nerves in this. There is a bit of a heightened tension around the ground. 2 undefeated teams. The confidence would be riding high. Lala tried to send that one into orbit. And another play and miss. So Lala hasn't clicked just yet. Good over from Afridi, it must be said. Nice and tight, nothing too loose for the batsman to get a hold of. Already that required rate has gotten out to 12.6. Nice shot. He's off the mark, and he's off the mark with a 4. So this one just a little bit over pitch from Afridi. There goes Mr. Maximo to do the fielding. And this time he gets it. Little short arm jab, 1 bounce 4. The first boundary in the run chase. Takes us to the end of the first over. It's 5 for none. And, well, here we go. 120 matches, 21 matches associated without a golden ball. What's that? Triple 20. Triple 17. double 5.
You're gone, aren't you?
No, I've just got
Can I have a quick guess of what it would be?
What would you do?
Well, you normally want to finish probably. Well, if you want 71, how are you going to do that? You'd probably go 17.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
But then I
Say it
went.
again.
Yeah, but now I'm lost a bit. What do you want to bring it down?
Triple 17, single 20, double 20.
No, single 20 bull.
Oh yeah, hold on. You're right.
Hit into the leg side for a single.
There's
yeah.
an easier way to do it.
No,
I'm sure.
that's how you do 121. You go triple 17,
11.
20, and then bull.
What about? Yeah, 20 then bull. Is there a better way to do it?
That's the best way.
No, I think there's probably a better way.
You wouldn't know, Vinny. Anyway, back to the action.
Let's look this up.
If I'm right, you have to buy the
I'm
first.
not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, let's see what they think. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, over the top of the offside. He gets enough bat on it, and it's going to be one bounce for Mahboob Ali's here, Vinny.
Yeah, what a shot from Lala. He launches this Maximo time. Remember, this guy hit 26 in one innings. Okay, here is the best way to do it. Triple 20, triple 11, double 14.
No.
It's just not obvious.
Because you wouldn't hit 2 triples. You would go 1 triple, 1 middle, and then a bull.
Bull's hard then. If you miss the bull, you're on an odd number.
Please. Defended this time. It's the offside.
Come
And
on.
for people who don't understand what we're talking about darts. A little bit of darts
Mental
chat.
darts. And I'm a big fan of darts, actually. Dave, sorry I missed your question earlier. You said he wants to see one of the Grizzly balls. I know that we're not using the Grizzlies just yet. We've still got to make sure that we use all the balls that were in our
Inventory.
Yeah, in our inventory. That's the word I'm looking for. Here's Yadav in over number 2. As soon as we have a Grizzly ball, I'll show you. This hit to fine leg, and they will get through for a run.
Curious to see if the Grizzly balls will swing a bit more or if they go further.
Well, I actually I played with Grizzly balls, pardon me, when I was playing in Gardner last year, when I was playing against some of the touring teams.
Talk to me.
I don't know whether I'm just really strong, but they sprung off the bat.
Really?
I think you'll like them. Yeah. If you want to find 1 or 2, and we use pink balls though. I assume they're pretty similar. White and pink are normally pretty similar in composition. Yeah, there's a couple at the bottom of the Cardamom Lake you might want to try and find.
Really?
That were pretty new.
So when will we start bringing the Grizzlies into play?
I don't know. Good question.
That's exciting. I hope they do go further.
They are 4-piece balls, Wayne. Wayne's asking, hello, Wayne. Nice to see you with us. Maybe we'll have a robo update soon. The update, actually, I can give it to you quickly. No more news today.
No, we need to show the viewers.
We can in a little while. Here's Yadav to finish the over. Digs it in and beats the bat of Zishan, who's coming pretty high. Well, can't get much higher than opening. It's the end of 2 overs, 11 for no loss. And here's the thing about Zishan. He's been pretty much warned he shouldn't be playing because he has an issue in his back.
Back looks absolutely fine to me.
But anyway, let's have a look at this. All teams have played either 6 or 4 games. Sweet United, this is their 7th game, and they're taking on Gozo Zalmi. Both teams haven't lost yet. That won't be the case in 9 overs' time. So stay with us and see how this pans out. And if you want to know a bit about the format, the top 8 teams will get through to what's called Elimination Day.
Was that meant to be some Terminator reference?
Well,
or?
yeah, it's not quarterfinals day, it's Elimination Day. The reason is that rather than straight quarterfinals where all teams are on even footing 1 to 8, we wanted to reward teams that finished higher.
Okay.
So I'll tell you about that in a second. This is going to be a new over,
Oh!
and it's going to be an incredible catch. Well, I think that's Arslan Ahmed there, who has gotten rid of Lala. He just helps this round the corner. It flew towards that man. They know that's a huge wicket, perhaps a match-turning wicket. It's 11 for 1.
Well, can't believe he's caught that. It's come off his forearm. He's flicked it off his hands. He's landed on his forearms and taken the catch. Well, didn't expect that. What a wicket that is.
Lala cannot believe it. I mean, not too much you can do about that.
He's coming back, Vinny. The Terminator's not done.
Yeah, well, I think he's just sorting out some equipment with Zishan. But, yeah, here's the thing. It's a very instinctive shot, that little flick away to the leg side. And I think, most of the time you hit it and most of the time it misses the fielder. This wasn't most of the time. Even if it does go to the fielder, they won't often catch it. And, well, he actually drops it but then catches it the second time. First man gone, 11 for 1. Big moment in the game.
Well, and all the equipment's been swapped. Not a big fan of that, but yeah, a bit unlucky for big Mahboob Ali. He's gone. 11 for 1. Afridi gets the wicket with the ball down the leg side. That's how cricket goes.
James Metcalf.
Yeah, let's show him.
Yeah, we've got time to show the robots.
Alvira.
He wants to know which robot design did we go for in the end. Well, the original one that we polled, that actually didn't ship to Spain. So this is what we've got. We've got 2 robots, one slightly bigger than the other. And at the moment, well, I assume they're being manufactured and or shipped. I'm hoping if I get an update by next weekend, I'll be happy. By this weekend, I should say.
Thank you for your money, everyone.
Here's Michael Das. You know what Michael likes doing?
Hitting sixes.
Yeah, and he can do that. He can also get out. That's what we've seen so far. I like his approach. He's facing Waka Afridi. Works this away, and guess what? Not going to be stopped. Aslan Ahmed has have to pick this one off the scoreboard. 4 runs, and, well, he's got a very good record of starting his innings with the boundary, Michael Das.
Nice cricket shot. Just the old traditional leg glance. It's another ball on the leg stump, and he puts it away nicely.
Dave in the chat has said he's checked the website. It isn't a scam. They have genuine and 5-star reviews. So he's done a bit of research. He put us onto this website. I also actually found this website independently, so we saw it at the same time.
I'm very excited for it to be in the robot.
Yeah, what do you think? Yeah, are you going to be the first one in?
Maybe we should keep it a secret who does it.
Are you going to be the Neil Armstrong of this? Oh, Freedy.
Good ball.
Gets Das to just play across this one slightly. Almost another boundary and out job for Michael Das.
That's actually a good delivery. It just goes away from him a tad at the point of contact. I think we should do it a bit like the Stig. No one will ever truly know who's in the robot. People can guess, but we will never tell.
But the thing is,
no, because we've got 2 costumes. No, we've got 2 costumes. Finish.
Okay. Really, for legal reasons, it'll be good if we don't know who's in there. Wow, and he's knocked over. Das will not survive more than that 3rd ball as Afridi. We didn't see him bowling last time. Maybe he pulled up a bit sore, but at the moment, he's just crashed the off stump. Over goes the castle, 15 for 2. Das just playing across the line a little bit here.
Yeah, I think Das on reflection will see this is a poor stroke. Goes right across it. Yeah, that's a 1 in a million shot. You got to hit it straight. And Afridi, well, he can't get out of his own way sometimes. He's happy with himself there.
Yeah, no, wouldn't he be? Yeah, Das just, he'll be annoyed. I mean, that's the beauty of the videotape. We'll see where he went wrong there. But good game on the cards. I mean, Sweet had to really fight back through Kasim Mohammed to get a ton plus on the board. Now they've made a strong start. And it's all about taking your opportunities. Already we saw Aslan Ahmed take an important catch to get rid of Lala for just 9. A Maximolus inning so far. Here comes Adnan Anwar. He's a guy we saw make some big runs first up for Gozo Zalmi. Had a few slices of luck, you have to say, but also played some very, very good shots. He comes in a pressure situation. Afridi with a double strike.
Yeah, double strike, good spell. Gozo's Army on the ropes early.
Will Jennings saying loves the old school sun hat being used by the keeper.
Oh, 10 out of 10.
Just see it in shot there. And says just hope Sunil Gavaskar is watching and nodding in approval. Keeping in the floppy. This one's up towards the hip. Hassan Ahmed probably wants a raise in that position. He's had plenty to do. And leg by, I think, signalled, or attempted signal from the umpire.
Yeah, last ball of the power play. It's all Swicky United at the moment. They're playing well.
I love the poll which the robots just put in, saying how long will Corey last in the robot suit? And the options are, A, don't click here, because our theory is that lots of people just click the first thing if they don't speak English. And so it always wins. And then there's 2. Well, B is 1 over, C is 1 innings, and D is 1 match. I think you'll be out of there pretty quick.
What about E sleeping in it?
Risk. Zishan wants a run, won't get one. So it's the end of the power play, and Sweet United on top at the moment. It's 16 for 2 after 3, as this battle of 2 undefeated teams has delivered so far for entertainment.
My endeavour will be to take a catch in the mascot outfit and set Robo Cricket on a voyage throughout space.
It would have been even more exciting if you took a catch with that first robot we saw that didn't actually have hands. It just had stumps.
Oh, I've just voted on don't click here, and it's at 31%.
It definitely skews towards the first.
I'm glad we have very knowledgeable viewers, as you say.
So yeah, if you ask a question, say yes, no as the 2 options. Often you can ask the same question just after, like 5 minutes later with no yes, and you get the different result. So it shows you.
You've cracked the matrix, Vinny.
Yeah, James saying depends how long Corey can go without a coffee to see how long he can stay in. Where are you watching from, James? Great to have you in the chat.
Well, I've been good on Coffee Watch lately, only about 4 every morning to get up for game 1.
Yeah, you like a coffee. We had a cappuccino.
It's cold in the box today. People think the life of a commentator is glamour and travel. It's 12-hour days in an ice cube.
It's a mixed bag. So that much. Arslan Ahmed, well, he's got the hot hand, doesn't he? Comes in, almost creates a wicket first ball. Anwar gets off the mark.
How do they get back into this, Vincenzo?
Look at the first innings. I mean, there's some parallels with that first innings. I mean, they were 17 for 1 after the second over. Then they lost 2 quick wickets, so they were kind of 26 for 3 in the third over. So, you just need someone to come good. Who's it going to be? Zishan gets something, can turn around the corner. And kind of doesn't get a lot, but there's no fine leg. They should get 2. They will get 2.
Yeah, interesting to see there's no fine leg, so no 45 either. A little bit of a different sort of field.
Mana saying that outside of Lala, Gozo's Army's next best batter is Adnan Anwar with only 93 runs. We say only, but he scored a lot of those in 1 innings. He's calling him a bit of a one-man band. I don't know if that's exactly true.
I think they're going to be tested, though, with the bat. That middle or lower order. Zishan needs to get one out in the middle.
They would think their depth is pretty good. I mean, look at Michael Daspert. I mean, he played probably a poor stroke, but he is capable of getting those boundaries.
Oh! He's gone with the kneecap. What a brave option from the bowler. Oh!
Well, the line between brave and foolish, I think I know which side this is on. You got this for camera 4. He gets a little pat on the back from the umpire.
Oh!
Watch this. Well, get your body behind it.
Oh, that hurts. That hurts so much.
The umpire actually pretty happy it hit his knee.
Oh, I'd be me out for a week.
You know what I like about cricket players? If that was a football player, where would we be right now? We wouldn't be bowling the next ball, and he comes up with a jaffa, if you want to call it a jaffa. But yeah, that's I like my football. But look, if football game, we've got like a 15-minute delay there while there's rolling around and whatnot.
Oh, big fan of this, man. When you're unsure, lead with the knee.
Yeah, you love a good knees up. What that means if you live in the UK. He's getting it right, though. He doesn't really move the ball off the straight, but he's just putting it in good areas. Arslan Ahmed, been pretty impressive.
Sort of feels like this is going to be one of those games which we've boomed up, but it could be a fizzler, Vinny. Could be fizzling out early.
I don't think you get fizzles between these two teams.
Oh, at 15.72, I'm starting to fizzle.
There's a counter-attack coming on.
It better be.
Remember Anwar the other day? He was on fire. He just needs to recapture some of that magic. Got Bilal Khan to come. He can change the game pretty quickly as well with the bat. Edged, and he has caught it eventually. Well, Hari Krishnan, he did well to keep his eye on the ball there. He knocked it up. He didn't panic though, did he? And so it was a thick edge. It took him a long way to his right. So it isn't Anwar's day in the end. He goes for just the single. And well, maybe the fizzle is on because that is the 3rd wicket. Look at that for a juggle job. It's 20 for 3.
I think it is, Vinny. Unfortunately, 3 wickets. It's not as strong a middle order as you'd imagine. 20 for 3, chasing 117. We thought it's going to be a close affair, but for me, it's eking towards a fizzler.
Again, power of winning the toss and putting a decent-sized target on the board. I think there's certainly a little bit more pressure batting second. I know you know how many you need, but also that in itself can bring some pressure and just impact the kind of freedom that you have in your stroke making.
Yep.
Yeah, so Marnus saying he tore his ACL last year. He's still waiting for surgery.
How did he tear?
Could be anywhere between the second half of this year and the end of 2025. Well, that's a long time.
How did he tear his ACL from sitting on the couch all day?
Oh, good question. Shots fired. You just told me you thought you did your knee by doing nothing.
No, I was throwing
because you walked out of the box.
This is why I've retired from cricket.
You are made of glass, aren't you? You're pretty transparent. You break easily. Zishan's out there, but not quite the Zishan we normally see here in Malta. Nice cut, though. Finds the fielder. So, I mean, they didn't go for Ejaz at the top of the order.
I don't mind because he hasn't been making runs, but would you just stick Bilal up there and go take on the new ball? Because if it comes off with 2 men out.
Yeah, maybe. At the moment, they've fallen a long way behind.
Yeah, long way behind. We need to see someone counter-attack and fast.
Dave's got a good point here. It's going to give you a dressing down in a minute.
Oh, boy.
Ajmal, the left armour. Hack away. They don't try and run even. So, I mean,
for someone that told me that he's got a disc out of place, he's L1. Zishan is swinging pretty hard.
Can't resist playing, but yeah, this is the thing. It's one thing to get out in the park. It's another thing when you're not quite yourself. And yeah, so Dave said, what about your resolution to not get stuck into the moderators? You are getting stuck into Marnus right now.
I did not.
You told him how could he do his knee from sitting on the couch.
Fair comment. Fair bump. Play on.
Top ball. Yeah, really going nowhere at the moment. Some people think Mohamed Ajmal, it's got a bit of the Wazim Akram action. A little bit with the end with the arms.
He's got a bit of swagger about him.
Whipping over.
Look at how he's holding the ball there and just using it in his wrist. He's got a bit of skill, this man.
They're going to get something soon. Zishan whips this away but finds the fielder, so just a single.
It's white flag, Vinny. Start waving it. I can't see it unless... oh, wow, new man's come. Talib Shemraz.
He's had a good time in the field. Someone's going to have to play an absolute heater here. What's this required?
I got a funny story about Talib here.
Yeah.
It's his debut, yes?
Yeah.
I got a good one for us.
Looking forward to this. Couple to come in this over. I suppose the thing here is this initial phase in is just dragged on longer for Gozo Zalmi than it did for Sweet United. Shamraze pins his ears back, gets his first run in ECN cricket.
Yeah, so when a new player comes into the competition or they register with the project manager, they have to fill in what they do. So is it right-hand bat, left-hand bat, medium fast, spin or whatever.
Yeah.
And Talib Shamraz on his wrote in right arm super fast.
Well, he didn't get a bowl, so maybe the keeper's a bit worried. Pass for the over. Zishan. Again, horns at leg side, but finds the fielder. Just counter through for a single. Only 23 in the first half of the reply. I think they might have called it, Corey. Bit of a fizzler at the moment. 23 for 3.
It's like my 18th birthday party all over again. Nobody came.
Nobody showed up.
Yep.
Oh, well, it's a shame when nobody comes. Anyway, this is what's coming up tonight. Gibraltar versus, well, not Gibraltar versus. There'll be two teams who are against each other in Gibraltar. Rugby CC versus the Pirates. And the good news is, Corey, we can probably catch the first bit of that in the bus on the way home because it starts pretty much straight after we finish here. 4:30 p.m. GMT, 5:30 in Central Europe, 10 p.m. in India.
There's nothing better than I feel like doing after 4 games, 10 hours. I go home and I just put straight onto the ECN.
We did a bit of lurking last night.
Are we having another movie night? Can we do play movie nights?
I've got to do. I'm playing paddle tonight. So you keep saying that you'll play when the weather warms up.
I've got Marnus's knee
now
injury.
You've got a knee issue. Okay. Here's Arsene Ahmed. Gets driven.
Well, Zishan's going to carry his bat here for 15 not out, it feels like.
Let's just hope he can get something going sooner rather than later. It means Zishan, you go back to the end of the 2021 series, and he was the hero for Marsa, pretty much batting them to the title. But he's short of fitness and a bit short of cricket, I think. That's what's coming through.
Yeah.
He's been instrumental in building this Gozo Zalmi team.
No.
Well, you said he's right arm super fast. Well, I think that'll be right arm super painful as he just checks the basement and let's just say there might be some structural damage there.
It's an awkward thumbs up, isn't it? The old twig and berries have been disrupted.
You might be singing an octave higher tonight. Shamrise, welcome to the big show.
Welcome to the ECN network.
Oh. You almost would have had 2 matching there if you didn't get any bat on that. And,
imagine you go home to your wife and everything's just in a different proportion.
To be fair, it wasn't that close. That's what they say. Make the most of the swelling, but give me something for the pain. Shamraze.
Welcome to the ECN, Shamraze. Hope you enjoy watching the commentary later.
Yeah, similar kind of length from Ahmed. And look, Zishan doesn't even run here. And that went pretty much all the way to the circles. He's on the back foot. Maybe he just thinks he's the man to win the game. But we're almost 6 overs in here. And they were well past the point of no return.
Right now, if this was pirate ship versus pirate ship, one of them's waving a white flag because they need to go at 21 and over or something. It's over, Vinny. You can't goss over this. They've fallen well behind.
No complaints from me with that analysis. You jumps here. He's caught a wide. He's from side on.
Oh, he's not happy
The thing is
either.
he jumps, and so you got to analyse it when he's standing at the crease. So he actually gets a bit off the ground.
Yeah, that's
here.
a wide for me.
Probably is. And he'll get another ball.
I think Gozo's Army have been given a good shake-up here. They are not favourites for this tournament.
Yeah, I think that's probably goes past his face, but he was in the air, so you can see why that was called. There's the cutter. There's been a lot of balls hit to that region, that square of the wicket, which is well protected. Not really able to get it over the field. And Shamrais will get another chance to bat. But yeah, right now it's not just that. It could be a thrashing here, really. A bit of a net run rate killer.
Yeah, at the moment it's a bit of a blowout. Last ball of the 6th.
Oh, he's bowled him. And it might have been LBW. I think it came off the shoe originally and somehow trickled back onto the stump. So Shamrais, he certainly remember that innings for all the wrong reasons. As he is dismissed against just full. Ends up clipping the off stump. 27 for 4 after 6. And really, it's all over Red Rover.
Yeah, it didn't look like he was up to it today. It wasn't his match, unfortunately. Maybe we'll see him later in the piece, but I think this is a miss. Bilal Khan's coming in too late in this run chase. 6 overs gone.
Thunder's excited. He said, remember the name, Sweetie United. Yeah, one of the most improved teams in the competition. To show you how much things have changed within the space of 18 months. I remember Sweet United came on the scene. They crawled into 4th place in their group. They took on Marsa, who had just been killing everyone, and they beat them. And that was a huge upset back then. But now, I mean, you look at where Marsa are, you look at where Sweet United are. Sweet United, deservedly, they are kind of building a bit of a reputation as one of the favourites for this tournament and potentially ECL qualification.
Oh, Vinny, this is shellacking. Is it confirmed that the winner of this goes to ECL 24?
I don't know about 100% confirmed, but there's strong suggestions that'll be the case. Here's Bilal Qadir. Starts with his regulation wide. Zishan chases it anyway.
Have we even confirmed we're having an ECL 24?
Well, I hope so. Hopefully we're still around.
It's a long time to go.
Amana's saying if he didn't tear his ACL, he never would have been aware of the ECN. So I suppose... Congratulations. No, I mean, yeah, life's funny, isn't it? There's a lot of things that led to me being in this chair. And, they're pretty unlikely. And one of them is probably coronavirus. Swing and miss.
Honestly, for a man that's back is meant to be in peril, he swings pretty hard.
It's not great for the old vertebrae, is it, when you're swinging that hard either?
Have you ever slipped a disc or anything?
Not seriously.
I did my L5. It was probably the worst month of my life.
That's the one he might have done. I've got to tell you something I probably would be doing here. At the moment,
It'd be
I know you hate to do it, but you got Bilal Khan to come.
Well, Billy's there.
He's there now. But I think maybe just give someone else a go, like Fazil Rahman or something like that. I mean,
yeah, he's striking at 50.
Especially with that injury concern. I mean, you're not going to win the game now, so maybe you can give someone else a hit. Zishan will be hoping he can get a couple out of the middle and get some confidence back. But yeah, unfortunately, it just hasn't happened for him at the top of the order. There's been a lot of these kind of shots this time. Once again, it finds the fielder, Kazim Mohammed. A bit surprised to see him out there because he was prowling in the infield and pulling off some incredible runouts earlier.
I think
in the
he's
week.
just enjoying some photography from Diana out there. Here's Billy the Kid facing his first ball, and we're 39 balls in.
Well, he gets it slightly wrong, but he'll get away with it.
Shot.
It's an inside-out helicopter, leading edge, call it whatever you like. It's going to be 4, and the boundary that they needed about 3 or 4 overs ago comes off the bat of Billy the Kid.
Yep. Doesn't matter how you get them. You've just got to get them. 4 runs, much needed.
This is T10 cricket, though, in a way, isn't it? I mean, we're seeing quite a one-sided game here. But with these two teams, we know in the next game it could be a very different story. And the other thing is that Gozo's Army, they will actually be batting first in the last game of the day.
Well, that catch down the leg side to Mahbub Ali, any other day that's 4.
Key match-winning catch.
Yeah, I think so.
Arslan Ahmad, potential man of the match contender, just for that moment.
Bilal must have one of the most interesting techniques with his hands and bat I've ever seen.
You know, he reminds me of like a conductor. You know how they have the wrists and they have the baton that they're manoeuvring around, or like an impressionist painter.
Like a fencer.
Or a fencer. Looked more like that.
Good sport fencing, underrated.
That's one of the ones I enjoy in the Olympics. You know, you're talking about Olympic sports that we like to watch. Last ball of the over. This would have been a wide. He spoils it. And you know what? Bilal said, I've seen about enough of this. Puts up the stop sign and says, I'll face, thank you. And it's the end of 7 overs. The score is 34 for 4. Speaking of the last game of the day, Corey, it is coming up. And the good news is it's the extended break. Gives us a chance to maybe have a bit of a run around here.
Oh.
And I can tell you can see the news from the toss. Gozo Zalmi winning the toss, electing to bat first. They might make a bit of a change there. Let's see who they go at the top of the order. Maybe they do throw a Bilal Khan up. Maybe just throw Michael Das out there straight away. I mean, he looks like a decent boundary hitter.
What are you going to do for your hour break off?
I'm going to catch up on some work because I've got a bunch of emails that are coming in. A lot of planning going into the ECL and obviously the ECIs at the moment.
Nice.
What are you going to do with your break?
Study for the next game.
Yeah,
I'll
I
probably
think you will do a 5-letter word starting with S, but I don't think it will be study. Sleep. That's what I was going for.
No, I'm actually quite awake today, to be fair.
Yeah, well, you've come good after a day off. Got you that cappuccino.
Yeah.
We've got to find the... Luckily, we don't have unlimited coffees in this area, because that, in Barcelona, that was always a risk, wasn't it? I think you're 5 or 6.
Oh!
Well, there you go. This is what could happen eventually. Zishan, he thought this for a while. This one he does get. Maximal. Bit of too little too late, but a sign of what Zishan's capable of.
Wow, that's come out of nowhere. He'd faced 20 balls, I believe, before and hadn't been able to get any out the middle. That one is out the middle.
It's his first boundary as well. And obviously, this is what they were hoping would happen a bit earlier.
Yeah, that's the first one I think he's got out the middle. Nice shot.
It's just a game that Gozo's Army will just want to put a line under and say, look, forget it. You know, we've got another game to play, reset the scores. So Ajmal goes the distance. Now he goes over the offside, but he'll find the fielder. You know, often people say things like, have you ever thought of like a 2 innings T10 where...
no
where
interest.
blah, blah, blah. This is the whole point. In a game like this, it'd be pretty boring because the whole beauty is you get to reset the scores and put a line under it.
Yeah.
Obviously, Sweet United, they've earned the 2 points here fair and square. But there is the chance for redemption. Gozo's Army, they'll feel at least they've taken something out of the day if they can win the second leg of this double header. Bilal loads up. Again, he isn't quite on.
I'd be tempted because Bilal's got such a funny technique just to open him. Because with only 2 men out, he could get away.
Yeah, and he seems to. He
gets enough bat on it.
He wants to hit everything in the air, doesn't he, Bilal? The way that he bats. So you give him a bit more margin for error with only 2 outfielders. Zishan pulls this. Finds the fielder. That's been the story a lot of the time here. Gets a single. Again, team's making good time. Look at that. 9 minutes to bowl 7 balls. It's good work.
Yep, pull them off. If they see that required rate, Vinny, it's almost at the mercy rule and time to can the game.
No, we don't need to can the game. You miss potential highlights. Goes leg side. It's been a bit of this, hasn't it? So.
If it does get to 40 and over, it should be like, alrighty boys, hit the showers, let's go.
I think you play the 10 overs, you respect the game. Anyway, if you really wanted to, you just retire everyone out.
Well, how come in Test cricket they shake hands with 15 overs left?
Because they've already played 4.9.
Well, I'm just saying something that's already in cricket.
I know what you're saying, but
it's not like it would be a shock.
Yeah, I know, but I think.
Manus would have more time at home to get up from the couch to the coffee machine.
Oh, what a dismal-looking Manhattan for Gozo Zalmi. Nice is skied. And Harry Krishnan, he's got a bit of cricket zombie about him here, chasing that backwards. They're going to go for 2 because there's no keeper. And if he hits him, he's on, and he's out. Well, Gozo Zalmi, he pretty much sums it up. It's very similar to one the other day where Savio Thomas was run out, where I actually think strategically this is a smart run to take because with no keeper, you wouldn't fancy them to hit the stumps from effectively the outfield, but guess what? They do. And Billy the Kid gets gunned down. Have a look at this. You see, keeper goes after it. You can understand that. So he says, you know what? Let's go.
Yeah, it's actually good running. There's no keeper. Why not? And you chance your arm, and a 1 in a million shot goes against you.
I don't know about 1 in a million, but yeah, no, Billy. It's a bit of a sad innings for him after, he broke this game wide open, didn't he, with his 3 wickets early. But it shows you how much a game can change. I mean, we never would have thought with those 3 wickets in the power play in the first innings that this would be an absolute belting in favour of Sweet United. But that's the way it's worked out. This is Fazil Rahman, who's going to come out and bat with 2 overs remaining, 45 for 4. I think they might be at the wrong ends here.
No. He got ran out the keeper's end.
Yeah, but it's the end of over. Well, there's going to be a kerfuffle here.
No, it's not the end of the over. It was the first ball, wasn't it?
Okay, well, it wasn't the end of the over then.
You're scaring me, Vinny. What
Well,
are you
this scoreboard said 8. So that's why I was
I need you to
surprised.
listen. I might have to call the mercy rule in the commentary box for
That
you.
wasn't me. That wasn't on me. Lucky I didn't yell
You
out.
were about to yell out then. You were
No.
getting panicking.
I wasn't panicking. I
You
think it's going to matter a
panicked.
huge amount at this stage.
Play the tape.
Wazza says 1 in a million, more like 4 in 10. Well, it depends who's fielding.
4 in 10. Oh, I've seen enough ECS cricket to confirm 1 in a million.
Somewhere in between the two, I think. Skied, and this is going, and it's gone. Well, this is what I'm talking about. Who are you going to throw up the order? This guy's made a good audition. Fazil Rahman just clears the front leg and goes Maximo. Goes Ozalmi, a bit of a sad innings, but a happy start for Happy Gilmore there from Fazil Rahman.
He's a big boy, and when he hits it, it stays hit. Required rate now down to 43.
Problem is that 6 actually makes the required rate increase at this stage. It isn't a great sign, but
The M rule, Vin.
they don't need it. I just love cricket. I mean, you know what? We saw it the other day. There's every chance we'll get something viral out of these last 8 balls. This is just a good old-fashioned block hole delivery from Kadir.
This is where, if you're not a bowler, you're just a batsman and you never get a chance, you are screaming for this last over.
100%.
This is where all
Let's
batsmen...
pick a bowler. I'm going to pick a bowler that I want to see bowl the last over. Problem is they all bowl a bit.
Who haven't you seen?
Actually, pretty much they all bowl. Tell you, have we seen Umar Khan this innings with the ball? No, we haven't seen Umar Khan, and
Yeah.
he's a regular bowler.
Oh, well, I don't
But
want...
with the Freedy bowling again, he kind of lost his spot opening up. There's no obvious Gumby
Can
to
you
bowl.
can you elect to bowl underarm?
No, that's not the regulations.
So you can't say, I want to bowl underarm this over?
Oh, shot. That's off the middle. And well, Zishan, he's coming home with the sail. Maybe wants to keep that opening spot. He's playing himself into form Maximo as he moves into the 20s.
Yeah, I think he's striking at 100 now. He's been there the whole time, the opener. Unfortunately, just hasn't been his day.
Yeah, so 60 for 5 after 9.
So you can't go up and say, I elect to bowl underarm, and it bounces once and you underarm it?
No, and I don't think that's a good rule because I think it'd be more inclusive if we did allow underarm bowling. The problem with the underarm, the famous underarm, it wasn't that it was bowled underarm, it was that it rolled, right? The problem was that it rolled. So I'd like to see underarm bowling legalised, and the reason is, think about it, for kids, for people that are new to the game, they can still get involved. Just have that rule where it can only bounce once. That's fine. I actually would allow it to bounce twice still for those reasons, so it's inclusive. I think that maybe underarm bowling can be is still legal in the laws of cricket, but it has to be due to prior agreement between the captains. But yeah, people go about the underarm. Underarms are easy to hit. It's just balls that roll aren't easy to hit for 6. Yadav gets a bit of death bowling practice. This would be their normal plan to bowl him in the 10th over.
What's the lowest score you've seen for an opener that's carried his bat?
Oh, remember in the France game, I think it was France versus Malta.
He got out though.
Jawed Ahmed, I think he got about 20.
But he got out.
I'm not so sure he did. I think he hit the winning runs.
No, but
Oh, there you go. Up and Adam Rahman goes large. Zalmi just hit a flat spot in the middle of the innings, didn't they? Or for most of the innings, actually. But Rahman, for me, get him out there. Shake something up.
Yeah.
You got Lala out there, but you got to have an insurance policy if it goes wrong.
yeah, carry your bat doesn't mean if you've hit the winning runs, it has to be batting the 10 overs. This might be...
I know, but I think effectively he won the game off the last ball, I think, or the second last ball. That's good enough for me. Well, we've seen a few. I know that my David, who was one of our opening batters, who I think he's still never hit a 6 in his life. In
Nice.
Australia, that's not an unbelievable, right?
Yep.
Some of the big fields. He played some first grade cricket, and he said he loved, I think it was Sivakumar Perialwa in the original ECL that you played in. He batted through for about 21 off 25 or something when they were chasing a huge target and just looked happy to get a bit of camera time. He said he's a big fan of that.
I don't think I've seen an opener bat through the innings and score in the 20s and not get dismissed.
It would have happened a few times.
You reckon?
Yeah, it would have happened a few times. Anyway, Zisha might not end up in the 20s if he hits this for 6. We used to clap the 25 in backyard cricket because it was quite hard to score. Now it gets the highest ball. and it will just be one that pretty much sums it up. There are a lot of those. They might have a look at this.
No, don't call it.
They've asked.
Don't you dare
they've
call
asked
it.
for it.
No, game over.
So look at that. They want to have a look at it.
Take the bail.
First ball or last ball.
Don't even show it.
Elvira is under the pump. There we go.
Oh. No, it's good. They've walking off in it. Yeah, good call.
That's probably no ball. Anyway, Zishan won't get it again, and maybe mercifully, this fight is going to be stopped. 116 to 70 in the end. 46 runs the margin.
Wow.
You called the fizzler early.
Yep.
But, well, let's see if it's a different story. Gozo Zalmi, they'll get to bat first in the second game. Lala, well, as usual, he was looking his powerful self. But as luck would have it, Nasser Ahmed was in the right place at the right time. He juggled a catch that might prove to be the ultimate decider in this game. Then Waka Afridi, I see him back bowling. He was able to knock over Michael Darcy. Started with a boundary, but that's all he was able to provide. And Gozo Zalmi, they're batting faltering here in match number 31.
Yeah, faltering in a big way. They couldn't get the ball away. That was the kneecap save.
I love the way he looked up to the sky as well as soon as he's hit. Like, why did I do that? And, well, this was an interesting little catch from Hari Krishnan, wasn't it? And banged the ground with his head. But, yeah, credit to him for keeping his eye on it. And that was another wicket for Arslan Ahmed. I honestly think he's got a really good kind of shout for man of the match. I suppose Kazim Mohammed would be a bit upset if he didn't get it, because I think his 50 was crucial in digging Sweetie out of a hole in the first place. He's pretty much summed it up for Gozo Zalmi. And lights were on, but nobody was home. But it didn't matter as the throw hit the stumps direct. And Rahman, you got to try something here. And I think, yeah, Rahman is the guy I would consider sending up the order. Either Rahman or Bilal Khan, something like that. Maybe open with Das. I just think Zishan Khan just didn't do enough to hold his spot. Given his current circumstances, we know he's had a lot of success before in ECN. He ends up top scoring, but can't quite crack the 100 strike rate. Apart from that, Rahman, the only other player to get double figures. So something has to give here, and let's see what Gozo Zalmi do when we return in around about 50 minutes time. As we look at the bowling figures. Well done to Arslan Ahmed, who follows up his good catch with 2 for 8 of his 2 overs, 2 for 9. Waka Afridi, nice to see him back, looking reasonably fit as well with the ball. Pretty good team effort though from all the Sweet United bowlers. I think they'll be happy that they have a very comfortable win over Gozo Zalmi. Maybe Sweetie putting a line down in the sand saying maybe they are the team to beat in this series. We'll take a break. When we come back in around about 50 minutes, like I said, it will be Gozo Zalmi who get the first opportunity to put the runs on the board. They'll want some points. They want to take something away from day 8. We'll see you very shortly. Until then, it's Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. Back soon with more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Malta. Great to have your company here on a Monday afternoon. I've been put through my pace as well by my mystery fielding coach. It's a very good coach though as well. It's time for the last match of the day. It is match number 32. Once again, we'll see two teams that have had a lot of success in the tournament. It is Gozo's Army taking on Sweetie United. Let's see what happened at the coin toss when Tyrone Peters had the two captains.
Last game of the day, Sweetie versus the Gozo Zalmi side. Gozo Zalmi to call. Here's your head, sir. Here's your tails. Head is the call. It's a head.
We're going to bat first.
So Gozo's Army, they've won the toss. They've elected to bat first. No surprises there because I think both these teams, they like putting runs on the board. And of course, Lala, he'll get the chance to go out there straight away. Well, I'm almost ready. And let's see who this mystery fielding coach is. And he should be back to the commentary box soon. Look who it is. It was Corey. Well, Corey, start running back into the commentary box because it's time for the start of match 32. Let's get going.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu, for that warm introduction. Nice catching as well. Good to see that you've still got it, even at your old prehistoric age. As we look at the two lineups between Gozo's Army and Sweetie United, well, Sweetie United, they came out in the afternoon game and they thumped Gozo's Army. Two teams that were undefeated, and there's no other way to put it. They absolutely took them to the sword, and they'll be looking to do it again. Gozo's Army, I'm expecting a big response this game. Good teams will always come back a little bit harder, especially if they've been embarrassed live on the air. And I have to admit, it was an embarrassing loss before for Gozo's Army. They were outplayed, outskilled and outmanned. What will they do this time? Mahboob Ali missed out. Michael Das, Ijaz Ahmed's listed at the top there. I'm curious if they'll open with him. Oh, it's an interesting sort of decisions they have to make with that top order. We'll have to wait and see as we take a look at the players and the umpires all walking out to the middle. There's Big Lala on your screen, having a smile on his face. Good sportsmanship shown between these two teams so far. The expected score does say, the supercomputer says, Gozo will win this by 9 runs, but I don't believe you can go on the supercomputer sometimes. I think it's just made up. Let's be honest. Sweetie United, they're undefeated. They just won by about 50 runs. So we'll have to wait and see. Should be a good game of cricket. Really looking forward to this. Who's going to be able to get up and get the chocolates? Welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India via FanCode and in the subcontinent area. Hope you're doing well out there, and I hope you enjoy all the cricket action. Still 3 games today because we have 2 more in Gibraltar coming up after this clash. Rico Fool's on standby with the ECN crew out there. They're ready to rumble. And welcome back to everyone on YouTube and via the YouTube chat. Hope you had a lovely hour break. I know I did. Went and sat in the sun for a while. It looks like they have made a change. We're calling for a bit of a change. Michael Das is going to open the batting. So a bit more responsibility for him going up there with Mahboob Ali. Afridi will have the new ball as per usual, as we're almost set to go. Maybe we're a few seconds early. That's why you see the umpire standing in the way. Should be a good game of cricket this. Expect Gozo's Army to come back. But how much can they make up after that loss in the previous game? Can they close the gap? That is the question. Do feel free to ask any questions or interact with us in this final match today. I know the ECN robot will be listening from wherever they are as well. We're almost set to go. First ball, Game 4 on a sunny Monday in Malta. Here we go. Gone. Well, I can't believe it. Mahboob Ali's gone for a golden duck. It's a half volley. It's full. It did swing, and he's edged it behind. It gets from bad to worse for Gozo's Army, and if you don't believe in momentum, well, maybe you do now. Let's have a look. It's a full ball from a free. It does swing a bit. You can see he clears that front leg and puts the leg well outside the leg stump. And he misses it. Well, he doesn't miss it fully. He gets an edge. Little bit of frustration on the backswing. Lucky he didn't hit the stumps. He's gone for a golden duck, is Lala, the man of the hour the other day. He's dismissed. And a lot of pressure now on this Gozo's Army team to respond. Afridi puts it in the right area. He gets the edge, and the big man is gone. sitting down, waiting for an hour to get into this final game, and he goes first ball. So a huge, huge moment. And Zwickey United must be pretty happy with their efforts. In comes the man at number 3. That's Zishan Khan on your screens. He had a bit of an odd innings, it must be said, in the previous game. He batted through the innings for 29 not out, I believe. Just couldn't get it out the middle. And he's coming in at 3 this time, but basically opening because there's been a wicket first ball. What can he do this time round? He needs to get more bat on ball. Here we go. Still not being able to get bat on ball on that. Yeah, he must be feeling a little bit under the pump. I'm sure he was trying his best in the previous game, but just couldn't get going. He hit 2 nice boundaries, but they were very late in his innings. What a start this is for Zwickey United. I'm sure they're in shock right now. They got the big man for a golden duck. Shot, that's better. There we go. Zishan, who didn't have the greatest of innings earlier today. That's a better shot. Nice intent. A little bit of width, and he gets that away on the offside. 1 bounce 4, almost going all the way for 6. So the first runs off the bat in our last game in Malta today. As I mentioned, Gibraltar's on standby. They're ready to cut to the live action. 6 games on this Monday. Now I'll be tuning in for Pirates versus Rugby CC. Do or die clash. Looking forward to that. Oh, and he smokes this on the leg side this time. So an over-correction from Afridi. This one following the batsman. Maybe he tried to cramp him for room. I'm not sure. That's a nice shot. 1-2 bounces for Zishan. Looks like a different man now. All of a sudden in the previous game, he couldn't hit it off the square. Not this time. 2 nice shots in his first 3 balls. Can he play a captain's innings? He really needs to. Good response from Afridi. As he just taps it back to him. So, typical T10 start, isn't it? Wicket, boundaries, all happening. Two of the more prominent sides in Malta in this series so far. Laced. What a shot. Well, Zishan looks like he had some lunch. Looks a completely different player to the man we saw an hour ago. This time it's 2 full. Not much technique in it, but good hand-eye coordination. Gets it through cover for 4. And after the big wicket on the first ball, good counter-attack by Gozo's Army. The score after 1 is 12 for 1. As we're your commentators, Mr. Maximo with 5 O's and myself, Corey Rutgers, and you can follow me on Instagram and actually message us on our Instagram pages, crutgers_28 or Mr. Maximo with 5 O's. If you want any questions or just to interact with us, feel free to drop into our DMs and we'll get around to them as much as we can. So Vibor Yadav, the ECN overseas player, seems to be playing everywhere. This man's going to come on to bowl in the second over. Probably didn't have a game that he would have liked in the first one. He'll be looking for a big game now. Handy with the ball, good with the bat. That's a wide down the leg side. Just slipping down there on the first delivery to Das, who was promoted to open. Don't think it would have mattered if he came out of 3 anyway with the wicket on the first ball. Close. Gone. Michael Das falling over that one, and that looked out to me. He might think he's fallen outside the line, but on first impact, I thought it was out. We'll be able to slow it down and with the zoom as well. Let's zoom this one in. Elvira, can you do that for me? Starts on pitches outside. Has it hit him outside the line? That's the question mark, isn't it? You can see leg stump, so is it one of those ones that's hit him outside the line, or is a bit of that ball on the stump? We're going to get the zoom. Elvira, I know it's game 4. I know you can do this. We believe in the Latvian cricket eyes. Here we go. We look closer. Oh, is that impact outside? Don't think it struck him there yet. A little bit more. Little bit more. Oh, yeah, here she goes. This is why we love Elvira. Yeah, oh, I tell you what, that might be just outside the off stump. And what great camera work. You know what, Elvira? You go have some more cheesecake. You deserve it. We're going to cut to an ad break. No, that's not out for me. We'll see. Wide ball. I can hear Vinny Sandu in the background saying umpire's call because he loves sitting on a fence. Not me. I'm a little bit more opinionated. I reckon that struck him outside the line of off stump. Tell us what you think in the chat, though. I can hear Coach Vinny in the background saying, just don't miss it. Fair enough. Late cut this time. Good batting. Using the pace. They brought third man up. Gets it away for 4. Yeah, nice looking shot. Clever. Saw the gap. Put it there. 4 runs. Great work from Spring Productions, though. Put them under the pump sometimes, Spring Productions. She always answers Elvira, my #1 director. Ah, no problem. The compliments will keep on rolling. Oh, brilliant. This one's blocked back to the bowler. But yeah, we should say thank you to everyone who donated to the cake fund the other day. Can safely say the cake was eaten. Strawberry cheesecake donated to the ladies. There it was. 16 pieces of heavenly goodness. And I'm going to be the first to admit I had 2. Not proud of myself, but it was enjoyable. It's full ball defended back. I did skip dinner that night, though, because I did feel slightly guilty about the overindulgence of cheesecake. Goes Ozami. On the ropes a little bit again here. Bit hard to mid off, but should just be a single. So Zishan Khan, that is, on strike. He's 12 off 5. 3 boundaries in this 5 ball so far. A lot better intent than in the previous game. And he hits that not too well, and he's gone. Another wicket goes down, and he throws his bat in disgust. That's going to be a match ban. Oh, I've seen that bat go absolutely flying, and I love it. But you can't do that. He's out, and Tyrone Peters, keep a camera on him because we're about to get to see a grumpy match referee. Zishan hits it in the air. It's well caught. And did we get the bat throw? I hope we did. This is what makes cricket fun for me. Oh, he's just out of camera. Come back. Keep coming. Oh, we missed it. No, we've missed the bat throw, and the bat went further than the ball. And Tyrone Peters will be wagging his finger in the match referee's tent as I look over excitedly. I can't believe we've missed that. Oh, no. Is there any angle we have of the bat throw? Oh, unfortunately, you can't do that, and that might be a severe reprimand from match referee TP. We'll have to wait and see. Another wicket goes down, though. And if I was Zishan, I'd be saying, well, it's not on camera. So how can you... It goes Ozami. The wheels have fallen off today, it must be said. Right now, up against the ropes early. Afridi to bowl the third. Off the thigh this time, they'll scamper through for a quickish single. 3 for 20. 20 for 3, if you say it, up in the Northern Hemisphere. But what a day this is out for Sweeky United, who might be saying we're the favourites in this competition. We're a well-organised team, decent 10 overs with the ball, good batsmen. I think they are starting to show that they are the potential favourites for this competition. Good sportsmanship from the umpire coming in, and a little bit of tie of laces. Hopefully he doesn't tie them together. Slight delays. There's a bit of running repairs. Underneath edge this time, and Rahman now at the crease. One thing about Rahman, he's a powerful player and he doesn't mess about. So even though the score says 20 for 3, he'll be looking to clear the ropes early. And with 4 balls left in this power play, you sort of need to block out the wickets column and be brave. And he's trying, but doesn't really get that out the meat of the bat. Must be said, Swicky United have been quite disciplined today with their lengths and lines. Haven't offered up too many loose deliveries, and they're in control. Oh, catches him for room. I reckon there's a bit of thigh pad and bat here. And it'll be given a run. Really followed him in. Awkward looking shot. Oh, yeah. Gets it away for one, though. Bowling by Afridi. He's just a bit quicker than what most people think. He just ambles in, but has a quick wrist action. Once again, that's a bit of bat thigh, I think. Bit of both. As you can see, just a little bit quicker. Ambles in, a little bit of a shuffle, and then gets it through quicker than most batsmen think, and it hurries them up. Another good over at the moment for Swicky United, who've got complete control of this game. Slight adjustment to the field. Oh, underneath edge. That's a little bit of luck that might change the fortunes for Gozo's Army, and it goes for 4. Fortune favours the brave, they say. It's a good length delivery. It's a bit of a nothing swipe, but the underneath edge will go for 4. Good chase from the man there at 45, but couldn't rein it in. Takes us to the end of a pretty eventful power play, it must be said. As we take a quick look at the table, Swicky United 7 from 7. Not easy to do that in T10 cricket. Gozo's Army sitting right there, not that far away. That loss earlier, though, does create a small gap to Swicky. It's a big game, this. They'll be wanting to close that gap back up, and with the game in hand, still be finding it out for that top 2. So we're almost ready for the 4th over here. Full ball straight, Anwar. All he can do with that is get it to cover. Anwar becomes the key in this innings. He's shown before in this competition he can hit big scores. Can Rahman give him a bit of support? I still think they're going to want to need at least 100. Laced. Wow, look at the power on that shot. One bounce 4, the birds go scattering. Well, we said Rahman's got a bit of power about him. This is just pure muscle. Whack. That ball stayed hit. Much needed boundary. Better start to this over. A single and a 4. Oh, hit hard. He doesn't go with the kneecap like he did in the previous game. Goes with the ankle. This man is willing to throw his body on the line for his team. Hit extremely hard. Oh, he trapped it with his foot, actually. Great bit of foot fielding. I'll pay that. Ahmed it is with the ball. It's a short ball that could have gone the journey. That's a missed opportunity for Oman, swinging a little bit hard at that delivery. Goes Ozami, still a little bit stunned, I think, from that wicket off the very first ball. Good comment from Dave saying, does he have a wooden leg? Not yet. If he keeps stopping it with his leg, he will soon. Hit through the offside. That one will go to the cover sweeper for a single. All the threes now, 33 for 3. On this brisk afternoon here in Malta, the temperature has dropped quite a bit. Players are doing a good job being out there. And there's another opportunity missed. That was a half volley down the leg side, and a wild throw in comes from the man at 45, but good backing up. They'll just settle for the single. So at the end of 4 overs, must be said, Suzuki United control at 34 for 3. A couple of deliveries that over missed out. Good effort from the keeper with the floppy hat there. Look at the scorecard. How often do you see 2 opening batsmen with golden ducks apiece? Pretty rare. It's happened today in this game. Not going to get any easier for Gozo Ozami as the left arm seam bowler comes into the attack. Mohammad Ajmal with that ball in hand. He's had a pretty good tournament with the ball so far. Be looking to keep the pressure on Gozo Ozami. Thick inside edge. Gets away with that. Suzuki United, they've got a 10 overs of consistent bowling, don't they? It's not too much express pace, not bowlers that overly try too many variations, just consistency. I think that's the key to success with the ball. High in the air, this could be 6, could be out. No, it's 6. First Maximo of the game. What a nice shot that is from Anwar. Slightly full. Good cricket shot. At first when he hit it, I wasn't sure if it was going to carry this. It carried it comfortably. He's a strong man. Much needed boundary for Gozo Ozami. And he's gone. That sort of sums up their day. 1-6 too many. And oh, the wave goodbye. How's that for arrogance from Ajmal? Oh, wow, there is some bad blood between these two teams brewing, and I love it. Ajmal clean bowls him and gives him a wave goodbye. Maybe the match referee will want to have a look at that as well. Here it is. Lucky he didn't see that. There it is. Bye-bye. Adios Pelota, man. Because he's gone. And after hitting the 6, he's been dismissed. And you can just feel the tension brewing in the commentary box as well if Vinny Sandhu doesn't come back to work soon. Bilal Khan comes out at number 6. He's got a funny old technique. He holds the bat high up. He does have the ability to clear the rope. We've all seen that. There's that funny old technique, and thanks for coming. See you later, Bilal Khan. And, well, you might as well just keep waving because the batting of Gozo Ozami can only be summed up as a bit of a circus at the moment. Unfortunately, some loose shots, and the wickets keep on falling here. We said he has a different sort of technique. He hits to peculiar areas. Not too sure how that was almost dropped by Bilal Qadir. He holds on in the end. Another wicket goes, and for Gozo Ozami right now, they need someone to step up. Not easy situation to be in. Sometimes feels that they're looking to hit those boundaries. They're playing unconventional shots. The 6 that was hit by Anwar just a couple of balls ago, he stood completely still and punched it over mid-off, and then Last few deliveries have been pretty loose shots. Mohamed Ajmal, he finds himself on a hat-trick. We haven't had a hat-trick in 2023 just yet. You know, Vinny Sanders got the graph ready and wanting to put it on the leaderboard. So is this the moment we get our first hat-trick of the year for Ajmal? Looks like the fielding team know there is a hat-trick delivery. Seems like a slip has gone in. The standard second slip for the hat-trick ball. Oh, and he could have got it as well. It was straight. It was hoiked across from Shamraz, who's a super fast bowler. That's what he put on his card down this morning. Just a single. So 1 ball left in this 5th over. What a great start this is for Swiki United, the top of the table team. Haven't dropped a game, and they look the goods here. Oh, big appeal. I think it might have pitched outside leg stump though. The ball was going on to hit the stumps, but for me, that pitched outside leg. We'll have a closer look on the zoom of where it bounced. Yeah, pitching well outside the leg stump. Great decision from the umpire. Great work from Spring Productions as I bring back good friend, co-commentator Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks, Corey. Good to be back. I'm in the box here. Vinny Sandhu here. Corey Ruckers with me. Hopefully you're having a great day. I've got to say, had the robot. Actually, I don't know if it was a robot, but it was someone from the head office, someone very big.
Promotion?
Big name. And they said, great work, Elvira. They loved the zoom in on the LBW. I still think that it was an umpire's call. Some of the ball is inside the line. 100% of the ball wasn't outside the line.
Oh, there we go.
There you go. And there's Karina on the left, there's Elvira on the right. And I suppose that Valentines was taking the video. But Valentines also makes up the trio from Spring Productions that are here, doing a great job in Malta. Can't say enough good things about them. All right, here we go.
I know that we shouldn't rank directors, but Elvira has produced Cake, a Zoom, and the little bow. She might be my favourite director. She's number 1.
Yeah, you're not wrong. She is very, very popular, and rightly so. There you go, look at that. Sucking up again. And have you even been in her office yet?
Where are they staying?
You've been here for how long?
I know where the cake.
Over a week.
I know where the cake.
You knew where the cake was, but you weren't sure. I just noticed Waka Mahmood is here. He's actually from Royal Tigers Budapest. He's over from Hungary on vacation, and he dropped past to have a look at the cricket.
Oh, nice.
Watch some cricket on a
More importantly,
Monday afternoon.
Did you see the bat throw?
I sure did.
Oh, brilliant!
I love hammer throw is another one I'd like to watch in the Olympics actually. Hammer throw, which is actually
no!
Oh no! Well, there's nobody at the stumps. You get one shot. Misses.
One opportunity.
Oh, Mum Spaghetti left all over the place. And 43 for 5. This would have been even worse. You see here, and because the bowler went after it, there was no chance he was ever getting back to the stumps. And so he just had to take a shot. He would have been out by heaps.
Yeah.
So, goes Ozalmi. What a disaster. Yeah, the bat throw was epic. Pity we didn't get it on the camera.
What happens if you let... for any dismissal, batsmen are allowed to throw their bat to add it to the sport.
You should be allowed. So here's my opinion.
You get a 10-second
I'm
tantrum
pro bat
period.
throw, but if it goes near anyone, then the penalty's double. So you're allowed to.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think bat throw is a great look.
I reckon you should be allowed a 5-second temper tantrum.
You should get one a season.
No,
you should get a card in your pocket that you're allowed to use.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not going to be a great result. I think Zishan could be in a bit of hot water for that one. I was expecting the wagging finger of Tyrone Peters to
I was
be wagging
disappointed
as
Tyrone was just on his...
Well, it's this cold. I can understand why you wouldn't want to really do too much. Although, maybe if you're moving around, it keeps you a bit warmer. I mean, it's 11 degrees and there's lots of sunshine, but yeah, it's a bit frosty. This is up. It's in the air. Yadav comes round and takes the catch. Well, he had the yips a little bit in the field earlier in this tournament, V-Boy Yadav, but they seem to be well behind him, as it'll be 6 wickets down now. Goes Ozalmi. They really wanted to make a statement this afternoon, but unfortunately, Sweet United that have made all the running, and it's been a bit of a no contest so far, 44 for 6.
Yeah, unfortunately, he didn't get that out in the middle. Another wicket goes down, and Gozo's Army, who came in today undefeated, are on the ropes here early.
Now, it is the last game of the day, so I'm loving random questions if you'd like to. Send through some random questions, some great tantrums in dressing rooms over the years, says Julian Dawson. Yeah, Aravinda De Silva, I remember, got out first ball at the whacker once, and I think the bat went through 2 separate windows.
That's a fair
That's
effort.
a good, it was a good effort. I was quite smart. I think I used to put my stuff away, get someone else's stuff out, and throw that around in the change room. Wow, that's wild. That's probably a no ball, We'll see it from side on. It's definitely a wide. I feel this had to be high. Let's have a look. Maybe borderline. Yeah, that's a no ball for me. Look.
Yeah, it's been signalled. Yep.
Yeah. So Ejaz, he's always an entertaining character. Well, he gets another opportunity with the bat, so maybe Japanese isn't the word for crisis, the same word for opportunity. And Ejaz will get to face a free hit. So expect something crazy. Here we go. Can't take your eyes off this guy. Well, that'll do. And you know what? This is a pretty uncomplicated shot. He gets a half tracker and he hits the bullseye. Maximal. Well, maybe Ejaz can be the man to spark some kind of resurgence as he takes Gozo's Army past 50.
Yeah, nice shot. He stays still, which seems pretty difficult for him at the best of times. 6 runs.
Yes, 51 for 6 at the end of 6. He's been doing a bit of prep over the first few overs of this for some of the ECIs.
Yeah, where were you, Vinny?
I was here. And actually ran into Waka Mahmood over there. Had a bit of a chat. 2 for 7, twin figures at the moment. The best figures for Sweet United. Yeah, I was doing a bit of prep for the ECIs. Don't you've got the ECI graphic there, perhaps Elvira, because you're doing such a great job. Maybe after this ball, we'll have 3-team series here, as you know. And then we'll have 4-team series in Gibraltar for the women's. Big slash and a miss. It's Bilal Qadir. He's the leading wicket taker in the tournament, believe it or not. Bilal Qadir. Yeah, this is what's coming up. So yeah, Saturday the 18th and 19th of February. We'll have it right here in Malta. That's the men's T10 internationals. And then the women's T10 internationals. Monday to Saturday. Up, it's in the air, and it's going to be out of the ground. Maximal, good hang time there. Oh, both these two, they've hit 6s now. They need something very, very special to get them back in the contest. But look, say they can get 2 a ball from here or something, it probably gets them the 100, then they'll be hoping they can do something similar to Sweet United.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pitched up this one. Doesn't get off terra firma though. Yes, I was just looking at the women's and I saw the women's fixtures for the first time. Would you like a little bit of a... Would you like to know what our first ever women's T10 international game will be?
Yep.
The first ever.
Yeah, sure, the first one's good. Always the first one. Oh, he's put it down. I think that's an opportunity for the keeper. And it's Krishnan behind the stumps. It was a weird sort of skewed toe ender that went behind.
Yeah, almost Yorks him. I think it is probably technically a chance. But, Harry Krishnan fumbled one earlier, but was able to recover. That one was so low, he never got a second opportunity. Bowled him. And so Bilal, he's been taking wickets for fun, and he just blasts through Ejaz, and that's 7 down now in the 7th over. It's 58 for 7.
Well, can you believe it? Gozo's Army had the high hopes today. They just can't string 2 good shots together in 1 over. Now the wicket goes down, Vinny. It's not looking good.
It ain't looking good. Yeah, Ejaz picks the ball on the stumps to go after. And unfortunately, goes no good. Another bat hits the turf. Yeah, Bilal, well, that's not updated. But Bilal now has 12 wickets. That's before this game. So 12, Bilal, another Bilal in second. Goes his Armies. Bilal Khan, 9 for him. And then 3 players on 7 wickets. As far as leading run scorers, well, maybe Bali didn't add to that total, did he? 226 tied with Basil George from the Crusaders. Vibo Yadav over 200 runs as well. Kazim Mohammed, he's shot up into 180, and Afi Khan for the Crusaders 123. Great work from Ravi behind the scenes, and a big thank you to Ravi and Shazad and Rohit and Nick and everybody else who's providing those excellent insights. All right, it's going to be the last ball of this over from Qadir. Shakir Afridi comes out. He gets off the mark. 7 overs down. The score is 59 for 7. I'm going to tell you that WT10 information in a minute. But first, let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. It's day 9, and the cricket just keeps on coming. We've got some new equipment coming again tomorrow as well. That should be good.
Yeah, I've missed telling Elvira what graphics to put up.
8 a.m. GMT, 9 in Central Europe. It's 1:30 p.m. in India. Mudda Day versus the Bajiba Blasters. That's the first half of the day. Then Gozo CC versus the Masita Warriors. Look, plenty of teams there that will be wanting some wins. So join us for day 9 of action.
So we have a mute button at the back.
Yeah, well, at the moment you have to turn the knob down. It's not that hard. But you definitely haven't used it on occasions where you probably should have. Okay, yeah. Looks like I've run out of time again. First, let's look at Ajmal, who apparently is the sweetie version of Wazim Akram, according to some of our chatters.
Wow.
Not a bad comparison. Oh, yeah. I'm seeing it more and more now.
Oh, you see the wave goodbye he gave after he got to smell. I like it.
I think there's a bit of rivalry between these two teams. You can understand why. Okay, the first ever women's T10 international will be Gibraltar versus Italy. So the hosts, they get the honour of playing the first ever T10 night for women.
Really?
And then later on that evening, Netherlands versus Sweden. So the good thing about this, so basically the 4 teams, there's 6 days and there's 2 matches every day. So it's pretty simple. Every day you play a match.
Yep.
Every day you play 1 match, and it's as simple as that. Launched in the air. Anil, he settles under it, and he's dropped it, and it's gone for 4. Well, can you believe it? Anil, he just kind of misjudged it originally. He was probably a metre in, and then he just finds himself going back, burst through his hands, and here you can see there 1 bounce and 4 runs.
Wasn't set at all. Didn't read it too well. He went charging. I've seen too many players charge in today.
I think I told you my theory on this, that I think when you see a miss hit and you're right on the boundary, your instinct is to rush in a bit to make sure it carries to you. But because these boundaries are shorter, you're actually closer than you think already, so you don't really need to rush in. It's more likely you'll have to double bat. And so finally, Gozo Zalmi catch a break.
Well, Rahman's the one man at the moment. He's got himself to 22. He stands between a good score and a bad score. If they get him out, they're well on top. If he can score another 20 off his own blade, they're back in the game.
Just going to the chat. I see Egan Dantas is in the chat. Hello, Egan. How are you? Hopefully well. He said he can't wait for ECL to get started. Yeah, it's a very exciting time of the year. This is a bit like December for us when you're leading into Christmas at the end of the month.
Yeah.
Doesn't get off the ground.
It is
That's what we want.
very exciting indeed. 31 teams.
Yeah, Malta Day, that's the hospital here. So a lot of guys working in that industry. Thunder, he's enjoying the lineup.
Thunder.
Yeah, good song. And yeah, throw us a random question. Who's going to get the first random question in the chat? Maybe you can think of one as well, Corey. I think you love thinking at this time of day. 65 for 7. They could still kind of wrestle themselves over the 100. But they'll have to bat very well. And Fazil Rahman, I think, is going to have to bomb a few.
Yep, and a little bit of luck on their way, but anything's possible.
And Elvira, actually, will be training a new director tomorrow as well.
Well, hold on. I can't work with B grade. I need top draw directors.
Nothing B grade about this.
Who is it?
She can text me a name again. I think she told me, but I can't remember. But I'll know soon enough. This will be the end of the over. Ajmal finishes 2 for 14. Pretty good figures. Rahman, last great hope, really, isn't he? The 66 for 7 after 8.
Yeah, I guess we do need to get some more directors trained up because we've got too much cricket going on. We need people everywhere.
We've got basically parallel crews at the moment. We got Andrus in Gibraltar. He's doing a great job. He's my Bloody Mary partner. So every time we have a Bloody Mary with breakfast.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He, easy. Don't have to beat that out. It's actually a drink. We snap it and send it to each other.
Oh, nice.
And I had a few over Christmas. Random question from James Stewart. Blackadder or Mr. Bean?
Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean.
Do you know how big Mr. Bean is?
Pretty
across
big.
the whole world? Because it's not language based. It's everywhere.
Yep.
Yeah, it's genius, really. And old or young, I think it'd be hard pressed to find someone that doesn't like it. Oh, this is in the air. Anil not going to get to this one. This one probably did have to rush in. So that's the way it goes. But right now, Sweet United much the team in control. Michael has lots of questions in mind after my conversation with Noah yesterday. Yeah, Noah was just firing questions off at me as well. He goes after this. And guess what, Anil? You got some more work. And this time he'll drop it. But this time he drops it in front of himself. And the captain, well, I guess he can field anywhere. He might be volunteering to get away. And Bilal's brother saying, hey, do you want to swap? And he said, no, that's actually Imran Amir who came over saying, hey, do you want to swap? And Neil said nothing, and he walked back to his fielding position.
The ball is following him at the moment. He's not having a good time.
That just made me think of something as well, which is also mentioned in the chat.
Oh, he's absolutely boned that. Look out! Oh, it's almost got that man.
Well, you're right. Tell you what, if you want a curly look in before you hit a bucket of tennis balls, then look at him. He's wondering, what was that sound? Well, that was the ball hitting a palm tree behind you. Maximo! I said, look, it's just been a real ugly innings for Gozo Zalmi, but it's not beyond them to maybe still make the 100. And then if they bowl and field well, take some key wickets, they could potentially defend this. But
well, he has to keep going, Rahman.
He will keep going, I'll tell you that much. I like Blackadder as well, by the way. Just saying, I think I prefer Mr. Bean, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
I like Ron Atkinson, a very intelligent guy. Yeah, what about the fake Mr. Bean in Pakistan, the whole Pakistan-Zimbabwe thing?
Yeah, that was
I
pretty
love
funny.
that. It's about as rad. And when the Prime Ministers get involved, I love it. We'll get swung square of the wicket. This will just be a single.
Good partnership from these two, trying to get them back in the game.
Rowan Atkinson Live is a very good show. I saw that a few times growing up, probably
Yep.
on VCR or something. But he does a lot of good ones. Does some accents you probably wouldn't get away with these days in that one. Do you know the one I'm talking about? So, oh, Krishnan, master of the juggle. And he's going to get Fazil Rahman for 32. But still, pretty important innings, wasn't it? 77 for 7. The slot machine becomes 77 for 8 with 1 over remaining. Gozo Zalmi hoping their tail can give this innings a bit of a kick. Krishnan, he's a bit of the master of dropping it upwards, isn't he? So Bilal Qadir, another wicket for him, put it with the rest. He finishes 2 for 19, 77 for 8. 6 balls to go.
77 for 8. It seems just that this whole innings, anytime they've been able to hit a boundary, they haven't been able to go back to back. They lose a wicket. So right now, Swicky United, they're the firm favourites to take this. They'll be hoping to close this innings off pretty well.
I think we talked yesterday about languages. So Maltese is an official language of Malta. So is English. 88% of the people here speak English, but I think the natives to the island, they speak a lot of Maltese. And I think Noah learns Italian, French, and German at school, or has those options. I don't know about Maltese. What languages did you learn at school, Corey? That's a random question for you. As we see Yadav coming in for the 10th. This was going to smash the off stump out of the ground, but do get some bat on it.
I'm actually quite astute in sign language. I know the alphabet off by heart. I know greetings and everything.
So what made you learn that?
My mother and my auntie both did a course, and then, yeah, I was quite young and she taught me that. So I could, look, in all seriousness.
Yeah.
I can show you the whole alphabet.
Yeah, I can do Vini.
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah, because I worked a lot with preschool kids. A lot of them had hearing difficulties back when I was running a music program. So you learn things.
And
Thank you.
Little
maybe we should. Hey,
I know a good one. Turn your mic off for a second. I know a real good.
Yeah, I know all the swear words too. I was going to say maybe we should commentate the rest of this innings in sign language.
Well, sometimes I do my best work when I'm quiet. So, but I know a little. We did Italian in high school. I know a little bit of Dutch now after living there for quite some time.
Of course.
Wow, he's missed that by a mile.
It's actually taken off from Yadav.
And yeah, I probably should start learning Spanish.
I learned Japanese at school, but and I enjoyed it. But I think now I wish I'd learned Spanish or something European. I think it would have been a little bit more useful.
Sir.
Yeah, I know how to say that. I'm learning Spanish, although I haven't had a chance to practice it too much lately. This will just be 1. Up to 79. They've made a good comeback. That wicket of Rahman is important, I think. Got the 2 Afridis now at the crease.
Oh, look. Yeah, he's always wound up, this man.
Couple to come. There's Zalmi shooting for the Grady 80s. They'll get no further here. So Sweet United. Wow, they've come a long way, Sweet United. That's what I will say. And like a lot of the teams, they've just been slowly building. They know the kind of players they need. They know kind of the kind of skills they need to work on. A little bit of the shush.
There's a bit of argy-bargy in this game.
Maybe just saying it's pretty quiet at the moment. Well, this isn't quite off the bat of Afridi. He's going to smack this one bounce 4. They do get in the Grady 80, so a bit of a kick in the end. Last ball going to the boundary, but 83 for 8. It wasn't pretty for Gozo Zalmi, but they do have some runs on the board. It's probably, 12 less than the normal par. I feel it's significantly less than what I think the par would be between these two teams. I just expect slightly higher scoring matches given the batting order from both these teams. But yeah, it's all to do. Gozo Zalmi have something to bowl at. Well, it was Lala time, but he came and he went very first ball and he was ropeable with himself. No real foot movement. And well, if he had hit the stumps, they might have ended up going for a Maximo. But he wasn't the only one. You can see early Yadav was able to get another one. It was a real close one, to be honest. Umpire's call for me with the ball in front of him. Yeah, 100%.
You always say umpire's call.
The reason I say that is because I think that some of the ball hit in front of off stump, but probably not the middle of the ball. And that's technically umpire's call if you look on the ball tracking. Anyway, there was the odd Maximo. He was a Makram lookalike, as they are saying now. Mohammad Ajmal knocked over the timber there. But I suppose when it comes down to it, Gozo Zalmi, they have a long batting lineup, but unfortunately, it just failed to fire today.
Yeah, they shot blanks all day, and no one ever wants that. Unfortunately, they lost wickets in clumps. Seemed like any time they hit a boundary in this innings, they'd get out the next ball. There was the odd nice shot in between, but overall, Swicker United, they caught pretty well. They bowled steadily. And that was a nice shot from Ijaz Ahmed, who came down the order, but then straight away lost his wicket as well. And overall, Swicker United look like a well-rounded team.
Yeah, they do. They got depth in batting and bowling. I think someone like Umar Khan didn't even feature with the ball today. That was probably a bit wasteful. Kadir goes 1-2, buckle my shoes. And yeah, Bilal, well, he went for miles there, but he did chip back in with another wicket. And then it was time for tennis practice. And like that little reaction there. Nice catch by Krishnan, who knocked it up and took it at the second opportunity. But look, just think they've got Bilal Khan, as you saw the shush from Yadav at the end. They've got Bilal Khan to open the bowling. Maybe they can take some early wickets and do what was done to them, essentially. Looking at the scorecard, Fazil Rahman, I think he's worth a go up the order. Why not? He continues to hit the ball well, 32 off 23. Apart from that, Adnan Anwar with 14, the next best, and 12 for Zishan Khan, who looked to be batting a little bit better, but was frustrated, to say the least. The bat went further than anything after he was dismissed. 83 for 8. Pretty disciplined with the extras as well. Just 2 wides and no ball in the innings. And everyone getting amongst the wickets. You see 2 for 13, Yadav, best of the figures. 2 for 14, Ajmal. 2 for 19, Kadir. Also wickets for Waqar Afridi and Ahsan Ahmed. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes to see this chase. Can Sweet United make it 2 out of 2? And Gozo Zalmi, can they defend a fairly modest score? Join us to find out just after this. Vinny Zandu here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Rutgers. We'll see you shortly for the final innings of the day from Malta. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Malta. And it is time for the last innings of the day. Vinny Sandu with you, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And we head into innings number 8 for the day with a bit of a contest here. I think it's probably a lot less than what they were hoping to put on the board. As Gozo Zalmi batting first, had high hopes, but unfortunately the batting folded a little bit. Had a worst possible start when Lala went for the first ball of the innings on a thick edge, and that was that. No one really able to get going. Fazil Rahman probably the only one. He was able to grab 32 runs, but apart from that, tough going. Sweet United, this would be a great story for them if they were able to win both of these games. They've recruited well. Vibhor Yadav's been excellent for them. He's out there opening the batting. Imran Amir gets another opportunity at the top of the order. They tried the captain, Anil Kadir, earlier, but he went for a duck. So Amir, this would be their first choice opening combination at the start of this tournament, but Amir's been a little bit out of sorts. And if my memory serves me correctly, he's coming off a golden duck. But Bilal Khan, he's ready to go. He's fired up. He needs to bowl well, you feel, if they're going to defend this. 84 for victory and a good start. And Amir, slow out of the blocks. Oh, good throw here. I think he's gone. Show this from side on. Amir was back on his heels. Yadav was keen to get out of the zone. I say here, I feel this underarm. If it hit, oh yeah, maybe. Better throw. Probably would have been out because his bat plugged just before the line. Let's talk a bit about foreign languages that are taught around the world at the moment. I wish they taught more Spanish in Australia. It's something they don't teach much of, considering it's the second most widely spoken language in the world. I thought that'd be available. A bit short, it's on the hook. There's no fine leg, so the keeper has to go after it. And, well, that's one of the best chases you'll ever see. And in the end, they're only going to get one. Wow, how does he only get one here? That just shows you 10 points for effort. There's no fine leg, so Ijaz just goes on a Forrest Gump-like journey, coast to coast. And it's a long single. I've seen this a bit today with no fine leg, so they're pretty much saying, all right, we've got a different plan. We're going to pack the offside field. At the moment, they've got a 6-3 field with no fine leg. Geez, any batter worth their salt, if they could ramp even a little bit, they'd probably be making the most of that huge gap. Yadav likes to play a bit more orthodox. Digs this out. Once again, he's off with a single. Vinny Sandu here for ECN. Great to have your company on a sunny Monday afternoon, although it is a little bit of a chill factor here at the ground. Corey Rucker's with me. And Corey, how do you see this chase?
I see it as in 8.5 required and over. I think Swicky and I just need one person to click, obviously. You might see them play a little bit more conventionally because they don't have to take too many risks. Bilal Khan's the key. He needs to have a big power play again. I'd see him off.
He probably could. This is carved away. It's the offside, no run. You're talking about languages. James kind of brought this up. Michael might have brought it up.
Yeah.
And so, who was it saying that Korean was taught? James said Korean was being pushed. Kind of go through phases. I know that Japanese was big because obviously in the 90s, the technology and all that. They thought for business reasons in Australia that was going to learn. But also it's a hard one to master. I think that's the thing. There's also another really good point in the chat. No real swing here for Bilal as yet. Is that they probably start teaching languages far too late. And I agree. I think you look at kids that learn preschool, they pick it up so much quicker. So I think I started learning at like 10. It's far too late, I think, for it to be natural. But I suppose then it's about making it consistent from a young age, consistent language, rather than chopping and changing all the time. Bilal, last ball the over. Here's the cutter. And you can see that because it was a slower delivery, Ijaz had to basically play a blitz defense there from behind the stumps. It's 3 for no loss after 1. And they were a little bit careful to Bilal. 122 matches without a golden ball. Is it my turn to do the checkout?
No, we can both do it.
Okay.
What are you going?
I'm going to go triple 20.
62 left.
I was going to go triple 14 and double 10.
So,
But
that would be double 5.
That works.
No,
No.
that's terrible.
No, triple 20.
That's
that works.
terrible.
No, that works. Triple 20, triple 14, double 10.
You would never
60 plus
you would
42
never
plus
you would
10.
never close on a double
Well,
10.
I was just trying
ever.
to work it. But if you miss a triple 20, you have to shoot a double 10. Double 10's my favourite.
No,
Some
no,
people
you go triple 20, triple 16.
Yeah.
You keep it in the evens.
Okay. So triple 20.
Triple 16, double 8. That's proper. You got to learn how to play darts.
I love it. You just miscalculated.
Shush you.
You said actually that's 124.
And that's what it said on the screen because 2 games
Can we
tonight.
just see-
I'm ahead of
can
my
we,
time.
Can we just see that again, please?
Elvira, do not put the golden ball counter on. If you do, it's over.
You made double 7 for yourself. That's prime. Prime as you get. Do you want to know how professional we'll do it? Let's have a look.
Anyway, Mahboob slapped. Single down to deep mid on.
Says a typical way to do it is with a 1-2-2. I would have thought that they'd actually have a more common one.
Let's get the darts on tonight back at the hotel, eh?
I love darts.
Good game.
I was in isolation a while ago. I watched a lot of darts. Hey, that's a way better way to do it.
Oh, well bowled from Big Mahboob Ali, angling in.
Because the thing is also about if you miss your treble, it's about having backup options.
Oh,
So
Vinny, sorry to interrupt you.
he's been hurt here.
He's in pain. Not Mahboob Ali, the batsman.
Yeah.
Yeah. This man's in a lot of
We
pain.
leave this shot of the bowler to show you Imran Amir, who must have got that maybe in the wrist.
I think
got a replay of this?
I think he's taken the kookaburra to the wrist.
Yeah.
He'll be fine.
Came back. Now the medical staff haven't been too busy. You can excuse him having a little snooze. Maybe we can show him running onto the field on the left of screen. Yeah, let's just see where it gets him. Yeah, it hits the right wrist.
Is
I
this
think.
a magic spray moment?
It sure is.
Oh, okay. Magic spray Stan with the cardigan.
You can say it's a bit cold for him as well. He said, don't worry.
What is in this spray? How does it work in all conditions? Watch this. He will be fine as soon as this is sprayed on.
You'll have the strongest bottom hand going round in a minute.
He might whip the next ball for 12.
Can we go back before I get off this screen? Triple 18, triple 18, double 7.
Surely, Vinny, this is just psychological. He's been sprayed, and then all of a sudden, you can put the glove back on and you can hit the ball. I don't get it.
It's amazing.
I never, ever, ever have called for magic spray.
Interesting, with a 122, they say throwing at a triple 20 is incorrect because if you hit a single 20, it leaves 102, which you can't get in 2 darts.
Exactly. You don't know nothing.
That's actually the opposite of what you said, but anyway, let's get on to the action. Let's see how Amir handles this one from Lala. Yes, another in-seaming delivery, and that one hurts, doesn't it? Salva Freedy really should have stopped that, but it gets straight past him, and Gozo Zalmi having a bit of a rough time of it here this afternoon for unearned runs, really, to Imran Amir.
Well, unfortunately, when you've only got 83 on the board to defend, any misfield hurts twice as much. That's a bit of a mistake there, 4 runs.
Michael Daub has an interesting one. Random question. Still on the language theme.
Ugh.
I know you're enjoying it.
Shot.
He dances at this and just caresses it through the covers. This is more the Imran Amir that we know. We haven't really seen the best of him so far. But I mean, that's a class shot. And he holds his shape. That's what I like about that. And he stays pretty balanced even though he's on the move. Back-to-back 4s.
Yeah, back-to-back 4s. Nice looking shot, that.
Michael's question was what 4 languages? So there's 6,000 languages or more in the world. But which 4 languages will guide you through the world without the help of an interpreter?
Gone.
Yeah, he's taken it. And
and he's having a complain, but you've got to go. See you later. You can't put your hand up like that. He's out.
yeah, well, it did seem to jump from Lala. And I didn't get a great look at it the first time, so the replay will tell the story. See Imran Amir. Has this hit anything? That's the question. It comes back. Well, if it has...
Yeah, he's edged
If
it.
it's hit anything, it's hit the bat. It's nowhere near the body. And you can see that the bowler and the...
Book him.
Yeah.
I'm throwing the book at him.
Well, there might be nobody left after this afternoon.
But this is straight off the bat, right? Back of the bat. He's towed it or whatever because it's ballooned up.
It certainly appears that way.
And then he's complained. Book him.
We don't really get the sound here.
Where's
but
Tyrone Peters? He must be pulling his hair out today.
Tyrone's been a bit tired. He's got a new fitness regime that he's been debuting over the last 24
Oh,
hours.
there's been a bit of bat and helmet throw as well. But in the box this time, you're allowed to do that in your changing rooms.
I think there should be a panic room.
Well, can we set a camera
There
up?
should be a panic room where you go for 5 minutes after you get out until you cool down.
We should be able to put a camera in one of those rooms and just watch batsmen go crazy.
The answer is English, French, Spanish, and Mandarin. That's, hello to Ivan as well. Hello to Siraj. And yeah, Siraj just clarifying things about how many languages actually get spoken in India. How many languages did you speak? 1.1. Jazz thought he was going to throw that. Would have been interesting. All right, so Qasim Mohammed comes to the crease, and he was batting very well in the last game. Got his side out of a bit of a jam. He'll be on strike because he's off the mark, and after 2, it's 14 for 1. Yeah, Qasim Mohammed, don't forget, I mean, we talked about how Sweet United have dominated this afternoon, but early in the piece, it was actually Gozo Zalmi on top with 3 wickets in the power play, but Qasim Mohammed turned that game around, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He did. And interesting to see who they chose to bowl the third over here. It doesn't look like they're going to go to Bilal, which surprised me. Take a quick look at the table. Swiki United, they're on a flawless run at the moment. And Gozo Zalmi sitting in third. And just, well, they're taking a risk here, I think. They're not going to give Bilal Khan the second over with the new ball, which I don't...
To be honest, I agree with this, and I'll tell you why. He hasn't swung it at all. He's just got a ball he's not swinging. Now you've got him up your sleeve for the end.
I tell you right now, there's an old adage, you do what the opposition don't want to do. If I'm Yadav and I'm Mohammed at the crease right now, I am so happy I'm not facing Bilal Khan. Okay, I tell you right now, if I'm a batsman, I'm more relaxed.
But look,
now.
I don't know though, because Fazil Rahman
has been spanked.
Yeah, well there you go. It's up in the air. Rahman's after, he won't get it. I was just going to say, you've got a genuine pace option to bowl the third over while the ball's still a bit newer. I don't mind this. Bilal... Although, what I will say with Bilal in the first game, his first over didn't take any wickets, and I said he wasn't bowling that well. And then the second, he took 1 in his first over, but then he took 2 in his second. Despite not really swinging the ball, I mean, it was like kind of top edge he got the first wicket. Can Rahman get the breakthrough? This one bounces back over him. In fact, it's going to bounce over the infield. Bilal does the fielding, hurls it back in.
Good throw.
And they need to keep pressure on for as long as possible. So I can understand the theory behind replacing Bilal. And the thing is, you've got him at the end as a left armer to bowl some cutters and bowl these kinds of things as a more defensive option. I want to say hello to Luke as well. I know that he's been in isolation. So hopefully you're well, Luke. Hopefully you're feeling a little bit better. All the best to you from everyone here at ECN. Short, hit, and 4. No. So he tries out the short stuff. Rahman, he's probably batted better than he's bowled today. He'd be the first to agree with that. And Qasim Mohammed's been in such good form. His first boundary here in match 32.
The thing is, you've got to win the game now. You've got to get yourself in the game. They're far behind. You've got a spearhead there. You have to put your spearhead on.
I still think Rahman's another spearhead.
No, Rahman's been spanked. Look at his figures.
He was bad today in the last game, but typically he's a guy you can rely on. So it's not that they're going for some little dibbly-dobbly here. They've still got a genuine bowler to come on. It's interesting. Who'd be a captain, eh? How about you? Do you have your set? How much do you let the captain tinker with your plans in-game or...
In-game intuition's important.
Yeah.
You have to have... You have a set plan, but obviously it does adjust.
Remember Rahman, he was almost on a 3rd-degree manslaughter charge earlier in this tournament for taking a batter's head off when he was batting without a helmet. How things change pretty quickly in this game. There's Shamrise. Well, maybe we need to see him because you mentioned in his player profile he wrote down right arm super fast.
Yeah, I would like to see that.
And in batting style, where you meant to right-handed or left-handed, he said batting style, he wrote average.
What a player.
Last ball of the power play from Rahman. Pitched up. They won't get a run here. So, they're hanging in there at the moment. Gozo Zalmi. Not a bad over from Rahman. In the end, he goes for 8s, and the score is 22 for 1 after 3.
22 for 1 after 3, so they haven't gotten away with the power play. It's still got control of the fixture. Need some wickets. Interesting. So now they're going to Bilal now.
Yeah, this I don't understand.
No, it doesn't make doesn't make sense then.
Yeah, this I don't understand. Look at that for consistency in that first innings.
7, 7, 8, 8, 9, 8, 7. Yeah.
Must be like from the judges, isn't it? Dancing with the Stars type scorecard in the middle of that innings. All right. Well, Strictly Come Dancing. That's what they call it in the UK. You know that show?
Yeah.
Would you ever go on that?
No, I can't.
You're a bit of a celebrity.
I can't.
Actually, the caliber of celebrities they get on there is often pretty poor. Would you like to get on there?
No, I can't.
I can tell you why you would go on that show, and I know even before you know. Here's Bilal, who was paused in the third. He's brought back in the fourth. I suppose he's got 5 outfielders, but I don't think that's normally what you think about with him. Yeah, I know why you'd go on the show.
Why? Say it out loud. Don't be afraid.
You're a bit of a romantic.
Oh, je m'appelle Cody.
And it's one way that a woman would be forced to spend a lot of time with you. You know what they say about the Stockholm Syndrome? You actually spend enough time with someone, you might bond with your captor.
That's what I'm planning.
Please don't. Sometimes I feel like this transcript will be used in a court case one day. Here's Bilal. Yeah, no real movement. Not a bad ball, but his real weapon is the sideways movement he gets. And that's what makes him a special bowler. It's when he can straighten it down the line. It hasn't really happened for him. I think it's a lot to do with the cricket ball. Probably 2 factors, or 3 factors. The type of the ball that you're using, whether it's a ball that swings or not. Some do, some don't. His wrist position, and also maybe the conditions. When it's cloudy, it tends to swing more. No one quite knows why. Yep, Dave knows what we're talking about.
Well bowled.
Kazim creeps up. Yeah, it's well bowled. But that's the thing, these left-armers, he's not the only one, Bilal. We've seen a lot of the left-armers of this style. They'll try and swing the ball, and when they realise it's not swinging, they kind of go to this cutter. We see it a lot at the high level in Khartoum as well. I always feel a bit disappointed for them because it's almost like they're giving up on swinging the ball. You keep hoping there'll be a little miracle and it'll start swinging, but it's not really happening for Bilal in this innings anyway. Let's see what he does here. He's got 3 balls remaining. This one goes a little bit. Is there an inside edge? Bilal thinks so. Ijaz thinks so. The umpire does not think so.
You know what? That's interesting because it did deviate quite a bit to the leg side.
Well, it was swinging as well, which makes it hard.
But it doesn't swing.
It swings a bit. It seems, if anything.
I reckon he got a feather on that.
I'm not so sure. I mean, look, probably the noise. If the umpire hears a noise, he's probably giving that out, but he mustn't hear it.
I'm just going on the angle of the ball because I don't think it decked back that much. I
actually think it does deck back quite a lot.
So it's going over middle there, and then all of a sudden it's going over leg. I reckon he's got one of those funny little smidgen of an edge.
I'm not saying he doesn't hit it, but I don't think that the angles tell the story at all.
I don't think the angles match up.
I think actually, well, if he does nick it, there's no deflection.
Oh,
well, there's the attempted ramp from Yadav.
Did he get glove on that?
Well,
he did. That's a drop. That's an opportunity. I thought he got some glove on that.
It's almost like when you send the goalkeeper the wrong way. Yeah, I didn't think he got any of this.
He shouldn't have got distracted. Where's he going? He's got a bit of glove on that, and that's an opportunity. A good keeper takes that.
Yes and no. I think that one EJ's got an excuse because when you have someone ramping at you, you start to kind of cheat a little bit, thinking that if he gets to the ledge, it's going to go that way. But still, he gets 2 hands to it. I hope he would have held on to that, but he doesn't. Last roll of the dice for Billy the Kid. Well, might get another one.
Oh, no.
This one will be 2 bonus runs.
2 free runs. That hurts.
Yeah. Split in the chat. What I will say is we have absolutely no idea if there's an edge there or not when it comes down to it. We've got our suspicions.
I've got conclusive evidence.
Okay.
Can we get DRS? Would it cost us that much?
150 grand.
Oh, well,
We'll take it out of your pay packet. Half your pay.
Well, that means I've signed a future contract of 50 years.
Last ball for Bilal. Goes the cutter and gets cracked away over point. Some work to do and he doesn't get there. He doesn't even really attempt it, Majid Javed. And so, not a great finish to the 4th over for Gozo Zalmi. Sweet United, they're loving it out there. It's 31 for 1.
Not too sure what the fielder was doing there. It's sort of like he watched it go past him. But unfortunately, a boundary, if you're a Gozo's Army supporter, they're on the ropes, I think.
Michael articulated what I was thinking, which was that the ball straightens before it reaches the bat. So I think that's where it starts going that way. And then sometimes you've got to realise also the ball kind of swings a little bit when it goes past the stumps. It doesn't necessarily go in a straight line through to the keeper. Trust me, we've had plenty of balls that do surprising things, even after they bounce. Sometimes just the way the revolutions come through. And well, Siraj, I won't read that out, but thanks for your entertainment in the chat. But let's go. And it's going to be Sawa Bafridi to bowl over number 5. What they have done is they've just kept them below the rate marginally. And that always adds a little bit of pressure. So now they've gone from chasing 84, which is what they're chasing. Now the required rate's 8.8, so it's gone up a little bit, but it might come back down after that shot. It's a little bit too short from Afridi. Kassim Mohammed having a day out here. And he likes Mondays, I think. Little bit short, perfectly executed. Maximal, 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. 6 runs. I think it's a matter of time before Swicky get these runs. They're just too good at the moment. They don't need too many and over now, especially with these 2 at the crease.
Probably pitches up now. Getting the front foot. And yeah, well, he could do anything with that, really. It's ill-directed, and unfortunately for Afridi, he's going the journey. Back-to-back Maximos, a dozen to start the 5th, and things not looking good for Zalmi.
I hate to say it's a shocking delivery. It really is. It's miles down the leg side, and he just has to catch up with it, which he does. It's good batting, and all of a sudden, you imagine they should canter to these runs.
You can imagine so.
It could be 2 thumpings, Vinny. Who would have thought it? We expected to a closer affair between these two club teams, but at the moment, Swicky United have all the answers.
They seem to, don't they?
Here comes Afridi once more.
Whacked away, and you better make it 3 as Kassim Mohammed having a great time out there, and he's making this score look little now. Takes it past the halfway point of the chase in this over, and he's looking very in control. And the scary thing is there's still 3 balls left in this over.
18 off 3 balls kills the game. Just like that, all of a sudden it's only 6 and over required with 9 wickets in hand. They would have to have one of the biggest batting collapses ever to lose. Can only go 4 from 4.
Wow, almost.
Oh,
this may go.
It does.
So 4 in a row. And once again, the line's all wrong. The result's all wrong for Afridi, who at the moment having a nightmare. This one goes magical. Only 4 balls into the over.
Well, this man has been giving Gozo's Army nightmares all day. He hit a splendid 50 in the previous game. Right now, he's just taken the game away in 4 deliveries, 4 consecutive 6s. Will we see the 6 6s here? You're going for it. If you're
You've
a bat,
said it out loud, which kind of guarantees what happened. We didn't actually see it at all last year.
Really?
We didn't have a 6 6s in the over.
We had a 45 run over.
Yeah, we did. All right, on a perfect over. Of course, you're going to try it. Perfect Corey jinx. Aritharan Vasikaran in Krefeld, playing for the Bayer Erdingen Boosters. He was able to hit 6 6s in an over, and probably not watching, so I'll say made the bowler quite emotional.
Oh no! Tears on
This is
field.
the worst result possible. Although 45 run over is probably the worst possible. Although again, that was split between 2 bowlers.
That was
A bit
great
like our
fun.
previous record, or equal previous record, 39 came from 2 bowlers because somebody was no-balled out of the attack. This is taking us to the end of 5 overs, the score 56 for 1. And this is, look what we got here.
Well,
Look what we've got here.
it's about time.
And apparently there's another one coming. You'll like this with the kits, with the team shirts.
Oh, I'm a big
That's
fan.
going to be good. Yeah, so you can see how it works. There's 6 groups. They're 3 days each. That's the first 3 weeks of the tournament. Then championship week, you got Paco Care Badalona plus the 6 group winners. So a 7-team championship week. That's the ECL, if you're wondering what we're talking about, the Champions League of European cricket. And it starts in only 3 weeks' time right here on the European Cricket Network. This time, in 3 weeks, we will be probably
Eating empanadas.
we will be about halfway through game 3. And we may or may not have a robot there. Time for some spin. And it's Majid Javed who's going to get a wicket first ball. Well, nobody could remove Kassim Mohammed, but the first ball of spin does. And is there a twist here? It'd have to be a pretty big twist. That's good work by the captain to try something different. Probably a little bit short, to be honest. Not the worst ball in the world. Gets the result. Kassim Mohammed goes for a brisk 33 off 13. The score, 56 for 2.
Yeah, I still think that that's a match-winning innings because of the speed that he scored. Can't see Gozo's Army getting back into it.
Oh, I love it when people lay into you in the chat. You just can take all of your self-control to not bite back. I want to say...
Who's got something to say, Vinny?
nothing.
I don't. I need to
not
read
gonna
it.
Say anything.
Let me click.
Not saying that at the moment. I love that Thunder said, Qasim Muhammad, take a bow, and there's the emoji of a bow, like a bow and arrow. He hit the first emoji that came up. James is saying, come on, Talon Stallions all the way. Of course, he's watching from Estonia. So first time we've seen Estonia represented in the ECL, and they're actually the only new country that are involved.
Okay, that's exciting.
And that pushes Pakar straight into Championship Week. Harvard. Oh, thick edge. This is probably going to run away, but how far? Well, they could have got two if they'd run straight away, I think, but Marco Afridi happy just to take one. He's another live wire with the bat.
Not sure if it helps Pac Care not playing a group stage.
Yeah, a bit like England.
I don't think it helps.
Yeah. I
You,
mean,
you just come in naturally a bit cold.
I mean, with 31 teams, there's really no other way to do it because 31's a prime number. Cracked away, and this will be 4. That's good batting. Yadav hits the top of the bounce. Again, Jarvid, it's kind of a quicker ball, but it's ill-directed, isn't it? It's just short and wide. Yadav had to beat the sweeper and did. Well timed.
Matter of time this. Start warming the van up, Vinny. What's on the agenda tonight?
I'm going to play some paddle tennis tonight with Mita.
Nice.
A bit of one-on-one. This time it's personal. Full toss, overcorrection. Adios, pelota. It is Maximo time. And really, Sweet United have been causing headaches all afternoon for Gozo Zalmi. And at the moment, they're turning the knife. Vibor gets in on the act.
Well, the thing is, they've sent a message to the rest of this competition. This was meant to be 2 close games, and there have been 2 thumpings.
Yeah.
Thumpings, Vinny.
It looks like it, doesn't it, at the moment?
They've played some good cricket, must be said.
It's been worked initially, but last 2 balls, not so much. Yadav wants more, and he might get more. Into the gap. Cuatro carreras más. Oh, there's the referee out there right now. They'd be stopping the fight, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Sweet United, men in orange, all over Gozo's Army.
This is where the captain of the fielding team should have a mercy rule as well. Just go up and shake hands.
Concede.
Yeah.
If you're on 49 or something, you wouldn't be too happy about it, would you? Nice to see everyone in the chat kind of mentioning who they're going to be supporting or watching out for in the ECL.
I'm looking forward to seeing the outfits. When do we get to have a look at that?
Fairly soon, I think. Too short. This is out of here. Maximo. Jarvid starts with a wicket, ends up magical for all the wrong reasons. Sweet United with that pull within 6 of the total, and that over goes for 21 in the end. It's 77 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, what a shame. It means we're going to be leaving pretty soon from the ground.
Hey, coming up tomorrow, we've got more cricket coming from this beautiful Master International Cricket Ground. We mentioned that we'll have Mada Day back in the morning. Yeah, looking forward to seeing how they recover after a bit of a rough few games. Bajiba Blasters, they really need a win. They've 0-4, but they do have the opportunity to get on the board. Gozo CC versus Msita Warriors in the afternoon. Don't forget, though, coming up in only 40 minutes' time, we've got cricket in Gibraltar with Rico Fall, who's standing by. I think Rico's just got another few days in Gibraltar, and that is coming up, like I said, very shortly, straight after this game, in fact. Well, Rahman's had about enough of this, and so he tries to knock the batter's head off, but he's have to be a very tall batter for that to work, because that's a wide, way too high.
Well, he's not wearing a helmet, Afridi, so it does send a message of, if you're going to lose, we're still fighting hard.
Siraj can't wait to see the Vienna CC yellow jerseys. Yeah, a bit of Tour de France about the yellow jersey maybe of Vienna CC. Yellow and black they normally wear. Stefan is looking forward to playing in Spain in 3 weeks. Who are you playing for, Stefan? Let us know. Oh, there you go.
That's for the bouncer.
It's actually the perfect revenge. And look, they're only going to trot one, maybe so we can whisper some sweet nothings in Rahman's ear. Isn't it funny when the bowler becomes the hunted like this?
Takes it in the back of the leg. Probably stings a bit, that.
No real fuss. That's what I like about cricket players as well. Pretty tough. Pretty tough. Not rolling around on the ground after that. Yadav wants a piece. And, well, a bit of a mix-up, but
Oh, he's thrown it for 4.
Yep.
Even better.
There we go. And I tell you what, a bit of byplay out there in the middle. Might going to replay this at the end. There's nobody backing up at all. So he says, had about enough of this. And he throws 4 runs, literally throws 4 runs away. And that'll be a non-boundary 4. So like Yadav doesn't get credited with a 4 because it's 4 overthrows. That's
well, it gets us
pretty weird.
One step closer to home.
So yeah, it does get us one step closer to home.
I think the umpires are just...
I was going to say, some bowlers there, if I was going to get personal, my throw might have been pulled a bit to the left. But, the irony being that it probably would have been backed up if he'd done that.
Not too sure what the hold-up is.
I think maybe just scoring that one is... Yeah, they score that 4 no boundary. So as in the batter doesn't get credit for that 4 because it's actually a dot. Still. So it's a 0 plus 4. Just for the stats. Anyway. Yeah, that'll do it. And it'll be no ball or a wide. Probably a no ball.
Doesn't matter.
What does matter, Corey? That's the end of the day. Big thanks to everyone once again. And Stefan's playing for Darmstadt CC from Germany. Stefan, you'll be in the first game of ECL 23. Good to hear. Hey, don't forget, you can join us tomorrow for more cricket. And yeah, well, this is the thing. You want to fight using the cricket, but unfortunately, with the cricket being a bit of a mismatch this afternoon, at the end, things were at boiling point. I think everyone will settle down a little bit after that and probably walk away. And who knows, these two teams might meet a little bit later in the tournament, potentially in the finals. But really, Sweet United, they do a number on Gozo Zalmi. So Gozo Zalmi really getting a bit of a reality check in the ECN universe. And I would say that Gozo Zalmi just didn't make enough runs. They had plenty of fire in what they were doing. Lala came through with that wicket. This one wasn't given. Again, wasn't convinced. The batter, a little shake of the head, just the right time. Created some doubt in the umpire's mind. But yeah, Yadav, he was out there 34 of 15. Along with Kazim Mohammed, they made sure there'd be no real wobbles in this chase for Sweetie.
Yeah, absolutely. They chased it down pretty comprehensively. They'll be happy with their afternoon's work. They've thumped Gozo twice, and we were expecting closer matches, but unfortunately it wasn't. This was one of the few brief, nice moments for Gozo in the field. But overall, the top order looked good. They hit it to all parts, and they won this pretty comfortably.
They really did. What was the margin in the end? You know what they say, don't get even, get angry. As Rahman just hurls this,
like it.
Tries to run him out and just gives Yadav 4 runs. And Yadav, he was giving the bowler a bit and then cops a bouncer that breaks the tie. And in the end, it's all over Red Rover. And they do this with, how many is that? 22 balls to spare.
Shellacking, Vinny.
Yadav 34 of 15. I think Rahman made sure he wasn't going to improve his score of 34 with that last delivery. 33 for Mohammed before he was out to the first ball from Majid Javed, but then Majid Javed, his off spin, was punished. Looking at the bowling, Bilal Khan, they did bowl him out. I suppose another reason to bowl him out is you never know how long the game will go. None for 11 off 2, but it didn't quite get the ball to talk the way he wanted today. The wickets went to Mehboob Ali, and then Javed got one late in the piece. And Sweet United, well, they will be very, very happy with where they're at. And they've played some tough teams along the way, Sweet United already, but they still are undefeated. I want to welcome everyone back into the box for one last time today. I want to say a big thank you to you, no matter where you've been watching from around the world. The cricket isn't finished on ECN because Gibraltar is only around about 35 minutes away. Rugby CC and Pirates tonight. Rico Fool is standing by. I know we'll, I'm a bit of a Pirates fan. Ken Roy's been going all right. Don't worry about that. K-Ness is basically Europe's answer to Dre Russ. K-Ness. You might remember him from the ECL last year. He'll be ready to go. Can he continue his good form? Well, Corey, it's been great to have you back. I know I missed you yesterday, but it's good to have you back. And a bit of energy there. Maybe it rubbed off on you during the movie last night. But anyway, we are going to see you tomorrow. We'll leave you some highlights today. Go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com, to check out the latest in European cricket. ECL only 3 weeks away. And don't forget to give us a like on social media and tell your family, tell your friends about European cricket. Anything you'd like to say?
Good night.
Very good. From all of us here at ECM, we'll leave you with some of the best bits. Big thanks to our crew at Spring Productions and all the Blue Crew, all the players and officials. We'll see you tomorrow right here in Malta for another exciting day. Day 9 on the way for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everybody. Hasta mañana.